The main character of the story is Michael. He ended up in a world full of zombies. No matter how hard he tried to survive, death was impossible to avoid. Looks like he was about to reunite with his family in the afterlife. But instead of waking up in some beautiful, peaceful heaven, he opened his eyes in his own room, even though this house had been destroyed 20 years ago. At first he thought it was just a dream. He pinched himself, but even that did not help. His appearance had completely changed, which meant he had gone back to the past, right before everything began. In his previous life, he got scared and abandoned his sister to be eaten by monsters. But now he has experience, and he cannot do that to her again. Linda had been disabled since birth. It is hard to believe her own brother could abandon her like that. Apparently, he used to be a real piece of trash, but that is all in the past now. Honestly, this is not the time for hugs. In the next few hours, that same apocalypse is going to begin. People will lose their minds and turn into animals. So they need to hurry up and gather supplies. First, they need to make a quick trip to the grocery store. Then they can prepare what matters most. His sister thought her big brother had finally lost his mind, especially when he started talking about the apocalypse and some kind of zombies. Of course, all of it sounded completely absurd. But when 90% of people turn into zombies, nobody will be laughing anymore. Only the most ruthless and prepared will survive. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Chaos slowly began spreading through the city streets. An ordinary fat guy went out for a walk and ended up running into a zombie dog. The poor guy only wanted to eat some donuts, but instead he became somebody else's snack. By that point, Linda was convinced her brother had been telling the truth. Then she heard an unexpected knock at the door. In his previous life, their neighbor had knocked on their door. She was begging for help because her husband had turned into a zombie. He was the one who killed Linda, right in front of Michael's eyes. This time, he has no right to let that happen. After all, in his previous life, he found allies. He thought they were real friends. Until one fine day, they betrayed him. That was when he finally understood how his sister felt before she died. He does not know who gave him a chance to start over, but either way, he has to use that chance. His sister has no one except him, which means it is time to pull himself together and tear this zombie apart. The guy handled it in just a few seconds, and he even sliced the monster into tiny pieces. With skills like that, I would honestly call him a blender. By the way, killing monsters gives him evolution points. In other words, this is his first introduction to the system. Of course, divine powers had to be involved here, because that is the only way to get a clean slate. The system analyzed his genes, then he saw the evolution tree. Long story short, he now has to collect evolution points. That is how he can progress and become stronger. The more monsters he kills, the stronger his biceps get. If we explain it in the simplest way possible, when he woke up, he found himself back in his room again. Meanwhile, his sister was worried sick. There is no time to slack off and watch Netflix. He needs to check the perimeter and clear out the dead zombies. By that point, the neighbors' bodies had disappeared, which means he can go back home and update his wardrobe. It may sound stupid, but there is an explanation for everything. Thanks to evolution, he grew a little and put on some muscle, so now he can protect his sister in their parents' place, since their parents abandoned the kids and only sent them money. Although personally, I would never say no to suitcases full of cash. But apparently Korean kids are way too sentimental. After getting dressed, Michael went out to inspect the perimeter. For some reason, instead of a tracksuit, he put on a shirt and dress pants. A strange outfit choice for a zombie apocalypse. But that is not the point right now. Downstairs, he ran into his first hungry zombie and cut it in half without any trouble. This means the evolution points really do work. Now he can also be called an awakened hunter. That is what people with incredible abilities are called. Only the awakened have a chance to defeat monsters and survive in this hellish world. By the way, after his first kill, he felt better. Then he saw a dead girl in the bathroom. While he was looking at her, a hungry zombie managed to get close. One more second, and there would have been nothing left of Michael. Only his reaction speed saved him in time. Then he quickly punished the human meat enthusiast. To finally relax, he needs to clear the entire building, because otherwise, zombies will start coming from every direction. Besides, this is a good chance to level up his skills. So this risk is completely justified. The guy started going from apartment to apartment, searching for supplies and listening carefully to every sound. In one of the apartments, he met a tense woman. She said her husband had gone to pick up their son from school. It seemed like nothing special, but of course it was not that simple. As soon as Michael relaxed a little, everything went sideways. The woman decided to kill the unexpected guest, all because she wanted to protect her little child, who by the way had already turned into a full-blown zombie. Long story short, this family had clearly lost their minds, and honestly getting rid of them would not be the worst idea, but the mother loves her son deeply and begs him to spare his life. Does she really not understand how absurd that sounds? Apparently even her precious son did not appreciate his mother's care, so he got rid of her very quickly. and in the most brutal way possible. Michael decided not to overthink it and killed the rabid little son. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued checking the apartments. After that, Michael ran into another zombie, but this one was much bigger. This bodybuilding fan immediately started attacking our hero. He fights with a massive dumbbell, which makes him even more dangerous. When a person becomes a zombie, they grow larger, and that makes them harder to take down. Michael is still in the early stages of evolution, so strong opponents will be difficult for him. Just when he thought he was already in trouble, it turned out that was not the end of it. A huge dog monster appeared, and the two zombies teamed up. The battle on the floor started attracting the attention of other monsters. There are countless zombies in this building, which means the situation is heating up. Michael is in a dangerous position, and he has to act fast. He realized that for now, he cannot defeat powerful zombies, so retreating is the smarter option. His sister remains his top priority, but there are too many dangers around. The strength of these demons is off the charts, and they are evolving faster than Michael. He has to do everything he can to protect his sister, or this new life has no meaning. Driven by that motivation, he began fighting with incredible aggression. That way, he managed to earn several evolution points and raise his level. With every new zombie he killed, Michael grew stronger and stronger. Linda was in her room and started hearing loud noises from the hallway. She was terrified, but she kept hoping her brother was okay. In reality, there were two large zombies near the entrance to her room. They were ready to tear the girl apart, but Michael arrived just in time to save her. He told Linda not to open the door for anyone and to stay calm. Now he has to fight the bodybuilder, because he wants to kill his sister too. By this point, Michael had gotten pretty good with the sword and had also raised his martial arts level. Now he can feel his body much better and defend the perimeter with ease. After killing a high-level zombie, he received a lot of evolution points. But this is only the beginning. With the knowledge from his previous life, Michael plans to change the present. Humanity still has hope because he can influence the situation. After locking the doors and clearing the perimeter, he can finally return home. Michael took a warm shower and checked his evolution point balance. It was lower than he expected, so he will have to go outside and kill monsters in the city. The news has already reported that zombies have appeared all over the world, and humanity is facing a crisis. Even though the government promises to handle everything, those are just pretty words. Today, a meteor shower is supposed to happen, and it will become the turning point. In his previous life, the meteors caused the zombies to evolve. But if a human obtains one of those cores, they can also become much stronger. That means history can be changed, and that is exactly what interests Michael. Right now, they are watching an incredible event, but Michael is not surprised at all. Tomorrow, he will head out to find a meteor, and then everything will change. He told his sister that he was going to leave the house and asked her not to worry. Just a little longer, and she will be able to walk on her own legs. But for that, she needs to trust him. He left his sister a walkie-talkie and promised to stay in contact at all times. Even though Michael should stay by his sister's side to protect her, that is not always possible. He has to take risks to become stronger, and for that, he needs to leave the house. Many zombies have killed each other, but there are still plenty of them left. Soldiers are constantly trying to stabilize the situation, even though it is not easy. After the meteor shower, there are fewer zombies, and everyone around is hoping for rescue. Soon Barbara learned that the zombies on the west side had been killed, and they were waiting for her next orders. She ordered them to keep patrolling and clear as much of the city as possible. Barbara is a police officer, and right now she is the one in charge of the city. Meanwhile, Michael noticed that the zombies were getting bigger. That means he is moving in the right direction, and the meteor is already nearby. Every kill makes him stronger and brings him closer to the meteor fragment. In his previous life, he had never seen anything like this because he was too weak. Near the meteor, there was a girl, and he thought she was a zombie, so he prepared to kill her. Everything happened quickly, but at the last moment it became clear that this was no ordinary zombie. Apparently, this is a natural-born zombie, and in his previous life, she caused more trouble than anyone. Who knows if Michael is ready to face a monster like this? He is still too weak, so he has to be more cautious and attentive. Beings like her have special abilities, along with enhanced strength and regeneration. He needs to grab the meteor fragment and get out of here immediately. Apparently, she wants it too, which means he will have to take the fragment by force. All of this completely contradicts the events of his previous life, which means history is changing. It seems that natural-born zombies appeared because of the meteor, and their energy is connected to it. That is why this monster is here, protecting her treasure. Right now, charging straight in is too risky, so he needs to prepare better. The dead person's blood that Michael brought with him might come in handy here. Soon he found an abandoned motorcycle and prepared for round 2. He does not care at all that an army of monsters has gathered around, because he is fearless. If Michael sees a goal in front of him, he will definitely achieve it. He threw the dead person's blood onto the special monster, turning her into bait. Now all the monsters around started attacking the girl, while the fragment was left unguarded. The zombies could not hold Layla back for long, and she destroyed them with a single strike. Michael wants the zombies to do all the dirty work for him. The plan is truly genius because all he needs to do is be patient. Layla feels cornered and realizes that this human turned out to be smarter than her. Still, the power of a special zombie always surpasses that of ordinary monsters. Apparently, her actions attracted not only zombies, but animals too. A huge, terrifying dog appeared, drawn by the smell of blood. It has every chance of winning, even despite the difference in levels. The dog managed to knock Layla off her feet and prepared to deliver a fatal bite. It really looked like he had sent the girl straight to hell, but she found the strength to fight back. Apparently, her special skills were still being underestimated. Now there is no doubt that defeating Layla right now is practically impossible. She did not lose her confidence and kept mocking her human opponent. Looks like another round of the battle is waiting for us, because the meteor fragment is too important. If Michael obtains this artifact, he will be able to fully unlock his potential. With his very first attack, he cut off Layla's arm, and honestly it was beautiful. Advanced monsters regenerate quickly and become even more dangerous. Because of that, Layla grew larger and turned into something horrible. Michael needs to retreat immediately if he wants to stay alive. He was sure he was about to die, but then something strange happened. Layla quickly shrank back down, and this was definitely no coincidence. She cannot withstand such powerful energy, and her body is exhausted after the fight. Even though this does not mean the battle is over, the initiative now belongs to Michael. He has to take the meteor's energy for himself in order to change the history of humanity. He will never stop until he reaches his goal, and he will get what he wants, even if that means destroying every single zombie in the world. He killed the mutant zombie, and for that he received more than 100 evolution points. Now it is time to experience the power of the meteor he has dreamed about for so long. His wounds disappeared almost instantly, so this thing is clearly extremely powerful. This power can help his sister learn to walk again and live a normal life. Michael was about to leave, but at that moment something happened to the monster's body. A small and adorable puppy had just been born. It survived and inherited all of its mother's powers, which means it may be very useful in the future. Michael can tame the monster, and it will see him as its father and become his loyal servant. Right now, this little dog is still too weak, but soon it will become stronger and more powerful. Michael named him Goldie, put him in his backpack, and headed home. There are 5 days left until the end of the revelation, and the zombies have already started evolving. Michael is not afraid of the obstacles in his path because he obtained the meteor fragment. He did not make it home before sunset, and because of that, problems appeared. At night, all living creatures crawl out of their holes, especially zombie rats. They sensed the energy of the meteor and immediately attacked its owner. Meanwhile, Maria suggested that her superior get some rest, since she had not slept at all. Barbara is not used to resting because she spends day and night trying to help people. Soon the police officer saw a survivor approaching them. He was running from giant rats and managed to avoid the attack of 5 zombies at once. Michael managed to climb over the fence and hide in a safe place. Apparently, he will not make it home today, so he needs to wait until sunrise. When he opened his backpack, he saw that the meteor fragment had fallen out during the escape. Only a little later did he realize that the fragment had been completely absorbed. The evolution tree began an unknown process, and Michael felt incredible pain. It felt like he was being torn apart, and it was hard to compare it to anything else. Soon, the giant rats broke through the defensive gates and got inside. Michael felt better, but he still could not understand what was happening. He tried to fight for his life, but the strength left his body. He lost consciousness, but at that moment, Goldie stood up to protect him. The little dog transformed and finally gained real strength. He became incredibly powerful and easily repelled the monster's attack. Meanwhile, police officer Barbara and her people were already nearby. They had come to clear the perimeter and save the surviving man. Destroying the zombies should not be a problem, as long as they act quickly. Bringing a stranger into the shelter is not the best idea, at least that is what the soldiers think. Barbara agrees with the logic, but she cannot allow herself to abandon a survivor to his fate. That is how Michael's life was saved, even though he had no idea it had happened. Meanwhile, Goldie found himself surrounded by a huge number of enemies. He had only been born a few hours ago, but he fought like the last gladiator of Rome. Meanwhile, the internal system was trying to help Michael. He was still unconscious, but his body was recovering. Soon he opened his eyes and realized that by some miracle, he was still alive. Outside, a huge creature was destroying the enemies and sensing its master. When Michael woke up, Barbara aimed her weapon at him and prepared to ask a few questions. She wanted to understand how he had been fighting zombies on equal terms, but the guy had no answer. The experienced officer was very confident, but Michael turned out to be stronger and faster. He instantly closed the distance and took the weapon into his own hands, showing everyone who was in charge. At that moment, backup rushed into the room and everyone prepared to save Barbara. Only now did Michael learn that he was standing in front of the main military police team that had saved his life. They not only destroyed the zombies, but also treated him for 4 days. As soon as he realized he had been here for 4 days, he immediately decided to run back to his sister. Barbara warned him that the streets were full of zombies, and it would be better not to leave the shelter. At that moment, a huge creature appeared near the main office. The monster smashed all the windows and forced its way inside without an invitation. Everyone was sure that their time to die had come, but Michael stopped the monster. His strength suddenly increased, and he immediately launched an attack. The physical stats of his entire body had improved, so he gained confidence. It seemed like the monster was about to be destroyed, but at the last moment, Michael stopped. It was his Goldie, who had turned into a true titan during all that time. Michael entered the evolution tree system to check his stats. His points had already disappeared, just like the meteor fragment. But it was not that simple. This was necessary to improve his genes, so the system absorbed everything. Michael knows that he cannot cross his limits, because then he might explode. But now he will be able to go beyond those limits and begin endless evolution. It became clear that the worst was behind them. And now he could introduce Goldie to his new friends. Michael explained that this was his dog, and the police officers did not need to be afraid of him. All this noise attracted a huge number of monsters. They will have to move to a new location, and Michael knows where to go. There is a military shelter not far from here, but first, they need to clear the area. Barbara ordered everyone to grab all necessary supplies and prepare to move out. Michael asked Goldie not to interfere, because he wanted to test his own skills. This is a good chance to train and see his progress with his own eyes. Destroying zombies has never been this easy for him, but this is only the beginning. Soon he ran into another special zombie, and this one will not be easy to deal with. This guy is an early-stage awakened zombie. Even so, he is several times stronger than an ordinary zombie, so this is a problem. While Michael distracted all the monsters, the police squad managed to prepare for the retreat. They are still waiting for him to return and hoping the guy can survive. An internal conflict began, because some of them believe all their problems are Michael's fault. If they had not saved him, they could have stayed in their shelter, and everything would have been fine. Someone suggested not waiting for Michael and heading to the shelter on their own. If he is really that strong, he will survive and catch up with them later. Barbara decided to help Michael and ordered Lee to lead the whole team to the shelter. At that moment, a monster slipped into the room and almost killed Barbara and Maria. It was ready to tear them apart, but Michael destroyed the zombie just in time. Everything happened almost instantly, and now they no longer need to worry. He not only saved the police officers' lives, but also destroyed the zombies across the entire base. They will head to the military shelter without him, but with Goldie. Michael has to return home and find his sister, because she is all he has. That is how they split up, and Michael headed home. When he got close to the house, he was terrified by what he saw. The windows were shattered, the walls were destroyed, and it felt like a huge battle had taken place here. He quickly went up to the top floor and saw that the apartment door had been broken down. Inside, he found only an empty wheelchair and a shattered family photo. Michael became insanely furious and swore to destroy whoever had hurt his sister. Meanwhile, outside, monsters started attacking a car full of people. Inside that car were confident guys who had already gotten used to fighting zombies. These were the same guys who kidnapped Linda, but for now their motives are still unknown. It would be much smarter to team up and fight the forces of evil together. Apparently, they think differently and are using everything that is happening to expand their influence. They want the world to belong only to them, and they do not understand that this will never happen. As soon as Michael got outside, he found his sister very quickly. In the city, you can hear when a fight with zombies begins, so he quickly picked up the trail. Right now, he is going to kill people even more aggressively than zombies. He promised to cut apart anyone who touched his sister, and now it is time to answer for those words. Right now, he is holding Blake in his hands, a local gangster. He uses his uncle's military position to do whatever he wants. Michael was ready to feed this guy to the zombies, but then they left him behind. Helicopters appeared in the sky, apparently coming to Blake's rescue. But that does not mean this guy should be happy, because he still ended up becoming animal food. The squad captain saw what happened and immediately contacted John. John is Blake's uncle, and he has just learned that his relative was killed by an unknown person. John became insanely furious and ordered them to get rid of everyone responsible right now. The two zombie-like people on the ground now have to be destroyed. Michael reacted quickly and immediately took his sister with him. It will not be easy for them to hide, because an air attack is always massive. Soon they found a safe place where Linda could feel comfortable. Her brother explained that she was not their target, so she had to stay here. Meanwhile, Michael will do everything he can to make sure nothing threatens his sister again. Soon, new changes will happen in the world, but right now, he needs to focus on the present. Michael will have to face not only the military, but also the zombies that smelled blood. Now he is forced to fight on two fronts, but thanks to his progress, he is still alive. The military squad captain is shocked, because it feels like he is fighting a demon. This guy is not only dealing with rockets, but also blocking zombie attacks. Sometimes gunfire from a helicopter can help him avoid zombie attacks. He needs to maneuver quickly and find the right angles for defense. Soon the military squad captain decided to enter the battle himself. He shot at Michael, but missed slightly and only wounded him in the shoulder. His blood should attract the zombies, making it easier to carry out John's orders. A few more inches, and Michael's head would have been blown clean through. He thought he had gotten lucky, but at that moment, a rocket flew through the window. A massive explosion went off, and the squad captain reported that the target had been eliminated. They were already about to fly away, but at that moment, a huge monster appeared. Michael is still alive, and now he has teamed up with Goldie for revenge. Together, they can even compete with military helicopters. Now let us see how confident these soldiers really are, and how good their training actually is. They were very brave, but soon they paid a heavy price for their arrogance. Captain Wolf wasted no time and took his opponent's sister hostage. Michael definitely did not expect this, because he thought he had brought her to a safe place. Apparently, Wolf found the girl, and now he plans to finish both of them off. Michael had no choice but to surrender, and as soon as he did, the soldiers immediately took advantage of the moment. They were never planning to let anyone go, and the outcome had been decided from the very beginning. Goldie was also attacked with rockets and soon lost consciousness from his injuries. The soldiers were about to kill Linda, but it turned out that Michael had risen from the ashes once again. He is like a phoenix, and you should never underestimate this guy or assume he is dead. He will brutally punish everyone for his sister. But first, he needs to save her life. There are too many dangers around, and this is a terrible environment for a defenseless girl. At the cost of his own health, he managed to save his sister. He lost consciousness and showed no signs of life, so everything looked bad. Captain Wolf barely survived, so apparently he has Titan-level durability. Michael did everything he could, managed to save his sister, and is ready to die in her place. After that, Linda screamed so loudly that she began glowing with blue flames. At that moment, the revelation of the catastrophe was completed, and the world changed once again. Very strange things started happening to Linda, and she was able to stand on her feet. The girl believes all of this happened because of her, but at the same time, she craves revenge. Now all these pathetic humans will understand who really runs this city. The military system immediately detected a source of abnormal power. The signal disappeared, but they learned that a person with S-rank power had appeared. The entire district was covered in ice, but they decided to move closer and inspect the area. At that moment, General John was playing a game with his old friend Lorak. They were discussing the situation in the world and saying there was no point in saving ordinary people. Lately, John has been gathering soldiers for an unofficial faction. Whoever organizes quickly during the catastrophe will be the one who takes power into their own hands. Soon, John learned that contact had been lost with his entire combat squad. He said goodbye to Lorak and, before leaving, asked him to take control of the shelters. Apparently, Lorak is trying to decide whether he should fight for power or save people. Kira left the rabbit at home and decided to take a little walk through the city. Everything around was frozen, which means a high-ranking awakened is somewhere nearby. Michael and Linda had used up too much strength, so they both lost consciousness. Linda became the fourth of the 12 high-ranking warriors they had managed to find. They decided to take her with them, while no one cared about Michael. The evolution tree was activated, and the regeneration process began. The first-level deification plan activated as well, along with the hero's internal evolution. The zombies around him immediately felt this incredible energy, which nearly destroyed them all. Michael not only became stronger, but also noticeably gained muscle mass. His heart transformed, and all of it was thanks to the zombies nearby. The evolution tree took their energy and transferred it into Michael's body. Soon, Lorak learned everything that had happened in the city center, and he received video proof. An unusual guy had neutralized an entire squad of soldiers without any support. After he was injured, the entire area was covered in ice. Then the camera cut out, but at the very last moment, an unknown girl appeared. Thomas must immediately go to that location and find out what really happened. And that is Lorak's order. He also ordered them to find all available information about the guy in the video. This world needs a hero, because right now, everyone is only thinking about power. The Tree of Life destroyed a huge number of zombies surrounding Michael. Because of that, he received a lot of evolution points and became much stronger. When he woke up, he tried to understand what had happened here and where his sister was. At that moment, he entered the internal system, which showed him the changes in his body. Michael had fully awakened, and his key stats had increased. Now he has also become an awakened, and this opens up incredible opportunities for him. He also guessed that something similar had happened to his sister, but right now she is in danger. Apparently the soldiers are involved in her disappearance, so he will have to punish them brutally. Michael knows that John is behind this, and now he will not stop until he gets revenge. Meanwhile, Thomas had just visited John and had only recently left his territory. John already knows he is being watched closely, which means a conflict between him and Lorak is brewing. First, Michael returned home, took a shower, and prepared for the trials ahead. He needs to pass through the shelter to reach the military base. There, he can meet Barbara and her people, and only after that, move forward. He hopes his sister is okay and that he can save her in time. Soon, Michael set out and started destroying the zombies in his path. He gained the absorption skill, but for some reason he cannot use it right now. Soon a new opponent appeared in front of him, and apparently these zombies really love weight training. During his first encounters with awakened zombies, Michael always had a hard time. Now he has become stronger, and that allows him to feel much more confident. He tried using the absorption skill, and this time, it finally worked. Apparently this skill can only be used when attacking awakened zombies. Once he gathers enough power, he will be able to use other skills through absorption. The more skills he has in his arsenal, the more dangerous he will be to his enemies. Michael was getting ready to move on, but at that moment, something like an earthquake began. As it turned out, another awakened monster had appeared in front of him, an F-rank one. Then he sensed someone else powerful approaching, and saw a flash of light. Apparently Goldie sensed the danger and immediately came to help his master. A battle of titans is always fun to watch, like Godzilla versus King Kong. This was truly a titanic clash, worthy of its own movie adaptation. Goldie had become much stronger, and now he can even fight monsters like this. He used his teeth and claws like weapons and took the initiative. Then he seemed to turn into a fire dragon and reached a whole new level. This means Goldie has evolved twice, and now nothing can stop him. His appearance and flames changed, and that is exactly how he survived the previous battle. The most interesting part is that he learned how to return to his tiny form. He looks funny in that form, but it can be considered a kind of camouflage. Michael used his detection skill and sensed movement nearby. There, he saw a battle between zombies and survivors who were trying to escape. He decided to head toward the sound of gunfire and find the people. Meanwhile, the rabbit connected his boss to Central Command. They wanted to know how the mission was going, as well as the traits of the new awakened. Kira reported the situation and said everything was under control. She found a warrior with S-rank potential and the absolute zero skill, someone who was not listed in their records. They decided to deliver Linda to Central Command immediately. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued desperately resisting. There were more and more zombies, because they always come toward loud sounds. Here we can see Thomas, who still has not returned from his mission. Apparently John did something to his car, and now he is stuck in this hellish place. He was assigned to escort the scientists, but now they are simply fighting for their lives. His assistant will try to draw the fire onto himself and give the others a chance to retreat. Thomas must take the scientists with him and leave immediately, no matter what. A huge zombie appeared, and if they do not follow that advice, everyone around them will die. The commander selflessly fought the zombie, all for the sake of saving his team. Thomas needs to take the scientists and find a safe place as quickly as possible. It was not a bad idea, but a huge zombie was already behind them. It looked like it was about to tear the scientists apart and slowly eat their heads. That is exactly what would have happened if a hero had not appeared at the last moment. Michael finally reached the center of the chaos and immediately got to work. He absorbed his opponent and became even stronger thanks to the evolution points. He tried to find out where General John was, but these were not his people. It turned out that Thomas knows who Michael is and knows his whole situation. Michael also learned that these people serve General Lorak. In his previous life, this was the very general who saved a large part of humanity. He organized shelters and found food for those in need. That means Michael can build a friendship with his people and help them get through these hardships. It will not be easy because the number of zombies keeps growing every minute. Michael promised to draw all the attention to himself and give everyone else a chance to escape. Goldie must escort the scientists and keep an eye on the situation. Meanwhile, Michael will do what he does best: kill. At first, everything was going great, but then a special zombie appeared. It uses some kind of technique, and thanks to that, it can attack Michael. The zombie's evolution speed is increasing rapidly, and all of this has terrible consequences. Soon king-level zombies will appear, and then humanity will be close to extinction. When Michael prepared to fight the awakened one, another monster appeared. It was several times bigger, and it became clear that it was a huge fan of pizza and nuggets. Michael fought and did everything he could to save the people behind him. They looked at him like some kind of superhero, and could not believe their own eyes. Only the absorption skill can help here, because the situation is critical. Now it is time to deal with the second monster, the fan of spells. If it thinks it can use magic outside of Hogwarts, that is a big mistake. For a crime like that, it will be roasted like grilled chicken. The area has been completely cleared, and the threat has been temporarily eliminated. Meanwhile, the scientists discovered crystals of unknown origin. Since yesterday, similar crystals have started appearing inside the dead. The lead scientist, Alberto, thanked his savior. Only now did Michael realize that the man in front of him was the greatest scientist of the modern age. In his previous life, he extracted energy from the cores and created genetic medicine. During the darkest times, this invention helped ordinary people awaken. Now Michael personally shook his hand, and this may become the beginning of a great friendship. The squad captain James was also saved, although he was seriously wounded. Meanwhile, they discovered that no crystal was found inside the fat zombie. The professor thought he had missed something and made some kind of mistake. He could not guess that Michael had actually absorbed that crystal into himself. Alberto explained that they are studying the crystals and trying to use them for the good of humanity. Michael said that he absorbs similar crystals and becomes stronger. Now the professor will dig in the right direction and stop doubting himself. His research is correct, and the cores really can help humanity. After that, they found an available car, and the whole squad left the dangerous area. The monsters are evolving, so they need to hurry and organize people. Captain John is secretly gathering awakened soldiers, but he is not trying to help people. He may try to destroy Lorak, but Michael cannot allow that. They headed to the shelter grounds, which are still under construction. Here you can find talented awakened people working side by side with everyone else. You can also meet a girl named Catherine, who does not know how to ride a scooter. She asked Michael to get out of the road, but he is not used to being afraid of danger. That made their first meeting very dramatic. She came to greet the survivors and take them to the medical station. The scientists must go to the laboratory and continue working on the crystals. Thomas will try to arrange a meeting between the general and Michael as quickly as possible. General Lorak's resources can help Michael find his sister. It immediately became clear that the shelter grounds had strict discipline. That is the only way to prevent infection from spreading inside the camp. Michael also went through inspection, just like everyone else. Here he met Maria, the police officer's assistant. He saved them a few days ago, and now she is happy to see him. Maria is taking care of the wounded, while Barbara has received a different position. Michael handed Goldie over to Maria so she could check on the little dog. They will see each other again soon, but right now Michael has a lot to do. He gave blood and completed all the key tests so he could be admitted into the shelter. Soon, armed men entered the medical station. They were looking for a specific person who had turned out to be infected. All of this happened right in front of Michael, and he did not like it at all. This big guy's name is Nelson, and he has another task. He approached Michael and said he had to escort him to a special room. That is how our hero ended up getting VIP treatment. All this time, his thoughts are focused on saving his sister. Right now, they are actively analyzing her and have no intention of letting her go. She does not have what these mysterious people are looking for, and that is bad. No one knows what they will do to the girl, so she needs to be saved. It is time for dinner, and also for a small conversation. Michael learned that Barbara had awakened too. John tried to pull her over to his side, but he failed. Soon they heard a siren, because a conflict had broken out in the cafeteria. Michael asked to be taken to the center of the incident immediately. Barbara is in trouble again, because they are trying to force her into cooperation. General John wants to get her on his team, but she is against it. She was warned to think twice, because John does not accept rejection. Even her friends do not want to work for John, because there is no future with him. Barbara hates being pressured, and she quickly loses control. Her telekinesis is incredible, and now it is clear why John needs her. Dan and Flynn are awakened too, and they have already sided with John. Today they are ready to show Barbara that they are not afraid of her at all. A major conflict was brewing, but Michael intervened just in time. He stood in front of Barbara and asked everyone to stop immediately. Apparently words are not enough, because these guys only understand the language of force. Michael wanted to use the devouring technique, but that would break the rules. In that case, he would be kicked out of the shelter, so it is better to just fight. Martial arts always come in handy at a difficult moment. With enough strength, you can always bring villains to their knees. Now they will understand that you cannot bully girls, and they will become gentlemen. The problem was solved quickly, but Michael did not stop. He walked up to John's subordinate and told him to shut up immediately. A little more, and the fat man would have suffocated, but Michael spared him. Soon professional soldiers arrived. They were ordered to surround the rioters immediately. Michael and Barbara are under suspicion because the conflict started because of them. They should not have angered this guy, because chaos is about to begin. Barbara asked him to calm down, otherwise they would put General Lorak in a bad position. That is how the rioters were captured, but they did not resist. Before leaving, Michael asked Barbara to find information about his sister. She promised to help, but first she needs to get free. Maria stayed with Goldie, and there was nothing she could do to help. Michael was brought into a dark room to cool off a little. Meanwhile, Barbara will be answering all the necessary questions. When he went downstairs, he came face to face with muscular soldiers. Everything around was soaked in blood, because this was a torture room. These people are supposed to make Michael understand that organizing a riot is not allowed. These dogs were waiting for their master's order and immediately went on the attack. Michael took it as a joke and decided to dance a little. Now they will understand that muscles are not everything. Fat Willie should also draw some conclusions from this situation. Michael has just destroyed General John's best boxers. Willie decided to defend himself with the zombie virus. He said that if anything happened to him, Barbara would suffer too. At that moment, Captain Thomas entered the room. He immediately understood what had happened and grabbed Willie by the arm. Now this fat pig will get what he deserves. There is no need to worry about him anymore because Michael is completely free. After that, they immediately went to meet the general. Lorak has been waiting for his special visitor for a long time. In his previous life, Michael had only seen statues of General Lorak. He looks like an ordinary man, but even his gaze puts you on edge. He already knows that Michael's sister has disappeared. When the apocalypse began, Lorak and John were ordinary military men. John has always cared only about power and wealth, not living people. John wants to seize the shelter, so he has to be stopped. Right now, Lorak is not in the best shape, and he needs support. John controls more than half of the army and is recruiting awakened people. The difference in strength is too great, but the laboratory can change everything. Ordinary people can awaken with the help of crystals. They will also be able to create special types of weapons. That way they can defeat John and save humanity. Michael decided to help and wrote something on a piece of paper. It was a detailed plan for creating source weapons. He handed over this knowledge completely free of charge for a good cause. The professor will be thrilled, and Lorak now owes Michael a favor. Now Michael can use his position and ask for help. His missing sister needs to be rescued, because John may have kidnapped her. Lorak explained that John might have nothing to do with it. He showed surveillance footage to clarify the situation. At first, everyone suspected John, but the video changed everything. It became clear that she had been kidnapped by an unknown organization. During the first wave, there was supposedly only one shelter, but it turned out that was not true. Lorak promised to do everything he could to help bring his sister back. For that, he has an interesting artifact. It is an ordinary black cube, but its effects are anything but ordinary. This cube gives incredible strength and abilities, even to an old general. Humanity began after the creation of the world, and the creators were gods. They left behind many relics that prove the existence of power. The wisdom of a race far beyond ordinary weapons is preserved inside these relics. People continued their research and learned about a place called the Ancient Ruins. This small cube is a relic of an ancient civilization, the armor of the heavenly god Loo. Myths and legends are not made up, and the commander knows where the ancient ruins are located. All of these relics are beneath the shelter. He only has access to one of them, but even that is already a lot. With current technology, it is difficult to obtain new relics. There is a constant risk of collapse, so only the first floor of the ruins is accessible. The general hopes Michael will help retrieve new artifacts. In that case, Michael will receive one of the items for himself, and everyone will be satisfied. Michael and the general quickly reached an agreement and ended their conversation. The general had no confidence in tomorrow until he met Michael. Young blood made him feel strong and energetic again. Now he definitely will not stop and will continue protecting civilians. After the meeting with the general, it was time for another conversation. Michael met Goldie again, along with Maria and Barbara. Barbara had been released, and she started searching for Michael's sister. Linda is not on the list of awakened people, so they need to keep searching. Meanwhile, General John learned that Michael had visited the shelter. He got angry at Lorak and intensified preparations for the coming battle. Now he must seize full power over the country and its people. There is a lot of security at the shelter because zombies are everywhere. The soldiers are trying to prevent danger and are constantly patrolling the area. At first, everything was under control, but soon the situation changed. The shelter is moving to level 1 alert, and everyone is being asked to take cover. People were told not to panic and to return to their rooms. Even though the soldiers remained calm, that was just for show. In reality, they have serious problems, and they need to act quickly. A large group of zombies appeared and is moving toward the shelter. Right now, there are more than 10,000 of them, and that is a major problem. The shelter is still under construction, so they are not ready for an attack like this. Lorak called John and told him what was happening at the base. The awakened squad is the only thing that can save the shelter. John can help, but only in exchange for something valuable. He wants to take all of Lorak's military authority, and this is no joke. He is constantly thinking about gaining power and influence. During a cataclysm, that is the most important thing, especially for people like John. Lorak accepted these conditions because he had no choice left at all. If he refuses, a huge number of people will be destroyed. It feels like John deliberately set up his old friend. John ordered all forces to mobilize and help the shelter. Lorak also gathered all the soldiers and ordered them to prepare for battle. They must protect this place at any cost, because there are women and children here. Each group of soldiers received a specific assignment. The situation is heating up, and the future of humanity will depend on this day. Michael still did not know what was happening and remained calm. Soon he was told that a storm was coming and that he needed to be ready. Thomas gave him the escape routes and immediately headed to his post. If a critical moment comes, Michael must lead everyone out of the shelter. The zombie wave appeared at the worst possible time. The shelter residents were caught off guard, but they quickly organized themselves. The soldiers prepared heavy artillery and marched into battle. The area clearing operation began, and everything around was covered in fire. Many zombies were killed, but the wave was too large to stop. The soldiers started calling for reinforcements, although it was already too late. Only a few hours later did General John's awakened squad finally arrive. After long training, they can finally fight in a real battle. It has to be admitted that these guys are special, and it will be interesting to watch them. Each of them dreamed of proving themselves and showing their talents. General John should be proud of them, because this is his best guard. At the same time, we cannot forget that the zombies are evolving too. Over the past few weeks, they have become faster, stronger, and tougher. Awakened zombies can become a serious problem. They are almost equal to awakened warriors in every way. Soon John learned that his special squad had died during the battle. He told the old man that awakened soldiers must not be sacrificed. Mines and defensive equipment were placed in front of the shelter. Thomas will lead the defensive operation. Even in a situation like this, Lorak does not lose his optimism. He shows his leadership qualities and makes it clear why he is a general. 20 minutes later, the zombies were already very close. The battle near the tower walls began, and things got extremely intense. Their firepower will not last long, so they may have to admit humanity's defeat. John suggests running immediately and saving their own skins. These are not ordinary zombies approaching them, but real mutants straight out of X-Men. General Lorak was not going to retreat, and he will stand his ground until the end. Abandoning the defense of the fortress would be the same as death for him. He was ready to give his life, but the zombie was suddenly cut in two. It was not Thomas who did it. It was Michael, who arrived to help at the critical moment. He promised to clear the area and asked the general to relax. Lorak can trust him with the shelter's defense and calmly solve crossword puzzles. Michael is once again ready to challenge fate all by himself. He does not need air support because he has Goldie. Together, these two can make it out of even a hopeless situation. All that is left is to watch this spectacular battle from the side. Michael has a lot of work ahead of him, but he immediately got started. With his first attack, more than 100 enemies were destroyed. It felt like this guy had turned into a chainsaw. He was turning zombies into nuggets and seemed to be mocking them. Soon the first difficulty appeared, an F-rank zombie snake. If the zombies reach the shelter, the consequences will be serious. Michael must stop them here and now. Even if he feels the difference in levels, he still has to move forward. Ordinary weapons do not harm them, so they need something greater. Michael prepared to use all of his supernatural abilities. Thanks to the absorption skill, he destroyed the zombie snake. He has already earned almost 1,000 evolution points, and this is only the beginning. He decided to pour his energy and skills into his sword to make it special. That way, he can speed up the cleanup and move forward with more confidence. Goldie also did not stand aside and decided to throw a barbecue. It was hard to believe, but Michael really does have a chance to win. Lorak ordered them to call all awakened fighters immediately. A young guy is fighting for humanity all by himself, so they cannot just stand aside. John's position has been shaken, and now the general is no longer so confident in his strength. Goldie continued raging and clearing the area. Soon he revealed his fiery form and prepared for battle. No zombie can handle a monster like this. That way the cleanup speeds up and Michael gets support. Goldie used up all his energy, and now he looks like a ground squirrel again. After his attack, a huge number of core crystals were left behind. All of this can restore the strength of the fire-breathing dog. That way, Goldie can evolve and become even more dangerous. Evolution takes some time and leaves him vulnerable to attacks. The zombies sensed his weakness and moved closer, so Goldie needs to be protected. Michael will not abandon his friend in trouble, because he will always come to help. In the future, Goldie will play a special role in his story. There will be more and more zombies, and then his support will become irreplaceable. That is why he has to take risks now to save his companion. Michael's energy is also running out, because he is still a living human being. His enemies can take advantage of that, because they always sense weakness. He killed most of the ordinary zombies, and only the awakened ones remain. If Michael wants to save his sister, then he cannot die today. At that moment, help arrived, the kind he never expected. Lorak could not leave the guy to be torn apart, so he sent the best of the best. Now they will fight together like a single machine. The course of the battle is shifting in humanity's favor, and now it is only a matter of time. Commander John left the shelter in a helicopter and took weapons from the warehouse with him. At first, Lorak thought it was a joke, but then he realized everything was serious. Now he has work to do too. Just like the awakened warriors, the zombie cleanup sped up because Michael is no longer working alone. While Goldie is evolving, the other warriors are showing their skills. Each of them has special talents, and now they can reveal them. They still have not fully understood their bodies, so now this battle becomes their training. Thanks to this fight, each of them will become stronger and more experienced. Michael understands that he has to set an example because he is the leader. His abilities are on another level, so he needs to lead the others forward. Before his energy runs out, he needs to cut down zombies like pigs. The warriors quickly followed this guy's example and began fighting more boldly. For each of them, this is their star moment, when they need to show their full potential. 15 minutes later, a helicopter appeared above the shelter. John is inside that helicopter, with the weapons he stole from the warehouse. Lorak contacted the general and ordered him to return immediately. Of course, John will not listen to anyone because he has always been selfish. Apparently, he wants to activate the weapon and destroy all the zombies. Along with that, Michael and his entire team will be killed. That way, John will fulfill his promise and receive Lorak's military authority. Soon he launched missiles at ordinary people who had done nothing wrong. They risked their lives to save the shelter, and now death is waiting for them. All of this happened right before General Lorak's eyes, even though he refused to believe it. It felt like a nightmare, because Michael had just been destroyed. The awakened refused to believe what had happened. Will Michael really die and never save his sister? John addressed the warriors and said that sacrifices are inevitable. He wants to command the battle and declares that dawn is almost here. Of course, everyone understands that he was the one who attacked Michael, and they cannot ignore that. Barbara stayed loyal to her friend and ordered the warriors not to believe John. Either way, they have no time for talking, because the zombies are advancing. The awakened monsters are still alive and craving blood. The warriors prepared for battle, but at that moment, the zombies dropped dead to the ground. They were killed by Michael, who still managed to survive the missile attack. After he learned that John had not touched his sister, he had been ready to forgive him. Now everything will change, and Michael will definitely rip the heart out of his chest. John ordered the warriors to kill Michael immediately, promising to pay any amount of money for it. Silence fell around them, and no one dared to carry out the order. John opened fire and tried to kill Michael with a machine gun. He did everything he could to stop this guy, but the helicopter had already been damaged. General Lorak did not interfere, because he stayed on the side of justice. Michael thanked Barbara for saving him, although she does not understand what he means. It turned out that thanks to the short pause, Michael had managed to hide behind 2 zombies. His strength helped him heal, and that is why he is still alive. This does not mean they can relax, because the battle is not over. Behind them is a massive shelter filled with ordinary people. They must save these people and revive the human race. That is why they have to challenge death and forget what fear is. Meanwhile, little Goldie's evolution came to an end. Soon we will see what this glorious little dog has turned into. Each warrior took on a separate duty. Some organized a protective barrier, while others supported Michael. Right now, they need to work like a real team, because that is the only way to make it out alive. At this difficult moment, the weapon failed its master. Michael was left without his sword, but not for long. Just a few seconds later, a new blade appeared in his hands thanks to Barbara. At this wonderful moment, Michael ran into new problems. Some underground creature started approaching the warriors. The monster sensed the power of evolution and decided to eat Goldie. Everyone around froze in anticipation and kept hoping for a miracle until the very end. The huge crocodile burst into furious flames like a fire-breathing dragon. At first, everyone thought the shelter would be destroyed. But then everything changed. The crocodile started struggling, as if its body were being torn apart. Soon wings appeared on its body, and a massive explosion followed. Goldie did not just evolve, he tore this Godzilla apart from the inside. It was hard to imagine a more spectacular entrance. Now this beast should be called Mr. Spectacular, but aside from being spectacular, he also needs to be effective. If they do not destroy the monsters, then all this beauty will be useless. So the Master and Goldie teamed up to fight the zombies once again. They will have to fight a mutant bull that wants to have some fun. Apparently this guy needs to be mounted and shown who is in charge. Goldie is not used to bowing down to anyone, so he accepts the challenge. He strangled this bull with his own hands and did not even feel tired. After that, he switched his attention to the remaining zombies. That way the warriors managed to completely clear the area. It can now be officially declared that humanity has won. Barbara believed in Michael from the very beginning, because he truly is special. After this battle, Goldie suddenly rose into the air and flew off in an unknown direction. Michael tried to stop him, but the beast would not listen. No one sensed the presence of zombies, no one except Goldie. When he finally landed, a silhouette appeared in front of him. It was a mutated bat, an E-class lord. All of her attacks contain powerful poison, so they need to be extremely careful. Lord-class zombies appeared far too early, because in the past, everything was different. The young hunter decided to show his potential. He took a few steps forward, but the zombie quickly destroyed him. She managed to kill him with a single strike. Now everyone around understood that they were very unlucky, and it was better not to rush in. Goldie also needs to rest, because he used up all of his strength. Michael wants to handle everything himself so no one gets hurt. He instantly closed the distance to his opponent, but she was not even scared. His strike was instantly blocked by some unknown force. The Lord-class zombie turned out to be too powerful. Michael felt weak, and his vision started to blur. Soon he saw the evolution tree again, the one that had given him power. In this situation, he needs to use devouring on his opponent's ability. It was not a bad idea, but the target turned out to be too strong. His skills are still not developed enough to easily defeat a zombie lord. He will have to fight and find unconventional ways forward. The zombie summoned bats to help her. These little creatures immediately started attacking all the soldiers in the area. A few bites are enough to turn the victim into a vegetable. That way, the zombie absorbs energy through the bats. Thanks to this, she quickly increases her combat power. Michael must stop this process immediately. They did not fight for so long just to hand victory over to this terrible creature. She is far too arrogant and deserves immediate punishment. Ability devouring was activated. All he needs is one accurate strike, and everything will end. After the attack, the bats stopped and no longer moved. But that was not enough because the zombie managed to react in time. Her defense was so strong that our hero's sword broke. He can only win if he throws away all doubt. Only by throwing everything away completely can we gain freedom. The evolution tree gave him resolve, and now he can even give up his own life. That is how an extraordinary power appeared in his hands. Now the zombie will understand that humans are still the rulers of planet Earth. There is only one master here, and his name is Michael. Thanks to his victory over the zombie lord, the evolution process accelerated. Michael reached a new level and found himself beyond consciousness. He was standing near a huge legendary tree. The soul of this tree appeared before him in all its glory. His mind had collapsed, and now he must evolve in order not to fail. The evolution tree wrapped him in its vines like a python around its prey. It turned out that the zombie lord was still alive and wanted a rematch. At that moment, incredible changes happened inside Michael. He returned to consciousness and felt terrifying power. He had never been this strong before, and it felt like Superman had taken over his body. The spectators could only watch everything with their mouths wide open. Thanks to magic, Barbara once again handed him a mana sword. As soon as he took it in his hand, he immediately prepared to attack. Now he is going to send the zombie lord to meet her maker. His wounds instantly healed, and green energy activated. He grabbed the zombie and began devouring all of her energy like a vampire. Everyone around felt an explosion of incredible aura and power. Even the people inside the shelter could feel that something strange was happening outside. Lorik and Thomas could only hope that all of this would end in their favor. The devouring ability was successfully used. Michael unlocked the vampirism ability, along with 500 evolution points. The shelter has been saved, and thanks to his contribution, humanity has been given another chance. Everyone around wanted to thank Michael for the victory, but he lost consciousness. The war hero woke up again in an unknown place. The first thing he saw was his little sister Linda. He promised that he would be able to save her, but his legs were chained in place. Linda asked him to become a little stronger, and promised to wait until they could meet again. He tried with all his strength to stop her, but she disappeared. Because of the rush of adrenaline in his blood, Michael finally came back to his senses. He found himself in the hospital, where he had been brought after the battle with the zombies. He decided to go meet the evolution tree. Right now, he still has too many questions that need answers. After the successful battle, he received several skills and also raised his level. Then he returned to real life and greeted the sunrise. Barbara saw that the hero had woken up and was the first to come congratulate him. Thanks to him, people still have hope, and now they call him a superhero. Michael is planning to leave this place because he must become stronger and save his sister. After meeting Barbara, he went to Lorik's office. The general was happy to see him and immediately made sure he was all right. Michael came to find out how the genetic medicine research was progressing. It turned out that the scientists were already preparing injections for people. After hearing these words, Michael said it was time for him to leave the shelter. He has to go search for his little sister. After the vaccine was created, people received a chance, and now they only need to use it. Even without his help, they will be able to distribute the vaccine and save humanity. Right now, Michael wants to go to a place that scares the general. This district has turned into a wasteland ever since the apocalypse began. No one has dared to go there, but Michael knows what he is doing. Before he left, the general decided to show the hero something interesting. The scientists had developed a special weapon for the local hero. Meanwhile, outside, the soldiers had already begun preparing. They are holding competitions to determine everyone's level. Since the vaccine is almost ready, they need to decide who should receive it first. There are defense teams, hunter teams, and super warrior teams. All of them are a priority for receiving the first vaccine doses. Only a true general could come up with a plan like that in such a short amount of time. As soon as the soldiers saw the god of war, they immediately started applauding. To them, he had become a hero in just one night. At the school, Michael finally met the scientist Alberto again. He showed him an item called Memory Effect Metal. It was made based on the armor of the heavenly god Luo. As soon as Michael touched the cube, it immediately began to deform. In just a few seconds, the cube turned into two sharp knives. It is hard to believe that their research has really reached such a high level. The cube can change its original form. Michael needs to pour his abilities into it and see what comes out. When the second layer of the ruins opens, he will receive a new weapon. But for now, he needs to fully master the cube and become skilled at using it. After Michael found out where Goldie was, he immediately set out to search for his sister. His beloved beast is with Maria, so everything is under control. The general still cannot believe Michael's skills. This guy destroyed 1,000 zombies yesterday, all by himself. He saved everyone in the shelter and did not even ask for help. There is no doubt that he will play an important role in the world in the future. Barbara met with Michael and asked to go with him. He thanked her for her help, but he did not want to risk her life. It was a little rude, but tough guys are always like that. They will meet again in the future, but right now, new trials are waiting for him. The deserted district of the city really is terrifying. There is a higher concentration of zombies and dangerous creatures there. That was the case until Michael came here and started clearing it out. Over the past week, the number of awakened zombies has increased. In his previous life, things did not develop this quickly, and that worries him. When he approaches the central zone, he feels an unpleasant reaction. Because of that, he cannot reach the center of the incident. Since the evolution tree is reacting this way, he absolutely has to check this place. He could not sense anything dangerous around him, but it was far too quiet. Silence is always suspicious, so it is better to arm yourself. When Michael went upstairs, he saw ordinary people there. They immediately became alert when they sensed danger. Apparently, they are a brother and sister who mistook Michael for a zombie. They are not planning to turn into those horrible monsters. That is why David will protect Lily until the very end. Michael immediately said that he was not a monster at all, and that they did not need to kill him. David was very surprised because he thought an ordinary zombie was standing in front of him. That is how the misunderstanding was quickly cleared up. The brother and sister bowed to Michael and apologized for their behavior. A few minutes later, Michael already knew their entire backstory. David's girlfriend was tortured and raped by a bandit and then fed to a monster. Now he only has his little sister left, and he has to protect her. Because of his weakness, he could not even get revenge, even though that is what he dreams about. After hearing this story, Michael became insanely furious. He said he would personally destroy those bastards, because they do not deserve to live. During their conversation, Michael noticed something strange. There is a plant on his companion's arm that absorbs human energy. Soon the seed will start attracting zombies, and David will be in danger. When the apocalypse began, the virus spread in different ways. Plants were also part of the problem and turned people into horrible monsters. Plant-type monsters with incredible abilities also appeared. To defeat monsters like that, they had to gather the best warriors. If he kills a monster like this, he can obtain a source of life force. In that case, Michael will definitely be able to enter the center of the deserted district. He told David that the plant could reveal his location. The zombies will find them quickly, so they need to run immediately. If they do not make it in time, they will have to destroy everyone who comes here. Soon Michael realized that he was standing next to the perfect bait. If they do not run, the zombies and the bandits will come here themselves. In that case, they will be able to figure out where the base is, and that is exactly what Michael needs. Soon everything went according to plan, and footsteps were heard on the stairs. A group of armed people appeared, and they called themselves bandits. Their main boss, a man named Khan, is not among them, but there are still other dangerous guys here. They immediately started bullying David in every possible way. These are the same guys responsible for the death of his girlfriend, the one they fed to a monster. Right now, he does not have the strength or ability to take revenge. Michael decided to surrender to the bandits because that is the only way to get into their lair. It was a pretty clever plan, but it required some acting. In the main office, Khan is constantly entertaining himself with girls and doing whatever he wants. Khan brings in guys and girls and forces them to watch everything that happens. It is hard to imagine behavior more disgusting than that. The guys lose their minds when they see the whole scene. Khan enjoys performances like this. It gives him at least a little joy during these difficult times. After that, he starts beating the guys and organizing torture. This cannot continue forever, because every sin eventually brings punishment. That punishment may be Michael, who came here to take revenge. He knows about the bandits' horrible actions and considers him worse than a zombie. First, he freed the girl and put a jacket on her. Khan immediately called his guards and ordered them to kill this guy. He does not understand that his guards can no longer help him because the moment of payback has arrived. At that moment, Jordan started shouting after recognizing Michael. It turned out that in the lower grades, Michael had been bullied because he had no parents. Jordan was the very guy who protected him back then. Khan interrupted their friendly conversation and prepared for battle. He is the plant-type monster we talked about earlier. Monsters like this are very strong and have unlimited potential. Michael has never faced anything like this before, but that does not mean he is not ready. In the very first seconds, he began destroying his opponent. His new weapon from Alberto worked perfectly. Khan realized that today was not his day and started begging for mercy. Apparently, he forgot that vengeance always comes for criminals. There are plenty of people here who want to make him suffer. These guys have been through a lot, and now they are merciless. Their bodies began to awaken, even though 5 minutes ago they were ordinary people. That means abilities can reveal themselves in a crisis. In that case, Khan is about to suffer and die a horrible death. Apparently, Khan decided not to give up and chose to fight until the very end. He is not as weak as he may seem at first glance. Even with the numerical advantage, he will be difficult to defeat. Michael realized that he needed to step in because the guys were in serious trouble. That decision came too late because Jordan had already failed. He was too aggressive and brave, but he forgot about strategy. If green energy is sent in time, he can still be saved. At that moment, Michael's body suddenly became heavy. He guessed that Jordan was affecting him this way. Apparently, he activated a gravity skill and revealed his ability. Even Khan could not understand what was happening, and he started losing his grip. His victim disappeared into the shadows, as if he had evaporated. This skill is called Shadow Rift, and it is only available to the awakened. The body turns into a shadow and can change into any form. Jordan will not kill Khan right away, because that would be stupid. It is much better to cut him up piece by piece and make this guy suffer. It has to be admitted, this was a brutal sight. But the bandit deserved that fate. He treated women horribly, and now he must face punishment. Michael did not interfere, because he felt that justice had been served. In the end, Khan still managed to do something nasty. He poisoned his killer, and now Jordan needs to be saved immediately. Everyone involved in this battle must get out of here right away. Only Michael has to stay here to completely get rid of the monster. The thing is, the plant is still alive, even after the death of its host. Jordan has known Michael since the lower grades, and he is very surprised by how much he has changed. Back then, he was a small and timid guy, but now he is a real superhero. He has turned into a mature man who knows exactly what he wants. Right now, Michael is going to fight the true form of the plant monster. Khan was only the warm-up, and the real trial begins now. In that case, he will need Goldie's help because the opponent is too strong. The plant mutated, raising its rank and abilities. The plant can even talk, and it admits that Michael is a strong opponent. The puppet was killed, but the monster is still insanely powerful. Michael and Goldie must challenge it together and show their full potential. Then something interesting happened. When Goldie began his attack, the plant spoke to him and offered cooperation. Goldie should abandon the human and join the monster. Goldie immediately refused and said he does not work with freaks. Meanwhile, Michael entered the monster's inner world. He urgently needs to find the core in order to kill the plant. At first, he thought there were survivors inside, begging to be rescued. Only after getting closer did he realize they were monsters. There are countless numbers of them around, and all of them are aggressive. All of them are being controlled by the monster's inner core. It copied people's appearances and voices to create these horrible creatures. When it gets bored, it uses them for entertainment. Michael sees nothing entertaining about this, because for him it is just regular work. He has no time for games because he needs to kill the monster. The problems began when he heard a familiar voice. A girl appeared, called him her brother, and asked him to save her. The monster copied Linda and mocked the human. It does not understand that this only made Michael even angrier. The devouring ability activated automatically. He began destroying absolutely everything that came within reach. Soon he found a small core at the center of the monster. The devouring ability was supposed to destroy the core. Only at the last moment did the evolution tree interfere. It began absorbing the core faster than Michael could. He immediately dove deep into his consciousness to understand what was happening. The evolution tree explained that a purer energy source had been found inside the plant. This will help the tree develop and evolve faster. Everyone around him is evolving, and Michael does not want to fall behind either. The tree promised Michael incredible power if he trusted it. That is how the plant core was completely absorbed. The people outside saw that the monster no longer showed any signs of life. Beneath the core was a source of life force, and this will save Jordan. David took Goldie with him and went to look for Michael. They decided to bathe Goldie and Jordan in this pool immediately. They should feel better right away. The poison will fade, and their wounds will heal. For those who have just awakened, this is a good chance to become stronger. So David also climbed into the pool and enjoyed the warm energy. Not long ago, Michael received an ability contract. Now, in exchange for evolution points, he receives active skills. One of those skills is the high-rank Shadow Restraint. Goldie must stay behind and protect the guys while Michael is gone. Now he will go search for new ability fragments so he can become stronger. He needs to clear out the nearby zombies and get familiar with Shadow Restraint. Evolution points were coming in every few seconds. Soon, the new technique was tested to its full extent. His rift combined with devouring creates amazing synergy. Michael sensed a strange aura that did not belong to a zombie. It caught his attention, so he decided to go searching for it. Here you can find large zombies and a little girl controlling them. This princess is named Olivia, and she has just seen Michael for the first time. The source of this strange aura was coming from this exact place. Olivia ordered her slave to destroy the human immediately. Michael easily destroyed her zombie with just one strike. She was surprised that he had gotten so close unnoticed, because there were many traps around. Apparently, Olivia can control zombies, and that is a special talent. Only now did he realize that the girl in front of him was an S-rank warrior. She is also known as the Black Queen, whom Michael learned about in his previous life. She was the first person infected by the virus, but Olivia did not lose consciousness. She is a zombie with a human mind, and because of that, people were divided. Some wanted her dead, while others believed she was one of them. In the end, the Black Queen became a loner, even though she had always wanted to find friends. Right now, she is still very small, and does not look like a demon at all. She had already been invited to join a special clan, and that may interest Michael. The people who offered her cooperation may be involved in his sister's kidnapping. Soon she told him exactly who had offered her cooperation. The conversation quickly ended because a storm is approaching. A huge hungry beast is nearby, and it has come out to hunt. They need to get out of here immediately, or everything will end badly. At that moment, the ground split apart and a monster appeared. Michael ordered the Black Queen to hold on to him tightly. Right now, she still does not look like a queen, but great achievements are waiting for her in the future. With his lightning-fast attack, Michael stopped the monster. That way, he demonstrated his strength, and Olivia began to respect him. Then he told her that he had destroyed the huge flower in the center of the district. Together with Olivia and Goldie, Michael returned to his friends. He explained to them that she could be useful, and from now on she would be part of the team. The guys had already recovered their strength and energy, and they felt great. The situation has changed, so now they need to plan their next moves immediately. There are 2 unknown forces, which means staying here is very dangerous. The guy should return to the shelter and wait for him there. Goldie will help them reach a safe place. There is information about Linda in the center of the district, so Michael will stay here. He has to find out who is behind his sister's kidnapping. That is how they split up in different directions, planning to meet again later. The Black Queen stayed with her new friend. Thanks to the shadow technique, they will be able to sneak into the center unnoticed. A lot of unknown things may be happening there, so they need to be ready. Michael distributed all his evolution points and felt a surge of energy. Soon they headed to the center of the deserted district, where it is extremely dangerous. Here we can see a team of talented warriors. They have been searching for the ruins for several days in a row, but they still have not found anything. There is a large space below, and most likely this is exactly what they were looking for. One of the team members began using dark methods. Thanks to his skills, he created a huge hole and opened a path into the dungeon. Meanwhile, a portal formed on one of the streets. Michael and Olivia appeared right next to a huge zombie ape. He saw that the explorers had found the ancient ruins. Most likely they have the same goal, so they need to hurry. Inside this ancient dungeon, there is a powerful aura that attracted Michael. Together with the Black Queen, he went down and found himself inside the dungeon. There are 2 paths here, and the previous team went to the right. Michael decided to go the other way, because he does not need conflict right now. When a warrior thinks he does not need conflict, everything always turns out the opposite. The knights activated when they sensed a threat. They detected an intruder and began attacking him. Michael was ready for any surprise, because he has the Shadow Rift skill. Soon the area was cleared, and it only took a few minutes. He needs to understand exactly how the knights came to life during the battle. Most likely they were active because of an internal core. As soon as Michael prepared to continue forward, a new obstacle appeared. An E-rank combat puppet is ready to fight right now. Shadow Rift is perfect for battles like this. Even though Michael received this skill very recently, he has already managed to master it. Now he controls the shadow expertly and attacks from different angles. This helps him constantly catch his opponents off guard. Combined with martial arts, it is a hellish mix. Sometimes this guy creates a real visual masterpiece. Only he can bully monsters this beautifully. A completely different crystal was found inside the large puppet. Michael gave the crystal to Olivia and then picked up a stone plate. First, he needs to put the puzzle together, and only then will he see the full picture. But as soon as he picked up the plate, the ground started moving. A staircase appeared in the floor, apparently a secret passage. The guiding stone plate should lead them in the right direction. They need to go down, even despite the traps. As soon as they took a few steps down the stairs, they immediately ran into a threat. Olivia should stay behind, because she is still too small to fight. In the future, she will become the Black Queen, but right now, she is better off avoiding the spider. At first, it looked like there was only one monster ahead, but then reinforcements arrived. They cannot handle this without the sword and the shadow play skill. The main thing is to kill the boss, and then all the other spiders will retreat. Thanks to the ruins, Michael will be able to increase his combat power. That is exactly why getting deeper into the dungeon is so important to him. To do that, he needs to be ruthless. Special abilities plus combat power are always the best medicine against monsters. The spider was defeated because Michael understood its weak points. Inside this spider was an intelligence crystal. It allows intelligence to be used twice as effectively. As soon as Olivia touched the crystal, she immediately felt the effect. They also obtained a second plate that can be connected to the first piece. The puzzle is starting to come together, and that gives them a lot. A map of the ruins opened, showing both rewards and dangers. At that moment, Olivia noticed that the spider started moving. It fell somewhere below, and that may be a clue. The path to the lower floor was opened, so now all that remains is to go down. Meanwhile, Michael and Olivia are not the only ones searching for ancient artifacts. Divine items interest many travelers. Very often, battles begin inside dungeons for the sake of obtaining a special item. The explorers reach the central palace of the dungeon. In places like this, you can often find a monster boss, so they need to be careful. Inside the crystal coffin lies an unknown girl. She is sealed and bound in chains, but no one knows why. The team boss had sensed for a long time that someone was watching them. The shadow rats no longer need to hide their presence. They probably did not come here just to introduce themselves. For betraying the true god, all guests must be punished. Looks like an action-packed blockbuster is waiting for us. It is unknown who will win, but there is no doubt things are about to get intense. Meanwhile, the other travelers reached the third floor. Michael felt a terrifying aura that made his heart clench. The evolution tree's reaction is very strong, so apparently a powerful energy source is ahead. It may be a high-class plant, but absorbing it will be difficult. First, it is better to avoid a fight and carefully seize the plant's core. That way, Michael will get the chance to evolve 100%. Even though he wanted to do this without fighting, that will not work. To obtain something valuable, you have to pass a difficult trial. In the first few minutes, Michael masterfully defended himself from the attacks. It was not easy for him because his opponent was dozens of times larger than him. In situations like this, the main thing is to stay mobile and move quickly. Thanks to the plant core, he now has new skills. Using vines can help bind a large monster. Right now, Michael is already level 8, and he is incredibly strong. It is hard to even imagine what he will be like in the future. The opponent was quickly destroyed, and Michael's main body came outside. This was done so he could absorb the monster's inner core. Now the tree has fully evolved and taken on a form. It has to be admitted that this girl is incredibly beautiful. Now Michael can evolve too, and it is time to take a step forward. The number of active skills automatically increases. Now Michael wants to learn about his rebirth and why he was chosen specifically. Right now, the goddess cannot answer all of his questions. Her memories are somehow connected to Michael's evolution. She cannot stay outside for long, so she returns to the system. At that moment, a huge explosion happened, and new participants appeared. Apparently, the team from the previous floor has already ended up here. Their leader, Daniel, brought the Black Shadows with him. Olivia has already met the Black Ninjas, but she is seeing Daniel for the first time. The ninjas demanded that they immediately hand over the broken arm made of divine stone. They had already badly wounded the travelers and made them feel afraid. But these guys are ready for the second round of the fight. Michael guessed that they were fighting over treasure. They asked him for help, but Michael does not seem very interested in that. The shadows are sure they will clear the entire floor, no matter how many opponents stand in front of them. Michael realized that the ninjas are very similar to advanced zombies. They have a familiar aura, which means they have to die. He will have to team up with the travelers and fight against these hellish creatures. The zombies are acting way too arrogantly. If they are that confident, then they need to prove their skills with real actions. Daniel is also awakened and knows how to use skills. His flames can help because zombies hate heat. Now it is Michael's turn, and he also has to take care of the dirty work. The travelers thought he was too weak. Now they will clearly change their minds and start respecting him. Michael killed a D-rank zombie and immediately received 600 evolution points. No one could understand why an ordinary human had such a divine aura. Now they will fight him seriously and stop giving him any advantage. Michael has already fought fat little pigs in the past, and now history is repeating itself. This nugget lover is truly dangerous. If no one wants to get hurt, they need to retreat quickly. Only the most trusted warriors should stay behind. They will have to fight not only the boar, but also his companion. If Michael were alone, it would be extremely difficult. But right now he is with Daniel, and that opens up a lot of possibilities. Cooperation with the Awakened is always helpful in a difficult situation. For now, they cannot defeat the zombie. Fire does not work because they use ice energy. Let us see what happens when Michael has his say. He is not planning to roast anyone because this will be a completely different approach. The strike turned out to be extremely powerful and immediately killed the monster. That does not mean they can relax, because there are still many opponents left. They cannot do this without Daniel's full support. Only teamwork can lead to phenomenal results. Soon, that is exactly what happened, and the zombie was defeated. Apparently, a new friendship was born right before our eyes. The people in black cloaks belong to the Catastrophe Organization. Their location is impossible to determine. In the past, Michael had never heard of clans like this. They constantly capture zombies, and that is all anyone knows. Daniel and his team are mercenaries who are only carrying out an assignment. On the 5th floor, they obtained the broken arm made of divine stone. Michael defeated Catastrophe, which means the trophy should belong to him. He thanked the guys for their support but refused the gift. In return, he showed them a photo of his sister and asked for help. Daniel will do everything possible to help find Linda. For him, this is a matter of honor, because Michael saved their lives. Right now, they will go get treatment, and then they will unite for a shared mission. That was the only correct decision. It is already clear that cooperating with Michael can be useful. This guy is incredibly strong, and it is always nice to make friends like that. Now it is time to continue exploring the area. With the help of the crystal, the Black Queen can become stronger. It is time for her to take a step forward in evolution and start helping in battles. They went down one more floor of the dungeon. Here they were met by mid-rank puppets. A good opportunity to test the new fire ability. As you have probably already guessed, Michael receives the abilities of his friends. All he has to do is befriend a companion and shake their hand, and he masters a new technique. Flame will perfectly complement his shadow and absorption skills. In the very first seconds, it became clear that this was a major step forward. After the battle, it turned out that the red crystal had disappeared. It seems the absorption technique works for all awakened people. Olivia only has to want it, and she also gains the ability to absorb energy. This girl does not kill zombies, she captures them. That is why her method of evolution is a little different from Michael's. First, she needs to kill the zombie, then extract and absorb the crystal. Now they need to continue fighting, even though it will be very difficult. Step by step, the little queen began to evolve. Her rank is rising, and she feels insanely happy. The path to the 5th floor of the dungeon opened for them. Daniel's mercenaries were already here, and now Michael has arrived too. There is no one inside the crystal coffin anymore, even though there used to be a girl there. Apparently, she was the guardian of the treasures and artifacts. In moments like this, monsters always appear unexpectedly. Only Michael was ready for an attack like that. He had studied zombie tricks a long time ago, and now he can easily predict their moves. They fight like children, and aside from strength, they have absolutely nothing. Only intelligence allows warriors to reach a new level. That is exactly why Michael will always be one step ahead of the zombies. He absorbed her skills and power, and changes happened on the floor. A glowing stone star appeared in the wall. This star quickly turned into a double triangle. A space opened behind the wall, forming the entrance to the lower floor. Olivia has already become stronger, so soon she will be able to fight zombies. She has become friends with Michael, and he is ready to give her a chance to prove herself. It has to be the right opponent, because these monsters are too strong. That is why Michael is fighting on his own right now. When he is sure the opponent is suitable, he will give her a chance to show what she can do. Right now, he has to be the protector and prepare for battle immediately. The cleanup continued for several hours straight and finally came to an end. Using different skills is very exhausting, but the result is always worth it. Huge gates opened, and large owls appeared inside. Apparently these are mutant owls, and they were not expecting guests. Olivia does not want to hide behind someone's back forever, because she wants to help. Her evolution has reached a new level, so it is time to fight. Now she can control the owls and make them crash into each other. Now she has to take control of the strongest owls and seize their minds. The most interesting thing is that an incredible aura can come from a small owl. This points to great growth potential and future progress. If she fully enters its consciousness, she can awaken its power. That way the monster will turn into a dangerous creature and help win the battle. Now this little bird has become a loyal helper. The owl can activate the absolute wind tornado skill. That way they became best friends, just like Michael and Goldie. Finding a new companion is always nice, but now is not the time to relax. A huge owl boss is approaching and her skill is size increase. The boss started attacking the little owl and almost destroyed it. Michael realized that he had to step in and show his strength. The Black Queen also does not want to stand aside. When she first entered Little Bugu's mind, she felt that he was not confident in himself. He was often mocked, and his potential was underestimated. He stopped trusting others, just like Olivia herself. But now their friendship can help both of them become stronger. This is a mutually beneficial alliance that will help them progress. As soon as Bugu felt trust, he immediately gained confidence. The owls had never seen him look this dangerous before. That is how the little owl managed to seriously wound the huge boar. Bugu activated Absolute Wind Tornado. If this technique is developed, it can become a serious power. Now even Michael realized that the little owl had superpower potential. Bagu managed to defeat the huge boss all by himself. Olivia had not felt such joy and happiness in a long time. Thanks to the victory, the little monster was also able to evolve. Now it is time to get out of here, because this room is too dangerous. First, Michael needs to use Shadow Rift to see what is ahead. Michael saw a team of zombies that could be destroyed from a distance. Everything was under control at the shelter. The soldiers were constantly training and trying to become stronger. People from another shelter came to compare their soldiers' strength. Their leader is a warrior named Leon, who is eager to fight the strongest opponent. He asked them to call the god of war for him, but Michael is not there. Right now, he is still clearing the dungeons of the ancient ruins. On the new floor, he will have to face a giant snake. During all this time, he has gained more than 90,000 evolution points. To be safe, it is better to upgrade his skills right now. That way, he will be able to challenge this villain. Now opponents like this actually make him excited. They have already gone very far and are getting closer to the answer. Michael asked Olivia to wait for him outside so she would not be at risk. Even though she has already evolved, she is still not ready for major battles. At first, our hero planned to study his opponent. He barely moved and almost said goodbye to his life. Only at the last moment did he dodge and move behind the snake. This is an excellent technique because a snake has no arms to control everything around it. But on the other hand, the monster can spit poison. That makes it even more dangerous and forces him to use Shadow Rift. After landing the right strike, all that remains is to drain every last drop from it. Even though it was difficult, victory always gives confidence. Olivia was happy to see that everything ended well. Michael brought her a small gift that could help her. As soon as Olivia touched the badge, reality immediately changed. The badge activates spatial movement. This skill is useful in a critical moment during a battle with a strong opponent. Shadow Rift allows movement in the real world, but this badge works differently. The badge opens a virtual portal and saves its owner that way. They decided to go back upstairs and get something to eat. They can head to the nearest supermarket, as long as they do not run into zombies. Olivia needs to find tasty food in the supermarket. Meanwhile, Michael will look around and protect her from danger. He wants to keep killing zombies in the area to gather evolution points. Meanwhile, there are still many uninfected people in the city. They are fighting for resources with the last of their strength and forgetting about their conscience. When a child is crying in your arms, you are ready to forget the law and commit crimes. This can be dangerous because zombies are everywhere. It is hard to describe what happened next, but you can already see everything perfectly. A young father almost died right in front of his family. Just when it seemed everything was over, something special happened. Michael saw what was happening and came to help. He destroyed a huge zombie and saved the young family from death. His name is Charles, and they had already met earlier, a few hours before the catastrophe. The man thanked his savior because otherwise his wife and child would have been left unprotected. All of this is wonderful, of course, but their actions attracted unwanted attention. In just a few seconds, an army of zombies formed around them. Michael asked the family to calm down and promised to handle everything quickly. That way, he received a lot of evolution points, while Olivia was enjoying life in the meantime. She had just eaten several packs of sweets and drunk a liter of Coca-Cola. Now she has to feed all the new friends Michael brought with him. Now Michael can focus on evolution with peace of mind. For that, he entered the internal system. The transition can only happen after reaching a certain number of points. His levels are rising now, and the goddess of evolution welcomes the hero. Right now, she has no leads regarding Michael's sister. The world has changed, and this is no longer the same past he once lived through. Michael was forced to get distracted because a guest came to him. Terrible events had recently happened at the shelter. As mentioned earlier, Leon and his fighters had arrived there. They beat up all the soldiers around, and Jordan decided to challenge them. He and David had recently joined the shelter and had already made friends there. Thanks to his shadow skill, Jordan planned to defeat Leon. It was not a bad idea, but his opponent turned out to be too fast. He quickly adapted to Jordan and seized the initiative. Barbara could not believe that absolutely all the warriors had lost to Leon. He is hungry for a battle with the god of war, about whom he has heard a lot. Barbara decided to step in and reminded him that she is awakened too. He warned her that he was not planning to go easy on a girl. Soon they were already in the ring, and all that remained was to start the fight. Michael heard everything that happened next and immediately rushed back. Thanks to Goldie, the road did not take much time. Barbara had been seriously beaten, and it has to be admitted that she had no chance. This powerhouse dealt with her easily and did not even break a sweat. She still has not given up, so he wants to deliver the final blow. Something terrible would have happened if he had not appeared. Michael arrived just in time and immediately made Leon suffer. This guy wanted to meet the god of war, and now he has that opportunity. Barbara can rest a little, because Michael will handle all the dirty work. These people want to swallow up the entire shelter, and they will stop at nothing. So Michael has to be more careful and show everything he is capable of. After his latest evolution, he should not have any problems. Leon hurt too many of his friends. When something like that happens, a person signs their own death sentence. Leon has never looked this helpless before. Meanwhile, a serious conversation was taking place in the general's office. Commander Jerry demands that the shelter be handed over to his control immediately. A merger could make both sides stronger, but the general refuses to make a decision. He wants to wait for the god of war and consult with him. At that moment, a loud sound came from the hallway. The doors opened, and an angry Michael walked inside. He was clearly not in the mood, and it was written all over his face. He ordered Captain Jerry to leave the territory immediately. The captain got angry and promised that they would regret this decision. Nevertheless, just a few seconds later he left the room. Now it is time to talk about what has happened recently. Michael asked for a screenshot of the girl who kidnapped his sister. After receiving the photos, he will leave immediately and go search for her. He will also pass along the location of a zombie cluster so the soldiers can train. After the conversation, they went to the second floor of the ancient ruins. As promised, Michael can take the treasure for himself. He has done a lot for the shelter, so he has earned that right. Inside, he did not sense any danger. This place may serve as the key to solving the mystery of the ancient ruins. The evolution tree told him to take the trial token. That way he can compete endlessly in the trial tower and become stronger. He chose that exact item as his reward and ignored everything else. The trial token immediately teleported him to another place. This place is known as the Trial Tower. He was greeted by a guide named Tata. The Trial Tower is a place where everyone can raise their level. The higher the floor, the higher the difficulty, but the rewards also increase. Michael decided not to listen to her entire long and boring explanation. It is easier to experience the difficulties himself and head to the first floor. Here he will face beginner rank monsters. These dogs are somewhat similar to zombies, and Michael already has experience with battles like this. Meanwhile, Albert began to worry, because more than half an hour had already passed. Soon Michael returned and said that there was no danger inside. He allowed them to go inside and inspect everything for themselves. He thanked the general for the treasure because he is pleasant to deal with. Lorak had also already brought the photo of the kidnapper. Now Michael will head to the city of Zion to find traces of his sister. First he went to the little black queen's room. Apparently he decided to take her with him because everything is more fun together. Apparently this time Barbara will not let him go alone. Michael did not want to take her with him, but the girls were too persistent. Apparently they had already become friends and now they are working together with Michael. Alongside these events, the God of War did not forget to clear trials in the tower. This is a perfect opportunity to raise his level and improve his skills. He climbed the tower easily without facing any difficulties. The first floors were too simple, but things became more interesting later. He will have to use his true strength, because now he is fighting the big guys. Michael has experience with battles like this, but everything is different in the tower. It feels like the monsters here are much faster and stronger. Still, even that is not enough to stop our killer. Tata will have to accept that a new champion has appeared in the tower. After his nightly adventures in the tower, Michael returned to the real world. They have almost reached the city of Zion, but they need to be ready for anything. They do not know what is happening in the city, so they have to be careful. Michael went out to scout, while the girls stayed at home. Thanks to his shadow skill, he moves through space quickly. Here he found a lively bar where there are customers even at night. Inside he found two people, his friend Daniel and the bartender. They rarely meet guests, but tonight is a special night. The bar is used as a base, and warriors come here to get some rest. Maybe they can help identify the girl in the photo. The bartender was surprised when she saw the photo, but she did not say a word. Daniel, on the other hand, became interested and said he had seen her somewhere before. He is ready to confirm this person's identity, but only after completing his mission. If Michael helps him, then they will immediately identify the girl in the photo. Of course, the God of War agreed, because this is a chance to find his sister. Michael has to investigate the catastrophe organization, and then Daniel will help him. Daniel is not completely sure about his theory, but he hopes to help Michael. Most likely, Skynet is behind this, but that is only a guess. Daniel's past was not exactly pleasant. He and his friends had to search for food in trash cans. They teamed up, and from that moment on, they started working together. That is exactly how the mercenary team was born. It is nice to look back on that now, but very little has actually changed. Soon Daniel headed to the guild headquarters. This is where he and his mercenaries receive new assignments. When he received the documents, he saw familiar faces. It was hard not to recognize Olivia, who had fought alongside Michael. He also learned that their boss had found 9 targets, but one was missing from the list. This target belongs to S rank, and headquarters plans to take her in. There is no doubt that this target is Michael's sister, Linda. Meanwhile, he went to carry out the assigned mission. He has to find information about the catastrophe organization. If he handles it quickly, he can return home before sunrise. Michael found zombies that were chained up. He needs to quickly clear this place and keep digging for information. This could become a problem, because a mysterious figure has appeared here. This is one of the demons of catastrophe, and she loves playing with cute boys. She can hardly expect her appearance to scare our hero. The God of War fears no one, and is ready to fight right now. Meanwhile, Daniel decided to go down into the local prison. He figured out what was happening and understood who could be found here. That is how he met Linda, who is still alive. Linda immediately said that she would not join the mercenaries. Daniel explained that he did not come here to convince her to join the guild. He said he came here for a reason, because he knows Michael. Linda was being forced to work for Skynet, but she refused, so they keep beating her. Right now, her body is weakened, so they need to get out of here immediately. Daniel promised to call Michael here right away and rescue Linda. At the same time, the leadership approved the use of puppet medicine. These drugs will be used on Linda because she is too stubborn. She could die at any moment because the medicine has not been tested. It became clear that Linda could not be left alone with these freaks. So Daniel decided to step in right here and now. He killed the guards and scientists and freed the girl. Soon everyone in the building learned that an escape had happened. Kira tried to understand who had freed target number 0. Soon she was told that Daniel had kidnapped the girl. Paul asked for the chance to capture the intruders. The main thing is that he must not kill anyone because this guy knows no limits. Daniel and Linda hid in the ventilation shafts. They are trying to stay unnoticed because people are searching for them everywhere. It seemed like just a little more and they would be free. But that was not the case. Paul dropped the girls off and immediately took action. His power goes beyond ordinary human understanding. This brute is used to destroying everything around him. He loves underestimating his victims, and sooner or later that was bound to become a problem for him. Daniel is not going to surrender without a fight, because he wants to save himself and Linda. His attack only made the soldier even angrier. Now he has turned into a giant bear, which is even more dangerous. Surviving this battle will be difficult, but Daniel is ready to take the risk. He is no longer a small and weak boy, but a true awakened warrior. This gives him the ability to defend against any attack. But at the same time, we cannot forget how strong his opponent is. Any clean hit from a monster like that could make a person cough up their organs. This battle will continue for exactly as long as it takes to win. Daniel blew apart all his clothes and revealed his bare torso. They pushed him to the limit, and now he is ready to activate Furious Flame. Right now, this giant bear could turn into a piece of coal. If Paul's defense cannot hold, then nothing will remain of his form. All this time, someone had been watching the battle, and now the Sword King will go hunting. As soon as the bear was defeated, Linda immediately helped Daniel. She can also be useful thanks to her special skills. Now they need to run from here immediately, before new opponents appear. They ran into trouble ahead, but they can still try to break through. Daniel wanted to use force, but he was too careless. A hellish sword pierced his body without any warning. Apparently that very Sword King has entered the scene. They betrayed Skynet, so they must die immediately. This warrior belongs to a high rank, and no one knows how to defeat him. He is too fast and smart to be treated casually. Daniel had never felt pain like this before, and it was like torture. Linda tried with all her strength to help, and did everything she could. Her skills are truly mesmerizing, and Michael will be pleased. He always thought his sister was weak and defenseless, but that is no longer true. The only problem is that he is not here right now, and she needs help. The Sword King gave them one last chance to join Skynet. Linda refused, so he began taking revenge. Fire wrapped around everything, and that can only mean one thing. Daniel is still alive. Somehow he survived the attack and restored his health. Now he has the strength to deliver one more crushing blow. It feels like he just evolved. With Linda's help, they will be able to resist. She understands that she cannot escape and leave Daniel in trouble, so she will fight beside him until death. All this time, Michael was very close by. He did not even realize that his sister was in serious trouble. Things are insanely hot at the guild headquarters today. Daniel fought with the last of his strength, but even that was not enough. Without Linda's support, he will not get out of here alive. Only teamwork can allow them to win. As soon as they had a chance, they immediately escaped. The guards tried to stop them, but they managed to break through. If Daniel had not been wounded, they would already be outside. But because they were slowed down, the Sword King caught up with them. This time, he wants to end everything once and for all. Linda was ready to die, but Daniel covered her with his own body. Daniel cannot run away, and he apologizes for how things turned out. She has to stay calm because her brother will come soon. He tried with the last of his strength to hold back the enemy so Linda could escape. At that moment, an explosion happened, and shadow energy appeared. Just a few seconds later, Michael appeared and shielded his friends with his own body. First, let us go back 40 minutes. To the same building. Daniel and Linda were trying to escape when they ran into someone. It was Kira who started yelling at Daniel and calling him insane. He is trying to steal someone from headquarters, and that is a serious crime. She was ready to help him avoid punishment, but he refused. A little girl is being kept locked up and tortured, and you cannot turn a blind eye to something like that. Skynet has already recruited 9 people with high-rank abilities. Almost all of them have gone on a mission, but the Sword King is still here. Even if they fight, there is still no chance of victory. Daniel said there is always a way out, but he needs help. She must contact Michael and call him here immediately. Only this guy can stop the Sword King. Even though he is only D rank, he is already incredibly strong. The Sword King immediately felt that on his own body. Even Linda could not believe her brother was this strong. She suffered a lot, but now this young girl has been saved. Daniel can still be saved because his heart is beating. They do not have much time because the Sword King is not used to giving up. He wants revenge and wants to show everyone who is in charge. Apparently this guy thinks way too highly of himself. Now he needs to understand that he is no longer the greatest power in this building. Michael began using a clone so he would not get distracted. He has to save Daniel and defeat the Sword King at the same time. Soon Daniel felt better and regained consciousness. That means Michael can handle all the dirty work himself. His copy was destroyed, but the original is always stronger than a fake. The Sword King considered himself special and the strongest. He lived in a bubble, and now he has to face reality. Daniel's condition keeps getting worse. Linda is trying to help him, but her strength is clearly not enough. Her brother continues the battle, and all they can do is hope for a quick victory. The Sword King keeps resisting until the very end and refuses to give up. He is one of the 9 special warriors, but Michael has already surpassed that level. He uses his friend's skills, including Daniel's skill. Firepower has always been considered one of the most dangerous techniques. It is dangerous for both the owner and the opponent. The Sword King was defeated after a long battle. It seemed like everything was over, but that was not entirely true. The system started screaming and ordering him to leave this place immediately. Apparently, a monster of a completely different caliber had appeared here. Soon Daniel was taken to the nearest safe place. There, his friends met him and were shocked by his condition. Kira was also among them, and she blamed herself for what happened. Michael is not going to look for someone to blame here, because saving Daniel is more important right now. Linda used her skills to slow his injury, but that will not last long. Everyone around tried to push Michael toward immediate revenge. He asked them to calm down and tell him everything they knew about Skynet. That way, he gained access to the data on the high-rank warriors. There are many people on the list whom he does not know at all. Right now, all of them are working for Skynet and carrying out criminal orders. There is little information about the Catastrophe clan, so Kira cannot say anything. In a completely different place, alongside these events, an important conversation is taking place. One of the demons of Catastrophe complained that she had been beaten up by an ordinary boy. It was hard to believe because humans are considered a weak species. In reality, this is not the first victim of this guy, so he really is dangerous. They cannot allow him to keep growing and killing the demons of Catastrophe. Their boss Azog ordered her to shut up immediately and remember her duty. Right now their main goal is to find the key. They have to remove the seal from the king and free him from prison. One of the senior demons will go on this mission and help solve every problem. Meanwhile, Michael stayed beside his sister and promised to always protect her. Let us return to Barbara and Olivia, because they are still alone. Michael left them by themselves and promised to return soon. That is exactly what happened, because soon they finally reunited. The girls met each other and talked about everything that had happened. Michael asked Linda to go to sleep, while he decided to analyze the system. He needs to spend evolution points and become a little stronger. He also plans to learn information about Skynet. The goddess appeared and she was the one who ordered him to retreat during the battle. Apparently his opponent had an unbelievable aura. There is something strange about this organization, so he needs to level up immediately. In the future, only progress can protect Michael from danger. Daniel needs the life energy of zombies. They need to head east, because that is where the monster is right now. Plant energy can be felt there, and it will help save Daniel. Barbara and Linda were still awake, so they decided to talk for a while. Linda wanted to know how exactly Barbara had met her brother. That is how she learned everything that had happened in the past. All those rescues, legendary battles, and other interesting details. Michael opened up to her in a completely different light, but she can no longer make him risk his life. It is time to increase her strength and help him with this difficult task. In the morning, he brought them breakfast and some clothes for his sister. Now they need to go to the meeting at the bar and then find the monster with strong energy. That way he can become stronger and also save Daniel. They also cannot forget that Linda needs progress and her brother's help. They went to the bar and met Kira. The girl learned that their friend could be saved, and soon this issue would be resolved. Michael will go search for the monster, while Kira must protect the wounded warrior. They decided to head east and listen to the goddess. There is a large cluster of monsters here, exactly what they need. Linda is going to become stronger so she can help her brother. It is time to reach a new level and stop being afraid. It has to be admitted that this girl already has destructive power. She destroyed a zombie horde by herself and raised her level. Soon the zombies were cleared out, and now they can head to the next city. They have not been here before, so they need to be careful. Michael immediately sensed the scent of a plant aura. That means the goal of their little trip is already very close. Plant monsters like this love luring living creatures toward them. They use their scent to set traps, then eat everyone who comes. If he kills a plant zombie, he can immediately become stronger. It will also help restore Daniel's health. They decided to take the risk and head inside the cave. Everything around them is completely silent, and that is always unsettling. In moments like this, you always have to expect something horrible. That is a classic horror rule, and the same thing happened here. Michael immediately drew his weapon and prepared for battle. The god of war will not tolerate anyone messing with him or his friends. If plant monsters think they are the strongest, then that is their problem. Humans must show that they are the ones who rule planet Earth. Soon Bugu and Goldie came to help, since they had been nearby the entire time. Michael destroyed the monster and obtained its inner core. Even though this core is low level, it is already enough to make him stronger. Soon they found the life essence that will help Daniel. They also found answers to many questions. Skynet and Heavenly Catastrophe are two different organizations. Their strength is unknown, so he needs to raise his level faster. That is exactly what the girls are doing too, because they also want to be strong. Soon Daniel received the medicine and regained consciousness. He was surprised that he had not died, because his injuries were too severe. The warrior was happy to see that Linda was all right. His body is still weak, and he needs time to recover. He needs to be sent to the shelter, where they have a professional medical system. Even though he wants to help his friends fight zombies, he has to think about his health. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued defending the city districts. There were more and more zombies, while the number of soldiers kept decreasing. They had to keep requesting reinforcements and constantly retreating. A small base will not be able to stop a new zombie horde. Roger, the commander of the light base, does not know what to do in this situation. An emergency meeting was held at the shelter because of this problem. They have no additional forces, and they urgently need support. Right now, there are more zombies than there were in the past, and even Lorak is worried. If the zombies are not stopped in City C, they will soon come straight here. To prevent that, they need to send most of their troops to the neighboring city. If the zombies are not stopped, they will be here in just a few days. The god of war is not in the shelter, so they have to rely on themselves. Thomas was standing outside the meeting hall. He was also worried about the situation, but he tried to keep himself under control. Soon he entered the room and made an urgent announcement. The god of war has returned to the shelter, and he is ready to help. Soon Lorak and Michael spoke privately in the office. They discussed the situation, and Michael said he would definitely help. He does not need support from soldiers, because he has his own army. He promised to destroy the zombies and then return. Meanwhile, his team was in the hospital. Daniel was receiving treatment, while everyone else was waiting for Michael. When he returned, he immediately told them about the urgent mission. Daniel wanted to help, but right now he has to stay in the hospital with Kira. That is how the Dream Team set out on their first joint mission. City C really was in serious trouble. There was a mountain of corpses here, and the soldiers were trying to run. They tried everything to save themselves, but death never lets go of its prey. The monsters had evolved, and now even bullets could barely kill them. Unfortunately, surviving in conditions like this was almost impossible. Besides human zombies, there were also mutant animals here. The last soldier had accepted death, but he did it too soon. Help can come from the most unexpected direction. The Dream Team is already here and ready to have some serious fun. They are not scared of difficulties, because to them, this is a chance to grow. Michael immediately learned where the command department was located. After that, the battle began right away, and Linda got to work. Panic and tension filled the command post. The commanders understood that they could be wiped out at any minute. The monsters had already broken through the defenses, and reinforcements still had not arrived. It seemed like they would have to abandon the city to the monsters and run. That decision was already taking shape, but at the last moment, the zombie horde stopped. It turned out that reinforcements from the shelter had arrived, and the battle had begun. Only a few people came, as strange as that may sound. Even though it is hard to believe, a small team held back a massive horde. Soon Michael arrived at the control center. He met Roger and learned all the details about the soldiers' condition. One of the captains made an insulting comment about Michael. He called him insane and said it was impossible to stop the zombies without a full army. Words like that deserve punishment, and Michael knows that better than anyone. Anyone who talks back to him will suffer, and they need to understand that quickly. Soon guards surrounded the warrior and ordered him to stop. Roger suggested solving the problem peacefully and asked the soldiers to calm down. This is just a small misunderstanding, because all of them are on the same side. Soon confirmation came that the zombies had really stopped. A video appeared showing what had happened on the city streets. The soldiers were very surprised when they saw exactly who had stopped the horde. It was a little girl together with her animals. Barbara and Linda were also helping her, and they were not hiding their enthusiasm. During Michael's absence, each of them felt a little more freedom. The captains have to admit that the girls fight better than their soldiers. Apologies followed, and the conflict was completely resolved. At that moment, information came in about the eastern defense line being captured. Michael asked everyone to calm down and promised to solve the problem. Apparently, he had completely forgotten about the eastern flank. Not only zombies gathered there, but also large mid-rank monsters. He will have to dance with them a little and show off his skills. If these monsters are that confident, then let them show what they can do. But we already know that soon these zombies will be begging for mercy. The command post watched the battle unfold. They saw with their own eyes what this guy was capable of. Before, they thought awakened people were only a little stronger than ordinary humans. Only now did they realize that an awakened human can turn into a superhero. Michael masterfully killed a huge beast right in front of the captains and soldiers. All of it was done with a single strike, so it was hard to hide their surprise. Apparently, evolution points had turned him into a true titan. He is no longer the person he used to be, because now he is a completely different beast. Michael cleared the area and returned to the command post. The territory is still not fully cleared, and the area map confirms it. Soon our old acquaintance Leon will join them. The Dream Team still does not know all this news. Michael returned to them to share the latest updates. The Awakened will fight for the city together with the soldiers. Reinforcements will arrive here soon, but for now, they have to rely only on themselves. One of the combat helicopters carried more than just ordinary soldiers. Among them is their leader, Edward, who commands an Awakened squad. All his warriors must prepare for battle immediately. They are well trained and will be able to help clear the area. Meanwhile, Michael and the team can get some rest. At that moment, an unexpected meeting happened. The reinforcement group's commander, Edward, decided to personally meet the Dream Team. It turned out that Edward is Leon's brother. He did not come here for revenge, because first, they need to finish clearing the area. After that, Edward will gladly arrange a friendly sparring match with Michael. Right now, they will go to the command department and discuss strategy. Michael asked the girls to stay here and rest for a while. Edward arrived with powerful reinforcements, bringing almost an entire army with him. Soon they arrived at the main office and began the meeting. The soldiers discovered the source of the zombie horde. Monster bosses were found there, controlling the entire army. If they kill the boss, all the other zombies will immediately scatter in every direction. Michael and Edward have to work as a team. Each of them will take on one boss, and together they will stop the invasion. Meanwhile, the violent clashes continued. The soldiers tried everything they could to stop the enemy's advance. Soon, the strongest warriors joined the resistance. The bosses are behind the entire horde, near a large building. Edward said he would go first and asked Michael not to fall behind. He is mocking him, because he thinks Michael is just an ordinary rookie. Michael has been used to arrogant treatment for a long time. It will be nice for him to earn this guy's respect through his actions. The strongest monsters are on the roof of the large building. They are directing the horde's advance, but they do not enter the battle themselves. Soon Michael and Edward met these villains. Each of them has to take on several monsters. If they do everything right, they can easily stop the invasion. The god of war began fighting the larger opponents. Strangely enough, the small monster is the most dangerous one among them. Fearless Edward will fight this monster. This enemy has excellent stealth skills. It feels like he moves using portals. Because of that, his attacks become unpredictable. The situation is truly terrible, because this thing is a complete devil. Edward has not pushed himself this hard in a long time. Under these conditions, it is far too difficult for him to win. It feels like he is fighting several monsters at the same time. Michael decided to interfere, because otherwise they will not win. Edward turned out to be too weak, so he should stop getting in the way. To win, they need speed and reaction time. Only with those qualities can they react to unexpected attacks in time. This zombie cat is truly dangerous, but it is not immortal. Every monster has its strengths and weaknesses. This monster clearly lacks physical strength, but as it turned out, that can be fixed. As soon as it got angry, it immediately turned into Godzilla. This skill is called madness before death. When the monster senses danger, it brings out its full potential. At the same time, its main skills are not lost. That means it stayed just as dangerous while becoming even stronger. It had just killed Michael, but it turned out to be only a copy. The shadow skill has become the god of war's signature weapon, but shadows alone are not enough to win this battle. He will have to add a little fire to roast the kitty. Just a few seconds later, something even stranger happened. A portal opened, and Michael disappeared together with the monster. They vanished together, and even experienced Edward did not understand anything. The commander was told that Michael had sacrificed his life to save the city. It turns out that even the god of war is mortal. Roger refused to believe it until the very last second. Soon Edward returned to the base and personally explained what had happened. He acknowledged Michael's strength, but the god of war had truly died. At that moment, mysterious things began happening to one of the commanders. The process of turning into the demon you have already seen began. This is one of the members of the Catastrophe organization, and no one even knew he was here. He masterfully changes his appearance to remain unnoticed. The real commander is being held hostage, which means the demons are already on the base. Meanwhile, our hero turned out to be alive and unharmed. He ended up in a mysterious space where a terrifying silhouette appeared before him. A total battle began, this time in another world. The opponent turned out to be very strong, as if he had evolved. In the real world, he was weaker, but here, he increased his potential. It feels like he is at home in this place. Even so, Michael managed to win, although it was not easy. The space probably began to collapse, so all that remains is to hope it teleports him back to the ground. The door to the room where the Black Queen was sleeping opened. It was Edward, who sensed zombie energy coming from the girl. His commanders ordered him to kidnap Olivia at any cost. At that moment, a man's voice came from inside the room. It was Michael, and he does not like it when people hurt his friends. In moments like this, he turns into a devil and forgets about mercy. Not only did he survive, but he also came back to brutally punish Edward. At first, the experienced warrior mocked Michael, but the god of war is used to having his abilities underestimated. When he needs to, he can shut down any opponent, even the strongest one. The target's level turned out to be too high for Edward. He could not even find any weak points to use. Olivia slept peacefully and did not hear a thing. It does not matter whether someone is human or zombie, because Michael will never forgive a mistake like that. At the same time, the Catastrophe organization held a meeting. They have good and bad news that need to be discussed. The key has been found, and Edward must bring the girl straight into their hands. The bad news is that she escaped, but they know where she is. Azog reminded them that the key is needed to free the king. They must do everything they can to get the Black Queen into their hands. After this incident, Michael began suspecting that something was wrong. He saw that someone tried to kidnap Olivia, so now he has to be more careful. Zombies are progressing quickly, but he is also managing to earn a lot of evolution points. If he raises his level regularly, there should not be any problems. Activation of the perfect gene process has been completed. Now a huge number of skills are opening up before Michael. He only needs to choose what suits him and trust the goddess. Soon the god of war returned to the real world. He immediately met Roger, who was happy to see him alive. The monster attack was stopped, so the worst is behind them. Soon they headed to the shelter, where they were welcomed like superstars. It is time to meet General Lorik. They need to discuss their future strategy, because a lot has changed. At this meeting, Lorak learned that Edward had been killed by Michael. He did not explain the reason for this act, so the information would not spread. Michael will not drag the shelter into trouble, so he will leave this territory. He understands perfectly that Edward will be avenged. The general did not want to let his best warrior go. He tried to stop him, but Michael is too stubborn. They worked very well together, but sometimes people need a break from each other. They said goodbye like old friends and wished each other luck. When Michael entered another room, he saw an army of fans. These are not ordinary fans, but people who have become his friends. All of them are very dear to him, and he can rely on each one of them. Daniel is also among his friends because his health has recovered. Michael feels happy when he is beside them. That rarely happens because these are very difficult times. Michael said that he has to leave again so he does not put the shelter in danger. He has become a magnet for villains, and that is the fate of the god of war. Before leaving, Michael asked for Barbara's hand, even though it sounded strange. The ability contract was activated. No matter where Barbara is, she no longer has to fear danger. As soon as something threatens her, Michael will appear and protect her. At the same time, Daniel approached Linda to discuss something. He is going to leave in search of the remaining awakened warriors. He is interested in high-rank warriors for a clear purpose. He wants to bring them over to his side so they do not serve Skynet. Sooner or later, all of them will meet again. Now it is time to split up and head in different directions. This happens even to the best teams. Right now, Michael is heading toward Devil's Island. Goldie can help him get there because this guy is always nearby. Within a day, they are already close enough, but they cannot lose focus. First, they need to restock their supplies and then continue the journey. An abandoned supermarket can be perfect when hunger strikes. Olivia promised to take only one bag of chips, but everything went off plan. Michael asked them to hurry because their smell could attract monsters. Very soon they should reach Devil's Island. They only need to cross a small bay. Olivia has dreamed of riding a boat for a long time. Soon the silhouette of an old grandmother appeared before her eyes. She thought it was a zombie and was scared half to death. Apparently this girl forgot that she can control monsters. In front of her is not a zombie at all, but an ordinary grandmother looking for her son. Her granddaughter is already nearby and ready to protect Grandma from the zombies. Apparently, this was a complete misunderstanding. Everyone suspects each other during a catastrophe, and that is normal. That is how Michael found himself some new friends. They went to a safe place to get some rest. This selfless girl is named Betty, and she is Grandma's granddaughter. Soon they all got acquainted, and Betty explained why they were here. Other people went to the shelter, but they want to wait for her father because he is a prison guard. After the apocalypse, he left alone and still has not returned. There has been absolutely no information, but the family keeps believing. Even so, everyone around them understands perfectly that the father will probably not return. Grandma's dementia is getting worse and worse because she is very old. Grandma often runs to the port looking for her son or keeps staring out the window. Their father is a prison guard on Devil's Island. The world's most terrifying criminals are kept there. Michael offered to help because he is ready to find the father, while Betty and Grandma should go to the shelter. He understands that Devil's Island is dangerous, but he laughs in the face of danger. Betty realized that she was speaking to no ordinary person. Soon the decision was made, and all that remained was to reach the island. Before they left, Betty stepped outside and asked them to take her along. She had already prepared everything for her grandmother, so there was no need to worry about her. Betty knows Devil's Island very well, and she can also operate a boat. Even though it is dangerous, she really can help. If she listens to their instructions, Michael is ready to take this gamble. That is how another member joined the team. In reality, the situation was even more interesting, because it was Grandma herself who said her granddaughter should go to Devil's Island. She assured them that she would be fine, while Betty could go find her father. They have to take the risk, because otherwise their family will never reunite. That is how Betty became part of the Dream Team. She has no right to let her grandmother down, so she has to be brave. Devil's Island holds evil and ruthless death row prisoners, killers, and maniacs. They killed people for fun, and their hands are covered in blood. But the scariest part began after the apocalypse started. All the island's residents turned into ruthless zombies. The source of the infection is located on this island. Because of that source, the zombies on the island evolve faster. They need to become stronger and try to destroy the source. Michael asked everyone to stay careful and alert. Devil's Island is a massive prison with a complicated structure. The closer they get to the center, the more dangerous the monsters become, and the harder the trials get. As soon as they stepped onto the island, trouble started right away. Michael ordered everyone to split up and duck immediately, because they were under attack. A zombie with monstrous strength is already very close. The dream team managed to dodge, but they came way too close to death. Michael quickly switched into killer mode and started acting. Apparently, the god of war underestimated his opponent. That is strange, because usually Michael is the one people underestimate. He had to activate his skills to get rid of the chains. Linda joined the fight in time with her ice technique. In difficult times like this, they absolutely have to work as a team. They cannot do this without Bugu's help and his tornado technique. The entire team united just to face one zombie. That already shows pretty well how difficult the opponents here are. Michael realized that he needed to end this battle right now. If they do not destroy the zombie as quickly as possible, the other prisoners will hear them. So he delivered a crushing blow using his martial arts technique. Linda did not even notice how her brother had turned into a professional killer. She has to become stronger so she can help him in situations like this in the future. Olivia feels the same way because she also wants to help. Michael said that they will definitely become stronger. They only need time and regular practice. In the future, the day will definitely come when they save his life. In difficult situations, you cannot rely only on abilities. You need to analyze the situation and the opponent's weak points. Only through intelligence can you reach the highest level. The right words were enough to calm the girls down. Now they are ready to fight evil and never give up. After a short break, the group continued on their way. Betty has already been to Devil's Island, so she knows this area well. But even so, she does not know what is in the center of the island. Olivia suggested getting on Goldie and flying straight to the source. Betty said that would not work, because the infrastructure here is different. The prison was built so that no one can enter it from the sky. Since there are no guards there, they can enter using brute force. That approach will attract a lot of zombies, so it is best to act quietly and carefully. Soon Michael sensed danger and immediately activated his killing aura. A human silhouette began appearing in front of them. Soon it became clear that another zombie prisoner was standing before them. He wants to cut them into several pieces and throw a barbecue. It was not a bad plan, but Michael will not let his partners get hurt. He managed to cut the opponent in two, but that did not solve the problem. The zombie had already swung and was trying to chop off his head. At the last moment, this terrible monster was destroyed. Linda did it, taking the initiative into her own hands. To become stronger, you need to stop being afraid, and she did exactly that. But now is not the time to celebrate, because the zombie is still alive. Somehow, he activated a regeneration skill. Just a few seconds later, his body had fully recovered. Betty found information about killer number 67. He killed people, cut them into pieces, and then grilled them over a barbecue. For Linda, this is a personal challenge she cannot refuse. She feels that she has to prove herself 100%. With precise sword movements, she turned the zombie into stew. Apparently, even that is not enough to send this guy to meet the devil. Now he is even more dangerous, because he is hungry for revenge. In this situation, she cannot do without her brother's help. Michael realized that he had to step in quickly. Thanks to his special skills, he can kill the zombie for sure. Linda only had to add a little of her aura. Now this terrifying killer will never return to the world of the living. He is completely frozen and cannot recover. These are perfect conditions to activate the devouring skill. That way 600 evolution points were obtained. Linda thanked her brother for his help, because she would not have handled it without him. The girl used a lot of strength, and now feels dizzy. They decided to take a break. There are far too many frightening monsters on this island. This is a good opportunity to improve their skills. But at the same time, they must not forget to work as a team. Betty became sad and started remembering her father. He is a workaholic, and because of that, he and her mother had a conflict. She left them, and it made her father very harsh. Because of that, he constantly punished Betty and treated her roughly. Family problems are pretty common. Michael went through something similar too, so he understands her better than anyone. This reminded him of why he came to Devil's Island. He is here to become stronger and protect the people important to him. He has to find the strength inside himself to understand the secret of this world. Because if the catastrophe is not stopped, humanity will perish. He feels that this is his duty, his personal responsibility. Michael does not want to shift the responsibility onto anyone else, so he relies only on himself. Their team must succeed on the island. Right now, Michael is doing everything in his power to develop his potential as much as possible. The fates of many people depend on his decisions. He had better hurry, because there may be problems at the shelter. We have not forgotten that one of the demons turned into a commander. Commander Donald has already arrived for a meeting with Lorak. He was surprised to see that the shelter had become so large. Many people who have nowhere else to go are hiding there. A few minutes later, the experienced military men were already sitting in the office. Donald immediately said that he had come to take the god of war. Lorak replied that they would never hand over their savior. For now, let us leave this strange conversation aside. More interesting things are happening on Devil's Island, so let us focus on them. A team of professional killers is near our heroes. It is better not to joke around with these zombies, so they need to be very careful. Apparently, some members of the zombie team have already evolved. They will have to act quickly and brutally because that is the only way to win. Linda distracted the monsters with her actions. All that remained was to attack unexpectedly and deliver a crushing blow. Michael is a professional in martial arts, but no matter how skilled he is, without the team's support, he has no chance. They can only win if they fully unite. Now they no longer have the numerical advantage. They need to act as a team and support each other. The warriors also need to analyze the opponent's weak points. The female zombie has a psionic armor skill. That means breaking through her defense will not be easy at all. Ever since childhood, this woman loved dancing. The problem was that her father was against it. She was forced to practice other kinds of sports. All she could do was submit to her father's will. That is how she turned into a strong fighter. As a reward, she was given days off, but that happened extremely rarely. One day, her father gave her the chance to attend dance practice. Carol was happy and planned to go there immediately. But when she arrived, she saw that her father had killed all the dancers. This event filled her heart with hatred. Now her soul will be hard to save, and it is much easier to simply kill her. Although after she evolved, even that will not be easy to do. Carol is a very dangerous criminal, and she can only be defeated through teamwork. Olivia and Bugu worked perfectly together, like one single unit. Meanwhile, Michael was doing something similar too. He was fighting a large and powerful zombie that was difficult to defeat. The killer managed to dodge Michael's attack and got close to Olivia. He prepared to kill this small and defenseless girl. At that moment, the entire team tensed up, and time seemed to slow down. Carol survived the attack and was now deep inside her own mind. Olivia appeared beside her, and this was no coincidence. She came to talk and try to solve her psychological problems. Carol had always wanted to do what she loved. It was not her fault that her father trained her for completely different things. He turned her into a ruthless killer and even killed her friends. After all that, it is impossible to remain an ordinary person. She turned into a killer, but deep down, Carol is still an ordinary girl. Olivia decided to remind her that life can be viewed in different ways. She decided to destroy all those unpleasant memories. The memories of the past did not allow Carol to live in the present, but now she is completely free and can do whatever she wants. Her father is no longer around, and no one is stopping her. If Carol wants to dance, then she has every right to do it right now. The monster practically destroyed the Black Queen, but at the very last moment, Carol appeared and protected the girl. It was hard to believe this turn of events. Apparently, all those conversations really did affect Carol. Even though she was a ruthless killer, her human nature has awakened inside her now. Michael seized the moment and made the zombie suffer. Everything bad was over, and silence arrived. Now Carol is asking to join their team. She has reconsidered her views on life and wants to walk the right path. Before this, she was driven by hatred, but now her mind has cleared. Apparently this happened thanks to the Black Queen's skills. We cannot forget that she is progressing and constantly becoming stronger. Olivia can control the minds of monsters. Thanks to that, she was able to convince Carol to stand on the good side. That is how they decided to take Carol into the team and continue forward. The prison guard's dormitory is nearby. Betty asks to visit this place because her father may be there. Michael agreed to help because that is exactly why they came here. They have become stronger now, but they cannot lose focus. They were noticed right away, so apparently they cannot avoid a fight even now. A few seconds later, zombies attacked the Dream Team. These were prison hunters who had turned into monsters. Only thanks to Michael's reaction speed were they able to stop these guys. The team entered the dormitory and noticed a pile of corpses. They tried to stay calm and inspect the area. Betty knows where her father lived, so she quickly found his room. Carol used the moment to find herself some other clothes. So far, the search has led to nothing, which is neither good nor bad. Fresh bloodstains were found here, so apparently a major conflict happened recently. The surviving participants of the battle ran out of the dormitory. They may have run toward the port, but the team can still try to catch up with them. Thanks to the blood trail, it is easy to reconstruct what happened. Soon the search ended, because they found what they were looking for. Betty immediately ran forward, while Michael and everyone else stayed behind. Only now did this poor girl finally find her father. Apparently he is still alive, although he is seriously wounded. As a child, Betty always wondered why her father was busy all the time. Logan explained that his job was very responsible, and Betty had to understand that. He works to fully provide for the family and buy his daughter everything she needs. Working with dangerous criminals sometimes leads to difficult consequences. He is still alive, but his wounds have taken a lot of blood. Far away from Devil's Island, Grandma is still waiting. Even though she cannot see anything, her heart feels everything. Michael noticed that a group of zombies was approaching them. They need to deal with them immediately and not interfere with the family reunion. The especially hot-headed guys need to be cooled down immediately. No one can handle that task better than Linda. Lately, she has been very impressive, just like the rest of the team. They also cannot forget about the animals, who play an important role too. Let us return to the shelter for a while. An urgent announcement came in, and all soldiers must gather at headquarters. Donald came here not only to talk about the god of war. He has located a zombie gathering point and wants to destroy them through a joint attack. All the bases agreed to send troops, and only Lorak and his soldiers remain. For For the general, this was a very difficult decision. He gathered all the soldiers together and decided to say a few words. After the apocalypse, there are fewer and fewer people left. Step by step, they are losing their planet, and this has to be stopped. He decided to join the global battle together with the other bases. This is the only way to restore normal life and destroy the zombies. Tomorrow morning, their army will set out. Michael and his team did not know about this decision. Right now, they have their own problems, because zombies are attacking from every side. After several hours of fighting, they still managed to win. Unfortunately, during that time, Betty's father passed away. He had lost too much blood, and there was almost no chance of survival. All that remains is to bury him and send him off on his final journey. A notebook fell out of Donald's pocket. His daughter immediately noticed it and picked it up. It was her father's final letter to Betty. He apologized for leaving her and explained the reason for his decision. A catastrophe had happened, and the whole world needed saving. If the villains had escaped from the prison, the city would have suffered even more. All the guards died, and in the end, Donald was left completely alone. He fought like a true hero and died to save ordinary people. Just an hour later, he was buried with full honors. Now Betty does not want to go home, because she wants to go with Michael. Her father wrote a list of the island's most dangerous criminals. There is also a team of guards who may be trapped. They have to try to help these people no matter what. The team moved forward, but Carol was not with them. She is inside Olivia's dimensional space, but she is always ready to come help. Soon they found something that looked like a source. This exact hole turned Devil's Island into what it is now. Soon a new zombie threat hung over the team. They are still safe and unharmed, but for how long? They will have to prepare for another difficult battle. This zombie wants to prove his strength, so he fights the strongest opponents. He came here to test Michael's skills. There is no source inside his body, and he does not seem to be a local prisoner. Either way, defeating this guy is absolutely necessary. Michael has to quickly analyze his opponent's strength. To find his weak points, he will have to step outside his comfort zone. Michael fought on his own, while everyone else acted as the support group. Even after his strongest attack, the zombie is still alive. The second round began, and the stakes rose. Neither of them wants to give in, but only one of them can win. The battle was evenly matched, but Michael began seizing the initiative. At that moment, he immediately activated his skills. We are not only talking about shadow technique here, but also fire impact. They decided not to kill this guy. It would be much better to try to bring him over to their side. For Olivia, this is a perfect chance to practice her skills. The zombie began trying to talk the team out of going any farther. He said it was dangerous, so Olivia sent him back into her space. Apparently the zombies here are way too frightened. It is better to manage without their help and rely only on themselves. As soon as they entered the building, they immediately ran into problems. A pack of rabid dogs had gathered here under a zombie's command. The team immediately organized itself and began defending. Everyone did their job and tried to help. After a few minutes, the rabid dogs were destroyed. It seemed like the worst was behind them, but things are not that simple. The monsters here evolve quickly. They can regenerate and recover from injuries. That means it is better to deal with their boss. Without his orders, the rabid dogs will become calmer. The devouring skill is perfect for situations like this. As soon as the zombie was destroyed, the rabid dogs disappeared immediately. That does not mean the battle is over, so they cannot relax. With the first rays of sunlight, the shelter soldiers prepared for war. 7 bases gathered together and headed toward the monster cluster. This battle concerns the future of humanity. This chance cannot be missed, and that is Captain Donald's opinion. He has already planned everything, and now all that remains is to carry out the plan. Donald explained his ideas and gave the first orders. The demons of catastrophe already know about everything that is happening. The king ordered his warriors to prepare for battle. One of the warriors is on Devil's Island. His name is Lord Carl, and he already knows about the arrival of unexpected guests. 4 people managed to break through the outer zone. They are already very close, and they are acting with the help of zombies and animals. Each of them continues to evolve and become stronger. Olivia is getting closer and closer to the title of Black Queen. They are close to clearing the area, but the strongest opponents remain. Carl has been watching them all this time, and he is ready to act. He saw that the escaped key is now practically in his hands. Remember, Olivia is called the key because the demons of catastrophe desperately need her. The team sensed danger and prepared for battle. Carl ordered everyone to be killed except the little girl. He is the most dangerous zone of Devil's Island. An opponent like this will be a serious test for everyone, but if they manage to defeat him, their progress will be unlimited. Now all the zombies will come outside to fight the humans. The monsters in this area are extremely high level. To defeat them, they will have to act without hesitation. Michael, as the leader, went on the active offensive. He thought he could get a quick victory with the very first strike. That turned out to be much harder, and blood appeared on his body. Zombies had not wounded Michael in a long time, but that only fired him up. Now the god of war will fight even more aggressively. He will turn into flying death and destroy everything in his path. The problem is that his opponents also have a few tricks up their sleeves. If Michael's abilities used to be enough for easy victories, now everything is different. The confrontation is reaching a new level. Because of that, Carl gave the order to call for reinforcements. Michael fought with the last of his strength and did everything he could. He had support from the zombies on his team. Standing against them were very unusual zombies. Their evolution had accelerated, and special skills had opened up for them that turned them into super monsters that are difficult to defeat. Soon a fat guy appeared who can devour all kinds of objects. He had not been fed for 5 minutes and almost died of hunger. As soon as Michael got distracted, the zombies immediately took advantage of it. They attacked from every side and did not let him breathe. They cannot handle this without the team's support. The fat guy prepared to enjoy a delicious dinner. He expected a sweet little snack, but instead he got a serving of ice cream. Linda has become even stronger, and now she fights zombies on equal terms. When things get difficult for her, her partners always come to help. At that moment, Jacob helped, because he had become a member of the Dream Team. He did everything he could to show his potential. Sometimes it worked out beautifully, but sometimes problems appeared. He almost turned into a snack for the fat guy. Only at the last moment did the captain come to help him. At that very moment, the soldiers organized a temporary camp. Our old acquaintances are on the very front line. They are not happy at all about being this close to the zombies, but the general cannot do anything about it. They received orders to attack first. In that case, they will have to risk the soldiers' lives. Before the attack, he asked them to be extremely careful. After that, the general went out and headed to meet Donald. Right now, they need Michael's support more than anything. He would save many lives, but this guy is far too busy. Only a miracle will let him clear this place and return to his friends in time. He needs to show the full extent of his abilities. Linda and all the other team members must also take responsibility. It is time to send the fat guy and all his friends straight to hell. They almost did it, but the fat guy turned out to be too strong. He transformed into a huge plant that absorbs everything around it. Now it is clear why he loved eating so much. Soon he started attacking his opponents again. Olivia helped them avoid a horrible death. At the last moment, she opened her space and saved Jacob. All that remained was to hope for Michael's help. He always shows up at the perfect moment to handle the dirty work. The same thing happened today, and Michael managed to absorb the fat guy. He received several skills, as well as 2,000 evolution points. Only now did Carl understand who he would have to fight. He had heard about this guy before, but only now was he seeing him in person. Soon Carl spoke to his guests. Michael quickly guessed that he was dealing with the Catastrophe clan. To make the battle more interesting, Carl proposed a game. There are 5 living humans in this prison, and Michael has 1 hour to save them. If he does not make it in time, all those people will die. Whether he wants it or not, the God of War has to accept the rules of the game. During these few hours, the soldiers had already managed to prepare for battle. Donald ordered Lorak's soldiers to go first. They have the fewest people, but for some reason, they are being sent to the front. Apparently, this is the demon's clever plan. Kill the strongest ones at the very beginning. A massive zombie army is already waiting for them ahead. In less than 20 minutes, total slaughter will begin. Michael and his friends continued searching for the hostages. They had less and less time remaining. Carl admits that his opponent is incredibly strong. Now he understands how Michael managed to defeat the other demons of Catastrophe. He is protecting the perimeter and getting closer to the hostages. Right now is the perfect chance to improve his abilities. The God of War activated his evolution points and upgraded his skills. At the same time, Carl gave the order to release the most dangerous zombie. A separate prison was built for him, and the guards are terrified of him. Apparently, this guy really is unbelievably dangerous. Soon Michael will meet him personally, and the massacre will begin. Carl came to personally release this monster. At first glance, he is even worse than the Demon King. Carl quickly showed who was in charge here. After that, he gave several orders, and the zombie obeyed. He was given a chance to have a little snack before the battle. After that, he immediately headed toward Michael. The team captain was completely alone, and that was his personal decision. He will have to fight criminal number 1. This psychopath became infamous throughout the entire country. Now he has turned into a zombie and thirsts for the God of War's death. He killed more than 500 people and became an experienced assassin. But that does not mean he will get a new victim today. Michael asked his friends to stay safe. He knew this would be dangerous and was confident he could handle it alone. After raising his level, Michael felt calm. He had never been this calm before. Calmness during a duel always gives you control over your opponent. A skillful combination of abilities can become the key to victory. If you do not waste energy on unnecessary emotions, you can win easily. All this time, Carl was watching this intense battle. Representatives of the Catastrophe clan contacted him. Apparently, the king is unhappy that Carl still has not returned to the base. The battle against humans has already begun, and the first wave of zombies has been sent out. For now, the humans are winning, but they are only fighting the weakest zombies. As soon as they relax, they will be destroyed immediately. Such a huge number of human bodies is needed for the resurrection of the main boss. Carl apologized and promised to arrive at the base soon. He explained that he was completing an important mission and would bring a gift with him. Michael felt the situation getting worse with every second. If he does not win, his friends and Linda will all be destroyed easily. For now, it is difficult for him to find the key to victory against this monster. Even upgrading his skills does not help in this situation. All of his attacks are nothing more than scratches to the zombie. Survivors all over the world watched the battle broadcast. The human army is fighting zombies live on air. Humanity was winning, and it seemed like this nightmare would soon end. The army leadership was also watching the steady progress. Lorak did not like that military information was leaking so easily. It turned out that Donald had organized the broadcast. General Lorak suggested developing a new strategy. Donald refused and said that his plan was working perfectly. Soon they will kill all the zombies and restore justice to this world. At that same moment, Michael found the lever he needed for victory. He poisoned his opponent and took away half of his energy. This was done with the enemy's own weapon, using the simplest method possible. The God of War decided not to reinvent the wheel. He acted as simply as possible, and that is exactly why he was effective. With every minute, the monster's chances of victory melted away like ice. So he decided to reveal his true form. The zombie turned into a giant spider, using all of his resources. Strangely enough, this did not shake our main hero. Michael had already felt, several minutes earlier, that he was seizing the initiative. Now he will never retreat, and even Carl understands that. All that remained was to take the final step, and everything would be over. After that, the main antagonist is ready to step onto the stage. Carl has long been eager to fight the invincible God of War. He watched Michael and studied his weaknesses so he could be as ruthless as possible. He is sure he can win and take the key with him. Michael understands perfectly that a very serious opponent is standing before him. He will have to raise his level again, otherwise he will not win here. Carl is very fast, so he cannot do this without Shadow Rift. Only that way can he dodge his rapid attacks and deliver counterstrikes. Along with his speed, Carl also has serious strength. Whenever Michael took a hit, he was immediately sent flying far back. The demon is clearly stronger than all of his previous opponents. Here, he will have to use the devouring ability. The goddess of evolution helped her hero in every way she could. She tried to give him additional strength, but Carl is too powerful. He senses weakness and attacks mercilessly. To achieve victory, Michael will have to go completely beyond the limits of his abilities. His friends do not even suspect what is happening. They only hope that their captain is all right. He forbade them from joining the battle, but without their help, he looks weak. Apparently, he made a mistake, and now he is forced to pay for it. Carl, on the other hand, felt confident and did not doubt his victory. Only if Michael devours the demon can he become strong enough. But doing that is practically impossible, because the opponent is too powerful. The goddess of evolution decided to take a desperate step. She used the last of her energy to upgrade his skills. Under these conditions, Michael will gain power, but he will not be able to fight for too long. At this difficult moment, the humans were close to victory over the zombies. They felt that they had trapped them and were about to destroy them. All that remained was to approach the zombie nest. But not all players were blind during the battle. Barbara noticed that the zombies were too passive and did not seem eager to win at all. The elite team was attentive, but they lost focus for just 1 second. Demons from the catastrophe squad appeared, meaning elite monsters had arrived. Azog also appeared, and he had been planning to summon the main boss for a long time. Carl promised to join the clan, but everything went off plan. At the last moment, Michael became stronger and adapted to his opponent's attacks. He used weakness analysis and started working against the demon's weak points. He has very little energy, so he needs to act as quickly as possible. If he does everything right, even a demon this strong can be defeated. They fought like ancient Greek gods, and it looked absolutely spectacular. Every movement these guys made was a pleasure to watch. The initiative kept moving from one fighter to the other. That continued until Carl demonstrated his full potential. He delivered a crushing blow that was almost impossible to block. Only thanks to a miracle did Michael manage to survive. That was when he realized this could not continue. He created a huge wave using his new skills. The other team members could only watch and hope for the best. This final attempt finally worked. Michael found the right approach and managed to defeat the demonic giant. It felt like he had stopped being human. Now all that remained was to devour all of this demon's power. For that price, he received more than 20,000 points, as well as a source crystal. This energy will now enter the body of the God of War. He had never felt changes this massive before. The source crystal was fully absorbed, and a new attribute was updated. The hostages had been in danger this entire time. A zombie was already preparing to tear them apart, but it did not make it in time. Carol and Jacob came to help and freed the prison guards. The battle is over, and strangely enough, the Dream Team did not lose any of its people. Betty said she would stay in this area to help ordinary people. There is no need to worry about her because all the zombies have been cleared out. After finishing her work, she will immediately return to the shelter. After saying goodbye, Michael and his team set out on the road. The goddess told him that he needs to return home immediately. She senses the approach of a dark power, the Demon King. The human army truly needs support. Only now are they beginning to understand that they have fallen into a trap. Barbara realized that demons had infiltrated their internal department. They need to hold off the demons and find a path of retreat. Azog personally watched all the events unfold. He was told that Carl never returned, and they could not wait any longer. They need to begin the ceremony immediately, before the humans understand what is happening. The demons have been preparing for a long time, and so far their plan is working perfectly. Without support, even the best squad of human warriors is sentenced to death. With every minute, fewer and fewer humans were left. It was impossible for them to stand against experienced demons. Only the awakened could fight. But even they were having an extremely hard time, because the difference in levels was obvious. One precise attack was enough to tear an awakened human apart. After that, ordinary people understood just how insignificant they were. All they could do was run and hope for rescue. The ceremony had begun, and only the final preparations remained. Everything was going according to Azog's plan, and he was satisfied. Enough life force had been gathered to resurrect the Demon King. The experienced awakened team had no chance of winning. Without the god of war, they had turned into a pathetic little group of children. The entire team could not even handle a single demon. That is how all of them turned into slaves. All that remains is to wait for death for the sake of resurrecting the Demon King. Soon a bright beam of light appeared in the sky. At first, no one understood what exactly was happening. Only a few seconds later, a bright explosion went off. A huge creature appeared together with its master. It was Michael and Goldie, who had come to stop the catastrophe. The demons immediately understood that Carl had been destroyed. The awakened warriors received quick help. Now they are free again and can continue fighting. That is how the original Dream Team was restored. The demons hoped to quickly put out this spark of resistance. Maybe that would have happened in the past, but not now. After his latest victory, Michael had become far too strong. Now he has reached a new level and is no longer afraid of anyone. Even alone, the god of war is ready to challenge a legion of demons. His shadow skills have also received a new modification. But even under these conditions, one attack is not enough for victory. There are too many demons and they are well prepared. As soon as the monsters sense danger, support immediately arrives. That is how they always escape crisis situations. With a single strike, the team captain destroyed the stone monster. He wants to deal with the leader, a demon named Anaconda. Many soldiers have gathered around, and the final battle is about to begin. The army leaders are placing their hopes on the god of war. They understand that he is humanity's last hope. Michael understood that too, and he fought with the last of his strength. He felt the weight of responsibility and greedily destroyed everyone in his path. Anaconda cannot like that, because she has already come to hate her opponent. All of her helpers died in just a few minutes. Michael passed through the barrier and prepared for the most interesting part. The awakened must take part of the responsibility onto themselves. General Lorak has to find out what happened and call for reinforcements. But until that happens, all hopes rest on the god of war. If he defeats Anaconda, everyone will be able to breathe much easier. Compared to Layla, all the other demons are too weak-willed. That is exactly why Michael defeated Anaconda so easily. He obtained her power crystal and once again became stronger. Over the past few days, his progress has increased significantly. Now he does not have to be afraid of challenging the demon boss. This guy can feel that the hunt for him has begun. Donald received an order to keep working in the rear. He must find information about the key and bring Olivia here. Soon, new information came in from Jordan. He reported that most of the squads had been completely wiped out. They cannot delay because General Lorak may be in danger. Only now did the general understand how serious everything was. Most of his warriors had been destroyed. Now even he is in mortal danger. At the last moment, Donald saved him. As strange as that may sound, this was done in order to find out where the god of war's team was. That way, Donald wants to find Olivia, who is called the Key. Lorak thanked him for saving him, but said he knew nothing about Michael's location. At that moment, it became clear that the old man was no longer needed. He had to be disposed of immediately because there was no longer any point in protecting him. The wolf delivered a crushing blow, and it seemed like he had broken every bone in the general's body. That is exactly what would have happened if Michael had not appeared in time. He not only blocked the attack, but also analyzed the situation. The god of war immediately sensed the commander's demonic aura. He instantly understood that this man was the one who had organized the trap. Everything fell into place, but now they need to stop the catastrophe. The wolf is still alive and thirsts for the general's death. To protect Lorak, the help of Michael's shadow copy will be enough. In the future, Michael will be able to summon several clones at the same time. Right now, only one copy is available to him, but even that is enough. The broadcast continued and people saw everything that was happening. The mood immediately became more optimistic, because the god of war is a symbol of victory. Michael has already defeated 3 powerful demons. That is enough to cause concern, but Catastrophe's main goal is the summoning of the king. They cannot get distracted by fighting one human. They need to kill as many people as possible to gather energy for the king's return. That is what they need to focus all their attention on. Azog admitted that Michael is too unpredictable. They underestimated him at the very beginning. but now that mistake will not be repeated. The Wolfman took his second form at the critical moment. As soon as he felt that he was losing, he immediately turned into a devil. Apparently, he received an order from Azog and is no longer playing games. Azog also wants to join the battle and help his warriors. He must not forget that Michael has his own support too. In parallel with this battle, ordinary humans continued fighting. The situation was getting worse and worse because the demons were too strong. Michael is fighting against an A-rank enemy, and that limits his skills. He cannot even use Shadow Rift. He is very lucky that his sister was nearby and helped him at the critical moment. He spent a long time carefully bringing this team together as one whole. Now it is hard to imagine how he could have succeeded without his helpers. After all, they are evolving together with him and becoming more dangerous too. When we talk about the Dream Team, we mean absolutely every member. When they are together, they are not afraid of any demons. The broadcast of these events was being watched all over the country. It was clear that humans were seizing the initiative. A girl named Lana was also watching everything unfold. Soon the doors of her house opened, and our old acquaintance Daniel walked inside. He came to take her away from here, but Lana is not planning to do that. She does not understand that Skynet is a danger to her. The conversation was interrupted when Daniel saw the broadcast. He was surprised when he saw how the God of War was fighting. Apparently, he should not have said that he knew this guy, because as soon as Lana heard that, she immediately shut the doors. Kira suggested using force, so apparently she is not a fan of negotiations. Soon the doors opened again, and Lana stepped into the hallway. She was already packed and said she was ready to go with them. She is interested in meeting Michael, and that is exactly why she changed her mind. Right now, the God of War has no time for extra meetings. He has enough problems of his own with the demons. He has to fight several opponents at once. Soon, Michael figured out who was attacking him besides the wolf. It was Azog, and he needs to be destroyed immediately. If he thinks he is the gang leader and can do whatever he wants, he is wrong. Michael finally defeated the wolf, and now he can focus on Azog. If he absorbs the clan leader's power, he can rise above the earth itself. It will not be easy at all, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. The soldiers' squad also continued fighting. It was not easy for them, considering the difference in levels, so Linda came to help and even the odds. Soon she noticed that someone was watching her and felt a hostile presence. In reality, Donald was not looking at Linda at all. We all know he is interested in the future Black Queen. Right now, she is also taking part in the battle. The little girl does not even suspect that she is the key to resurrecting the king. There are more and more zombies with every minute. Resisting is almost impossible because the soldiers are running out. Michael is still fighting the leader of the Catastrophe clan. Azog has slightly different traits compared to the other demons. His technique is different, so it is extremely difficult to predict his actions. He mostly relies on his magic skills. That is a little unusual, so Michael is having problems. Only by using magic skills can you defeat a mage. So Shadow Assassin mode was activated. As a result, the God of War immediately seized the initiative. He got distracted and completely forgot about the wolf. This demon had been defeated, but he was still alive. As soon as he recovered his strength, he immediately prepared to attack from behind. Everything would have ended badly if Michael had not followed his intuition. The zombies continued advancing and destroying everything in their path. Jacob was happy to challenge monsters similar to himself. For him, rivalry had always been the top priority. That is why he does not care who exactly he has to kill. For Linda, this is also a perfect chance to make progress. She has wanted to be like her brother for a long time, and this battle can help her. But even her activity is not enough to protect everyone around her. That is why every awakened person must take responsibility. Carol did exactly that, taking the initiative into her own hands. It is hard for the warriors to understand when zombies are protecting them, especially when those zombies are fighting alongside children. Apparently, in the modern world, you have to adapt quickly to change. Olivia remembered her main skill just in time. She can command zombies and force them to fight each other. Nothing more genius could even be imagined. But since her skills are unstable, she cannot do this with every zombie. Michael also learned how to absorb the minds of his opponents. That way, he managed to bring the wolf over to his side. Now the demon phantom has to kill his own partner. A battle between two demons began, and that is always fun to watch. It would be nice if these guys killed each other and cleansed the earth of their existence. Michael felt that the wolf was in danger. He came to help him at the most important moment. Explaining this move is pretty difficult, but apparently the wolf may be useful in the future. The goddess of evolution appeared and said the situation was getting out of control. Michael has taken too many tasks onto his shoulders, so he needs to make an important decision quickly. The Demon King may be resurrected soon. Somehow they need to stop this process, but right now that is impossible. Michael is being attacked from every side, and this poor guy has no chance. Only Goldie's intervention can help here. We have almost forgotten about this dog, even though he is very important to our story. With his skills, he can become one of the key participants in the battle. He can also befriend the wolf demon and organize his own gang. The broadcast continued no matter what. The journalist admitted that humanity was close to collapse. There are more and more zombies, and the humans have no support. Bagu decided that it was time to end this movie. The little girl asked to speak on camera. She said that she could control zombies and asked people to calm down. Olivia promises that everything will get better, but for that they need to unite. The army leaders also started losing patience. Their plan was supposed to be flawless, but Donald turned out to be too stupid. He said they were being interfered with because there was a traitor among them. The hunt for Olivia had already begun because this girl is the key. If it were not for Carol, everything would have ended badly. Only her timely intervention stabilized the situation. Donald decided to pretend that Olivia was the traitor. All this time she had supposedly been controlling zombies and forcing them to attack people. That way he is trying to pull the soldiers over to his side. The only one who does not lose his common sense is Lorak. The general is not stupid, and he feels that the threat is coming from somewhere else. At this time, Goldie and the wolf were clearing monsters in the sky. They saw that very dangerous things were happening on the ground. The wolf decided to descend and immediately stand up for Olivia. Donald calls himself a commander, so he believes he has the right to give such orders. Carol and Jacob decided to interfere in this situation. They thought they could easily stop this man, but Donald is a demon. He immediately revealed his demonic power. After that, the captain ordered his warriors to act immediately. A massive explosion happened, and it is unknown whether Jacob survived. Carol quickly grabbed Olivia and ran to a safe place. The problem is that reaching a safe place is almost impossible. Deadly danger surrounds them from every side. The captain realized that the matter of the key could no longer be delayed. He decided to attack and kill Carol right in front of Olivia. The Black Queen quickly returned her to the spatial dimension. For a moment, she was left alone with Donald. Linda saw what happened and quickly came to help. She has different skills and will not let the girl get hurt. But at the same time, we cannot forget that she is facing an experienced demon. An aggressive battle began, and Donald seized the initiative. He was clearly stronger and faster, and he had practically won. The awakened warriors noticed this situation. Donald ordered them to attack the girl because she was a zombie. It was hard to believe that, since Olivia inspires trust, the commander activated enhanced gravity. He understood that many people were rushing to help Olivia, so he needed to slow their movements with magic. Only now did Lorak become convinced that the commander was a demon. Barbara told him this and explained the whole situation. The soldiers had been led into a trap, but it was not too late to fix everything. They cannot think about escape because all retreat routes have been cut off. All that remains is to accept the conditions of the battle and fight against evil. That is exactly what Michael has been doing throughout the entire battle. He does not get distracted by outside sounds and keeps striking the monsters. If he had more support, the God of War would have won a long time ago. But even alone, he remains deadly dangerous. His skills help him split his attention. Soon, Michael met his friend and learned important information. Only now did he understand that Olivia is the key. The demons need her in order to summon their king. He needs to save the girl immediately, but first he needs to save himself. In this battle, danger can be felt at every step, and whenever it seems like you have already won, new obstacles appear. In moments of anger, Michael starts to look like the demons. 15 minutes before these events, Donald revealed his true form. He turned into a demon named Hans, finally dropping the act. Now he has nothing to hide, and he can calmly challenge the humans. Hans is one of the strongest demons in the clan. A battle with an awakened human is nothing more than a game to him. As soon as he revealed his identity, he understood that it was time to end this theater. Linda tried to destroy him and save her own life. Hans turned out to be so fast that dealing with him was not simple at all. He grabbed Olivia and almost kidnapped her. If they cannot find the strength to stop this demon, the girl may suffer. No one knows exactly how she will be used, but maybe her blood will be needed. Linda did everything possible to save her friend. Today she has made incredible progress, and that has to be admitted. But no one knows whether that is enough to stop Hans. Apparently, if you do everything right, victory is always possible. It seemed like the job was done, but the demon once again showed his power. Thanks to regeneration, his arm quickly grew back. He also managed to instantly take the key back. Linda had lost all her strength, just like Goldie. They could do absolutely nothing to this terrible monster. Hans decided to avoid any further battle and sacrifice Olivia. Their great king is supposed to be revived very soon. That is exactly what would have happened, but one more factor interfered. That factor was the wolf demon, who had switched to the side of good. He is ready to fight even against his former partner. They were once friends, but now their paths have split apart. Even though the wolf is considered a disgrace to the Catastrophe clan, that does not erase his achievements. He is still a very capable and talented demon. With his thirst for justice, he won Olivia's heart. At that very moment, an unidentified flying object was approaching the battlefield. It carried very talented warriors who are always ready for battle. Their main goal is the evolution scheme. They have been moving toward their cherished dream for a very long time. At the same time, they do not want to underestimate Michael and his power. He has proven himself to be a very talented warrior. so he must be taken seriously. Even now he continues showing the full extent of his abilities. His energy has almost left him, but he is still dangerous. It is safe to say that Azog has never faced anything like this before. His aura was so divine that the chief demon recognized him as his king. Michael could not understand anything, but Azog was sure he had sensed the king's power in this human. They were wrong when they thought the king needed to be resurrected. Azog ordered all his demons to stop the operation immediately. For Hans, this was very strange, because he was so close to the resurrection. The god of war said he was ready to handle it alone. The demons must sacrifice themselves for his resurrection. So right now, he will take all the power from Azog. It was brutal, but insanely fair. That is how our hero acquired an unknown power. At this time, the goddess of evolution began regaining her memories thanks to this energy. She immediately remembered her father and mother. Her father was a supreme being in the universe who created the evolution tree. That is how he had 4 children, whom he sent to different worlds. They were created to maintain balance. Soon all 4 of these children may meet. Among them is a man who possesses the skills of light. There is also another child who controls space. The 4th child is the goddess of evolution, who can devour everything. Thanks to her power, Michael was able to progress. But apparently the children of the deity are ready to fight each other for power. Soon Michael realized that he really is the Demon King. The one sealed in another dimension may be the older brother of the goddess of evolution. He is the one the demon Hans wants to free. The situation is extremely confusing, but that only makes it more interesting. Michael has to step in and stop this ruthless demon. Olivia had never been so happy to see Michael. Hans is not planning to spare this guy no matter what. That is great news because now Michael can test his new abilities. Hans still does not believe that the Demon King is standing in front of him. He thinks humans are too weak to be kings. Thanks to shadow energy, Olivia was quickly freed from the hands of death. Now only the 2 of them remain, standing face to face. Hans kept changing forms and taking the appearance of the Dream Team. He hoped Michael would not attack his own friends, but that is not the case. The God of War understands perfectly who is who. He quickly destroyed this vile demon. All that remains is to take the power crystal and absorb all the energy. That is how Michael saved humanity once again. He received thanks from his friends and suggested returning to the base. At that moment, the wolf approached him to acknowledge his king. They decided to accept the wolf into their ranks. If he wants to walk the path of light that badly, then that is wonderful. He has already saved Olivia's life once, and he must continue protecting her. The new clothes on our hero's body are only a transforming shadow. They prepared to return to the base, but is it not too early? A tectonic shift happened, followed by a loud explosion. Everyone around was terrified when an unknown force came out of the portal. The wolf immediately rushed to protect his little queen. He did everything he could to give her a chance to leave the danger zone. Apparently, even the wolf's strength was not enough to stop this monster. Michael ordered everyone around him to get out of here immediately. He will personally deal with the problem and take responsibility once again. A battle against this unknown force began. The enemy turned out to be too strong for successful absorption. Then something completely unpredictable happened. Olivia felt pain and quickly transformed into a woman. The resurrection ceremony involves absorbing her life force. Michael will have to devour the wolf to save Olivia. The wolf is ready to make that sacrifice for this unfortunate girl. Heroism like this should not be forgotten by humanity. Today, a demon sacrificed himself for a good cause. After the absorption process, Michael found himself in an unknown place. Here were the crystals of all the demons he had absorbed before. His DNA began transforming rapidly. That is how he gained even greater power. But now he has to return and free the Black Queen. Even though it was difficult, he managed to break through the barrier. The opponent was too strong and began absorbing Michael's power. Soon, the witnesses of these events saw something resembling a snake. The God of War managed to save the girl and return to his friends. She needs immediate medical help. There is no time to stop now, because he has been resurrected. Before us is Lewis, who can see the future and belongs to S rank. He is the older brother of the goddess of evolution, whose name is Elena. Their third sister, Jasmine, betrayed them and absorbed the second brother. Lewis wants to fix the situation, and for that he needs to absorb Elena. The goddess of evolution does not understand anything and demands an explanation. It turned out that Jasmine plans to absorb all of her brothers and sisters. She wants to claim all of their father's power for herself. To stop her, Lewis wants to use Elena's power. These brothers and sisters have completely lost their minds, but that is reality. Michael tried everything he could to stop Lewis. He is not going to hand the goddess of evolution over to him. The problem is that today's opponent is far too strong. There is no doubt now, this is the God of War's strongest opponent. Michael has never had this much trouble during a battle. Even though he tried again and again, his chances were far too small. We cannot forget the skills of the deity named Louis. This guy can look into the future. That way, he easily predicts his opponent's actions. He was the one planning to absorb Olivia's power to become stronger. Elena tried in every way to protect her avatar. According to Lewis, humans should only help search for the source species. Only after the source species are gathered can the deities regain their powers. Their father told them to help humans and protect the planet, but Lewis is sure their father overestimated people. As soon as humans gain power, they immediately lose their moral values. Humans really do have many flaws, but they also have many strengths. This species must never be underestimated, because they always rise from the ashes. Right now, Michael's gaze frightened the deity of the future. This guy is not going to let the human race get hurt. It will be difficult, because Lewis is incredibly dangerous. He is always one step ahead thanks to his skills. Besides seeing the future, he also reads distance perfectly and has a powerful strike. While Michael pretended to be unconscious, something important happened. He picked up several stones and prepared to use them. Apparently, this is somehow connected to his mysterious technique. Michael managed to analyze his opponent's skills. He realized that Luis does not always see the future. He can only see the next 10 seconds. He also cannot use the skill constantly. Knowledge like this does not guarantee victory over a deity, but at least Michael now understands his enemy better. Now all that remains is to experiment with his skills. There will definitely be something that can defeat Lewis. The deity wants to absorb the power of his fourth sister. He plans to become stronger and then do the same thing to Jasmine. Meanwhile, Michael's friends were trying to reach a safe place. His friends understand that they cannot help Michael, but they can save Olivia. All they can do is hope that their brother wins. Even now, the god of war is not thinking about his own life. He is trying to figure out how Olivia can return to her original form. Apparently, that is no longer possible, but right now, it does not matter. If Michael dies, then without his support, humanity will be doomed. All this time, we had completely forgotten about one more member of the team. Sometimes even the smallest creatures can help. Bogu the owl came to help at the most important moment. She tried to protect her brother, as well as the person who had hurt her best friend. Of course, she overestimated her own strength. But even so, her actions saved Michael's life. Before losing consciousness, the owl passed something to her comrade. Michael hopes Elena will not mind if he kills her brother. Lewis is too arrogant and too troublesome. It is finally time to punish him to the full extent of the law. Michael plans to devour every deity except Elena. Only that way can he save the planet from complete extinction. His aura changed in just a few seconds. He wants to use this artifact to trap Lewis. Bagu risked her life to deliver this item to him. Michael cannot let the owl or any of his friends down, so he will do everything possible to win. He activated the skill and quickly noticed his opponent's weaknesses. By calling a clone for help, he can diversify his attacks. As we already know, he needs to be as unpredictable as possible against Lewis. First, he can use the power of thought. When Bugu attacked Lewis, he did not see her approach. That means he sees the future of the creature he is looking at. If Lewis is attacked from the area of darkness, success can be achieved. In that case, he will not see the future and will not predict his opponent's move. And at that moment, he will turn into an ordinary mortal. Michael's friends had already managed to get far away from the scene. Even under these conditions, they could still hear the sounds of battle. Soon danger appeared near them as well. They cannot lose focus, because wounded Olivia is in their hands. At first it seemed like zombies were advancing toward them. Only later did they notice an unidentified flying object. People appeared, calling themselves humanity's last hope. They had come to avenge their brother, the Sword King. Linda and Barbara must be ready for any plot twist. In front of them are members of the Skynet organization. Apparently they also want to kidnap Olivia. It will be difficult for them to carry out their plan, because the girls are not alone. Just because Michael is not nearby does not mean the Dream Team has lost all its power. At the same time, the team captain continued fighting the deity. Lewis is so strong that defeating him is almost impossible. When he is close to the sea, he becomes invulnerable. In ocean conditions, he can feel and hear every movement. Their battle would have continued if they had not heard the voice of a third party. At that moment, both of them stopped for a second. One more character was watching this battle of otherworldly deities. Raoul appeared, someone Michael had already met before. His aura was immediately felt in the air. Raoul immediately began attacking with his incredible power. Lewis quickly defended against the attack and saved Michael. He immediately warned him that Raoul is much stronger than both of them. He predicts every step they are going to take in advance. Only by joining forces as a team can they resist him. If they do not act together, they will soon be destroyed. At the same time, the battle in the forest continued. It became obvious that Skynet was stronger than the Shelter Warriors. They have high-rank abilities and perfect training. Skynet gathered the best warriors from all over the world, and now they are here. Under these conditions, the Shelter Warriors have no chance at all. But no matter what happens, they still will not retreat. People are ready to take extreme measures for their ideals, even if they have to give their lives for a global goal. Every Shelter Warrior started running into problems. They were attacked from different sides, so defending themselves was difficult. Soon our old acquaintance Daniel appeared on the battlefield. He did not come alone, but with Lana, who called herself Michael's girlfriend. Barbara had never heard anything more ridiculous in her life. Still, now is not the time to sort out relationships. The warriors must unite around their shared goals. Lana quickly restored the health of the wounded guys. Her skills are very useful, but the girl is only interested in Michael. Apparently, meeting him will have to be postponed until later. Right now, her skills are far more useful in this battle. Thanks to the mass healing technique, she can restore everyone's health. It takes a lot of strength, but it helps the whole team. Michael would not refuse that kind of help right now either. He and Lewis are having a very rough time on the battlefield. Only by uniting can they stand against their opponent. Raoul is too strong and is playing with them like little children. He attacks them with darkness that must not be touched. As soon as a creature touches that darkness, it immediately falls into madness. Apparently, none of them will be able to leave this place alive. The partners were surrounded by darkness from every side. They tried to fight back with the last of their strength, but it was too difficult. Raoul began sensing the approaching end of this battle. He is like a shark that smells blood from dozens of miles away. Once he sees weakness, he immediately starts attacking twice as hard. Just a few minutes later, the critical moment arrived. Raoul was ready for this and had prepared a secret weapon. He is not planning to run, and instead he is trying to win. To do that, he will have to organize a time transfer. Raoul tried to absorb both of them and cut off their paths of retreat. But it turned out that the darkness does not absorb the partners. If they leave now, the zombies will enter a growth surge. That way the balance will be broken, and Linda will end up in mortal danger. Lewis will not last long, and this looks like a one-way road. Michael made a difficult decision and took the risk. He understood that there was no other way to defeat Raoul. There is no doubt they will meet again in the future, and then everything will be different. Raoul almost went insane from rage. He was not planning to let his two victims go, because he wanted to absorb their power. Apparently, he will not be able to do anything today, but in the future, he will definitely win the right to become a universal deity. At the same time, Michael ended up inside a time tunnel. Here, the evolution tree shows itself in its true form. That is why the original Lewis and his evolution tree are here. He clearly has health problems after the last battle. Now he has decided to apologize for his behavior. From the very beginning, he only wanted to find Michael and bring him back. In other words, everything happening right now was planned from the very start. A person known as Elder Kim is also involved in this matter. In the future, he will meet Michael and explain everything to him. Right now, the mission needs to be finished, and Michael has to absorb Lewis. This has to be done in order to compete with Raoul. Soon he may take over the entire Earth and absorb every living creature. Michael must absorb Lewis right now. After that, Elder Kim will come and give him all the answers to his questions. Lewis was ready to sacrifice himself from the very beginning. He wants to pass responsibility for this world on to Michael. It turned out that when the deity attacked Olivia, it was only to test her strength. Michael fully absorbed Lewis, because only that way can he stop Raoul. Louis was too wounded to continue his battle. Now the god of war can reach a new level of evolution. He has been raised to A rank and can calmly return home. At that very moment, a fierce battle was still continuing on Earth. The Shelter Warriors were fighting with the last of their strength. Thanks to a clear strategy, they are still alive. Soon, the boss of the Skynet clan will join them. The warriors want to please their boss and destroy their enemies. That will not be as easy as it seemed at first glance. As soon as Daniel appeared on the battlefield, the situation changed. He brought the energy and confidence they had been missing so badly. In moments this difficult, a leader is always needed. Thanks to leadership qualities, the team's overall confidence rises. That way, all of them fight much better. The female warrior from Skynet's team also joined the fight. But instead of killing her enemies, she killed her own partner. No one could understand what had happened, because the situation was truly strange. It turned out that this guy was not actually dead at all. She passed him a piece of her power even though she had almost killed him. Now he can activate his most dangerous abilities. They will have to put in serious effort to defend against the attack. It is time to return to the world from Michael's previous life. This is where Elder Kim is located. He is talking to the past version of our main hero. Apparently they had always been friends who helped each other. Even back then, Kim was sure that the future hope of humanity stood before him. Now they have met again, but this time a new Michael stands before him. Kim hopes that the situation has improved in the future. He is the one who planned everything, and he has to explain it all. Kim said they are waiting for one more person, so it is better not to rush the explanation. Apparently, he had been hiding a lot from his friend. They relaxed and wanted to drink some beer, but once again, everything went off plan. Something like an earthquake happened, followed by an explosion. Both friends survived, but that was only the beginning of the trials. Unknown monsters are standing in front of them. Apparently, these are their old friends, and they will have to avenge them. Michael wants to deal with these monsters himself. This is a perfect chance to practice his new abilities. These guys need to understand that humanity's new heroes are standing in front of them. Just a few seconds later, nothing was left of the monsters. It has to be admitted that Michael looks incredibly confident. Soon he saw a familiar girl in front of him. This is Olivia from the previous life, the one who underestimated Michael. She is the one Kim was talking about, because all of this was planned together with Olivia. Now they need to understand what is happening here and what to do next. All of this became possible thanks to the technique from the Dead Sea Scripture. The Dead Sea Scripture contains many prophecies. That way, Kim managed to learn the only way to save the world. That is why he sent Michael to search for the final evolution tree. In exchange for this information, Lewis and Kim had to sacrifice themselves. That is the price of saving humanity, and everyone has their own mission. Michael is important on the front line, because he will have to fight with his own hands. There is no longer any point in hiding information, so now Michael has to take everything into his own hands. First, he needs to try to return to his own dimension. To do that, he will have to kill 3 highest-class zombies. Among them will be the Hell Dragon, the Flaming Eagle, and the Void Serpent. These victories will make him much stronger, and he will receive important artifacts. This kind of energy will open a space-time tunnel, and he will return to his world. Right now, this world badly needs Michael's help. But not everything is bad, because his friends managed to escape death. The Skynet group cannot find their opponents. It is as if they vanished into thin air. They decided to postpone the search until later. They also need to answer the question of where young Michael disappeared to. His past version was replaced by the new god of war, and now little Michael has gone to another world. Each of them will have their own tasks, and all of this is needed to save the world. We also need to meet Jingle. She will follow Michael and act as his guide. She does not really like the new Michael, but they have to become friends. All that remains is to rest and get to work tomorrow morning. Olivia decided to learn about her future version. Michael said that they became very close friends. The Black Queen began feeling jealous of her future version. Soon, a pretty funny situation happened. Linda met the future version of her older brother. To make things easier to understand, we will call him Junior. As soon as he tried to explain what had happened, Lana appeared. She was looking for a meeting with the alpha male, not a child. Apparently, online dating has its downsides. Daniel tried to calm her down and said this was the original Michael. But from the past, the young version of Kim is also here, and he came together with Junior. Lana calmed down and called Junior over. She asked him to demonstrate his talents. That was enough to surprise everyone around. But only a few seconds later, it became clear that Junior was actually insanely weak. He is only at the early ranks of evolution. Compared to the girls, he is just an ordinary slug. They decided to calm down and head to a safe place. There, the Black Queen will be able to fully recover her strength. Soon, everyone understood what had happened, and that Junior had come from another dimension. It was hard to believe, but now they have to accept this reality. Now Kim has to explain how he knows all of this. He told them everything we already know, along with a few interesting details about Raoul. This guy can also travel through time, and he is Michael's worst enemy. He absorbs everyone around him to become stronger. They need to hurry and raise their rank, because that will help in the future. To do that, they need to destroy the strongest opponents and enemies. Raising their rank is necessary to defeat Skynet. This kind of energy can also help Michael return to his original time. Lana was happy to hear that the handsome guy can still come back. Kim has no abilities, so during battle, he will only be a burden. When the time comes, he will find them. But right now, the fate of the world is in their hands. Daniel must take responsibility, just like every other member of the team. Lana still considers herself Michael's girlfriend, so she is ready to do anything for him. Now the dream team has to fight without its main leader. They need to unite and make a strategy, because that is the only way to succeed. Michael hopes they will be able to help him. Right now, he is about to fight a huge monster. To succeed in the battle against evil, victory is needed in each world. The chance of success is tiny, but hope dies last. He has not challenged the tower in a long time. This is a perfect chance to raise his level. After a long absence, the god of war immediately cleared several floors. After that, he went to the evolution tree. Elena looks very weak, because she has not adapted to crossing into another dimension. A short rest will help her recover her strength. Meanwhile, Michael will distribute his evolution points. This was needed to improve the stats of his weak points. Then it was time to return to little Jingle. After absorbing Louis, Michael saw Jingle in fragments of his memories. Apparently, she was part of his life. Maybe that explains why she dislikes Michael. Tears appeared in her eyes, but she refused to talk. Jingle only ordered them to continue their journey since they had already eaten. In the future, Michael will learn the truth anyway, because the truth never runs away. He activated a shadow clone to test some abilities. Now our hero can change the form of his clone. He created something similar to Goldie for further travel. The real Goldie had no idea about any of these events. He was having fun together with Bugu the owl. The animals could not understand what was happening. Michael suddenly became small, while the Black Queen grew up. The team had already discussed their future strategy. During the conversations, Linda was barely distracted. But at one point she noticed that her brother was acting a little strangely. It turned out that he was fine and simply wanted to get some fresh air. Junior is happy to see his sister walking on her own legs, because that was not always the case. Soon she told him what they had gone through in this world. These were interesting stories about battles and dangers. It must be nice to spend time together like real brother and sister. Right now, they are about the same age, and you can feel it. Linda learned about her death in the past. Now it is clear why Michael tried so hard to protect her. It is time to set out on a path that will not be easy. In the future, they will still have time to have a conversation like this. At that very moment, Michael was approaching the lair of the Hell Dragon. There is a small island here, surrounded by many ships. There is no doubt that the battle will be very difficult. Although Michael has probably been used to difficulties for a long time, on the island, many warriors were waiting for him. Jingle asked him to wait while she registered him. The warriors mocked the newcomer, thinking he was a fool. Apparently, a huge number of madmen like him have already died here. Michael paid no attention to them because he was focused on the goal. At that moment, a girl walked past him. Her thick hair reminded him of a piece of the past. Meanwhile, registration for the raid against the dragon continued. The bravest warriors had gathered here. 2 recommendation letters were received for special fighters. These letters talked about Michael, as well as a girl named Barbara. At that very moment, Michael approached this girl. Of course, they know each other, but he thought she would look different because of her age. Barbara has barely changed, and even here, she looks beautiful. Of course, she did not recognize the god of war, because they do not know each other in this world. Soon, an official announcement came about the start of the hunt. This is the last time a squad is being recruited to clear the area. The warriors will go through trials, and the best among them will be selected. The top 8 warriors will go fight the dragon. Jason is the captain of the cleanup team. He has a high rank, and personally chooses his future partners. Michael has already managed to establish contact with Barbara. He hopes they can pass the selection together. Michael and Barbara received permission to enter the test together. They need to walk up to this device and place a hand on it. The test should be just a formality, because both warriors received recommendation letters. Barbara touched the device almost instantly. She is at A level and will soon become even stronger. That means the girl passed the trial. Since they are from the same shelter, Barbara wants to wait for Michael. This surprised Jason because Michael was recommended by the Black Queen. It was hard to believe because everyone around knows Olivia. Michael said that it was too long a story to tell. He calmly passed the test and did not doubt his skills. The warriors outside were sure the newcomers would fail the trial. Soon everyone around felt an incredible explosion of energy. Something like that was almost impossible to imagine. It turned out that Michael had only activated his killing aura. The program behaved in a rather strange way. The program showed A rank, but it seemed like a mistake. All of this looked suspicious, but either way, Michael passed the trial. Jason tried to find out why the Black Queen had sent him here. Michael answered directly and said he had come to save the world. Of course, no one expected an answer like that. It was taken as a joke, but nevertheless, both participants entered the main group. Now a journey deep into the island awaits them. The best warriors will be right beside them. 2 more participants also joined them. That is how a group of 8 people was formed. The team will be split into 2 groups. Martha immediately approached our hero and suggested teaming up. Michael said that he wanted to be on the same team as Barbara. Apparently, a girl like Martha is not used to being rejected. Soon, Barbara also received an offer from Weaver. She refused him immediately, but he does not accept rejection. Michael realized that he would have to step in and stop this guy. Usually, only madmen provoke a warrior as strong as Weaver. Actions like that quickly sparked a conflict. Everyone around instantly felt killing intent. The group leader immediately understood that he needed to intervene. If not for Jason, the situation could have gone too far. They cannot start conflicts before the raid begins. Michael insisted that he would act only with Barbara. The battle tank Bolg will work with Martha and Weaver. Juan will have to work with 2 idiots. They are called Boar and Skinny Dog, and that says a lot. Juan, on the other hand, is incredibly trained and prepared. Today, everyone is going to rest, and tomorrow morning, they will set out. Michael decided to earn Barbara's trust. He showed her that he possessed her own abilities, which he had gained in his previous life. He also told her her entire backstory from before the apocalypse. Now he hopes for productive cooperation. He would also like to work with Jason, because this guy is special. Jason is the first holder of a double highest rank. Barbara came here to investigate a case connected to him. They do not even suspect that Jason is also thinking about them before going to sleep. He is studying Michael's file and looks interested. At the same time, something similar was happening in another reality. The warriors also formed a team and set out on the road. Even though Junior is still a child, he is already surrounded by beautiful women. Daniel will pick up the support group and join them a little later. When they met, everyone immediately noticed the new member of the team. It is that same Jason, and he has superpowers and wants to become a member of the Dream Team. This guy has not yet gained confidence, but he is already dangerous. Linda was the first to offer him her hand as a greeting. While they were talking, someone was secretly watching them. Skynet's squad is always nearby, so they cannot relax. Since early morning, similar events had been happening in the parallel universe. The teams were organized and prepared for battle. Here we can also meet new group members, such as the warrior Shadow. Beside him is the beautiful Irene, who has healing skills, and also a tank named Chen with close combat skills. Now they can prepare for the entrance and begin the cleanup. There is no doubt this will be very interesting, because super strong monsters are waiting for them there. For experienced warriors, this should not come as a surprise. Jason immediately destroyed several monsters at once. It is not even entirely clear why he brought a support team with him at all. Apparently, he wants to save their strength for later. Right now, they are in the tunnels and searching for crystals. Thanks to them, they will be able to pass through the lava into the nests of the Hell Demon Dragons. This is not the first team that came here for a cleanup. Many warriors have died in battles against the Hell Dragons. Soon the team split up and went in different directions. There are many tunnels around, and everyone can find their own path. Michael and Barbara are together with Chen. Thanks to his experience, he can be very useful. Soon the first opponents appeared before them. The Hell Giant Jaws can melt anyone. Chen has taunting skills, so he is perfect for drawing attention to himself. Michael and Barbara need to use this moment. That way, their team can successfully destroy monsters. The giant jaws were not going to surrender without a fight. At first, they even had to retreat. They do not have a healer, so they cannot afford to get wounded. Michael decided to clear the area by himself. He does not want to put his partners at risk of death. Now Barbara doubts even more that this man is only A level. Only a higher being could possess power like that. Soon, he destroyed all the flaming jaws in the cave. But the most amazing part is that he did it without support. Soon the team continued forward, and now they looked at Michael from a completely different angle. Juan and his team also achieved success. This time the cleanup group is acting more confidently than their predecessors. Things were also interesting in the parallel universe. Linda was getting closer and closer to Jason. He possesses the silent prison technique and can block his opponent's skills. He behaves rather modestly, even though he has great talent. Junior does not like that this glasses-wearing guy has gotten close to his sister. He tries to distract himself and talk to Daniel. The apocalypse started only recently, so the monsters have not grown strong yet. Everything should go smoothly, at least in theory. I think everyone has already figured out that events in both worlds are happening in the same location. This makes the story even more interesting. We can compare the actions of both teams under the same conditions. Meeting a hellish demon cow is the worst possible trial. The smallest mistake can cost someone their life. In moments like this, a warrior's training shows itself. It is immediately obvious that Juan is on a completely different level. His partners cannot even come close to competing with him. Expecting support from them would be foolish. He understood that from the very beginning and started acting on his own. That did not stop him from destroying the monster and obtaining the crystal. Boar and Skinny Dog were inspired by his skills. Not every warrior had everything go according to plan. Many of them lost their skills. Under these conditions, resisting strong opponents is impossible. Martha and Weaver were defeated by the Hell Cow. By the end of the battle, they had completely lost hope of success. Irene asked them to speak more quietly, because the boss might hear them. Shadow is already tired of going through trials like this, but it is too late to refuse. Their task is simple. They have to bring high-rank warriors into these caves. Their energy is absorbed by the Hell Dragon, and the reward increases. All of this was carefully planned by the gang leader, Jason. Now they only have to wait for Chen, who should have already finished. There is a new guy on his team, and the boss is interested in him. At this very moment, Chen could not believe his eyes. Michael really killed a hell demon with his bare hands. He also guessed that Jason had done something to them. Their abilities are disabled, and he felt that from the very beginning. Jason wants the warriors to die, but why would he need that? He is probably feeding the Hell Dragon, so everyone needs to run immediately. Chen admitted that this was true, but he is sure Michael cannot challenge Jason. Escaping from here is practically impossible. The whole world has been taken over by zombies, and these fools still manage to kill each other in caves. Chen did not want to do this, but he was left with no choice. He asked his partners to leave immediately, but it was already too late. A huge hell cow appeared near them. The remains of dead warriors were also nearby, along with a living weaver. The monster had already killed almost all the warriors, and their abilities had been disabled. The monster was preparing to crush the humans like tiny bugs. Barbara lost focus and almost died. Only Michael's timely help saved her life. Apparently, she will do everything she can to save the wounded, because that is her job. Even 60 years later, she still has not changed. Barbara is still the same police officer. Weaver is still alive, and they need to get him out of here. Barbara has to handle the evacuation. Michael wants to complete the mission and will go alone. His main goal is to meet Jason. He needs to understand why Jason went this far. Apparently, all of this was done only to become stronger. This is where his little plan has to end. It turned out that Michael is not the only one who made it this far. Juan also overcame every obstacle and proved his skills. It feels like they have united for a common goal. Jason suggests going down to the Hell Dragon. They came here to kill it, so that would be the reasonable choice. They need to kill the huge monster and receive the reward. After that, they can decide what to do about the current situation. Thanks to the crystal, they can safely pass through the lava. Right now, both versions of Michael have such a crystal. The Dream Team will split up to complete the mission. That way they will have a better chance of success. Something very similar is happening in the other reality. The Hell Dragon is right in front of the warriors. Juan is blind and mute, but his senses are sharpened to the limit. Right now, his qualities will be needed for victory. This entire island is a huge prison for the dragon. Without Jason's permission, no one can leave the territory. Shadow and Irene suggest teaming up and fighting the monster. That way everyone can reach a new level of skill. The Dream Team also managed to pass through the lava. They reach the bottom and are moving toward the target. Their universe has something that the alternate reality does not. Skynet is always nearby and always ready to interfere with their plans. As soon as they got close to the target, new obstacles appeared. They will have to fight and defend their ideals. Every single member of the Dream Team was called in to help. That included not only the animals but also zombies and the new members. Children without combat experience should stay aside. Michael admits that right now they are too weak. Apparently Jason does not like phrases like that very much. He has always hated weakness and wanted to become stronger. That is exactly why he created this horrible plan. If warriors are sacrificed, the dragon will fully mature. That will not be easy to do because Michael and Juan are working together. There were not even any negotiations between them. Everything happened on an instinctive level. No extra words are needed to unite against something evil. The only problem is Jason, who is far too strong. He is the only double S rank, and that is no joke. The smallest mistake against a guy like that can cost someone their life. But if they act perfectly, they can succeed. Jason disabled his opponent's abilities, but Michael still showed everything he was capable of. All of this became possible thanks to gravity skills. He also noticed his opponent's weak point. Jason had underestimated both warriors far too much. He has the right to do that because he has power. The only question is whether that power is enough to defeat Michael. His weak point is the number of targets his silent prison technique can affect. He cannot strip the skills from many warriors at once while fighting them. He also has to control the demon dragon and block the island. That means his energy is almost completely drained. It looked like Michael had won, but this is only the beginning. Silent prison has been disabled, and the Hell Dragon is free. A conflict also broke out between the other raid members. Barbara tried to convince the guys to switch over to the side of light. Apparently, judging by their reactions, she was not having much success. Jen promised to hold back the opponents so the others could escape. Shadow thinks his comrade made the wrong choice. Escaping will not be easy, because Weaver feels terrible. Irene is also constantly nearby. Still, this battle is much more pleasant than meeting the Hell Dragon. It can use hellfire and seize organisms with its flames. To restore his energy, Jason gave up the silent prison technique. He is sure Michael still will not defeat the dragon, even like this. This mutant is so strong that even Godzilla would be afraid of it. First, Michael tested Phantom Strike. It did not help, but maybe Juan knows what to do. It turned out that he can speak and see perfectly. All this time, he was only pretending, but now he will show who he really is. Juan is one of the most underestimated characters in this story. Very little has been said about this guy, even though he deserves attention. His strike can be compared to the bite of a black mamba. At first, the victim thinks nothing serious has happened, but after some time, the wound makes itself known. Right now, the dragon feels confident, but for how long? With his attack, Michael managed to tear off its skin. That is a pretty bold move, but the dragon has become even more dangerous. When you anger it, it turns into a living nightmare. They need to take the resistance crystal from Jason immediately. Otherwise, Michael may turn into charcoal. A similar battle continued in the parallel universe. Things were also hot there, but for different reasons. There are no other monsters here except the Skynet clan. The Dream Team is showing coordinated action. All members of the group support each other. They act as one whole, even without help from the young ones. Sometimes they have to fight humans, because humans are worse than zombies. Those words reminded Jason of his past. Back then, he asked his mother why bugs fight. His mother explained that insects fight over territory. That seemingly ordinary episode had a strong impact on the child. Right now, he needs to think about other things. A huge monster appeared right in front of Jason and Junior. They almost died because of their carelessness. It feels like Jason is in shock. The members of Skynet's team used that pause. Apparently, they plan to destroy more than just the Dream Team. The huge dragon may also become Skynet's target. Mark felt very confident. That lasted until Jason activated Silent Prison. This guy finally interfered in the course of the duel. Mark's abilities were immediately deactivated. He turned into an easy snack for the dragon. To be honest, it was very unpleasant to watch. Margaret could barely hold back her tears. Jason felt that they were facing an enemy, so he forgot about mercy. After absorbing the energy, the dragon became even stronger. If Margaret is left alone, she will die quickly. She decided to run away immediately and report everything to the boss. And doing that will be difficult without her skills. Jason even directed silent prison at her. Apparently Jason needs to be stopped immediately. He wants everyone around him to become energy for the dragon. Looks like this guy has completely lost his mind. He once again remembered his childhood and that situation with the insects. Now it is clear that ordinary words from a mother can turn a person into a psychopath. He wants to activate his skills and turn Michael into a snack. Apparently he did not predict that silent prison might fail to activate. Michael will no longer fall into a trap like that. Now he is the one who activated silent prison. Jason's 20-year plan collapsed completely. He was sure that humans could not save this world. Humans are disgusting inside and only ever satisfy their greed. He believes people are cowardly and incompetent, and helplessness has always driven him insane. We are watching classic childhood trauma unfold right before our eyes. He does not understand that even though people make mistakes, they still strive toward good. Instead of killing, they try to save. Michael activated a shadow clone of the dragon. A battle between two titans is about to happen right before our eyes. We have never seen anything more massive than this. None of Michael's battles can compare to this fight. While the epicness kept rising, Jason continued clinging to his idea. He hopes the dragon will defeat all his enemies and become overwhelmingly powerful. His faith in the dragon is too strong and reckless, and it was this faith in a demonic creature that destroyed him. He loved his dragon so much that he completely lost his mind. Jason never understood what his mistake was. The user of silent prison died, and the dragon became even stronger. Now the most interesting part begins. As soon as the monster absorbed one of the main warriors, it immediately evolved. It upgraded its form and completely transformed. The dragon had been held captive for far too long. Now it wants to feel freedom and absorb as much energy as possible. Michael and Juan should become its first victims. Immediately after its evolution, a volcanic eruption began. The people outside realized that the situation had gotten out of control. Michael will have to fight a new type of monster. He has never faced anything like this before. Juan went down to the other members of the team. He told them what happened and said they needed to leave the island quickly. The volcano will erupt soon and they could get hurt. Barbara immediately refused to retreat. Only by joining forces can they defeat this evil power. Even Shadow and Irene agreed to help and start over with a clean slate. That is how the Crusade team was formed. Their hidden goal is to stop the demonic Hell Dragon. Right now, Michael is fighting without support, and that cannot last long. The dragon dove into the water to throw the god of war off its back. It will not be easy for Michael to defend himself here. A dragon is still a reptile, so it feels comfortable in water. Here he needs to maneuver and defend himself at the same time. For now, Michael is managing it, but that will not last. He needs to get support immediately and come up with a victory plan. Apparently, Boar is about to turn into roasted pork. This is necessary to support their leader somehow. With every minute there was more and more lava. The island was sinking into heat, and the temperature kept rising. Suddenly, an explosion of fire erupted. A huge body flew over the warriors' heads. They were shocked when they saw that it was the demonic dragon. It had been thrown like a piece of meat, and Michael was the one who did it. He came to put a final period on this story. All that remains is to absorb the dragon's energy. The demonic hell dragon has been destroyed. Defeating it brought our hero more than 10,000 evolution points and a dragon horn. This artifact may come in handy in the future. Michael decided to thank the entire team. He offered each of them special rewards for the cleanup. Every member of the group received their own artifact. Now it is time to part ways because Michael has to follow his own path. He is here to save the world, so he cannot stop. They will meet again when the world returns to its original state. Boar and Skinny Dog will continue training with their older brother. Barbara will return the criminals to the shelter, where they will pay for their mistakes. Meanwhile, Michael will head out to face new adventures. Now we can safely return to the alternate reality. Remember, Jason also went insane here. Skynet's warriors are no longer the problem, and now they need to fear the dragon. Winning will be difficult, because Jason activated the silent prison skill. No one understands why he is acting this way. His explanation is that he is trying to save the world. Humans must become energy for the dragon. After that, Jason will restrain the monster and be able to control it. Thanks to this, he plans to get rid of the zombies. It has to be admitted that there is logic in this plan, but it is far too cruel. Sacrificing the best warriors is always horrible. There is no doubt that another way out of this situation can be found. There is no limit to the madness of the human mind. Jason suggests dying here to help save the world. This guy needs to be eliminated immediately. That would be simple if he had not revealed his abilities. His skills still look dangerous even now. Jason is not much weaker than his alternate version. They will have to sweat a little to win. On one side, there is a psychopathic child, and on the other, a huge monster. Jason openly mocks the members of the Dream Team. He thinks everything is going according to plan, but that is a mistake. Junior may be weak, but he is still dangerous when people underestimate him. When he chooses the right moment to attack, he has a chance to hit the target. The strike turned out so powerful that Jason flew to the other side of the volcano. There, the demonic dragon noticed him. Linda would like to save him, but she understands that it is impossible. That is how Jason repeated his fate. He turned into a sweet snack for the monster. The silent prison skill ended, and now everyone can use their powers. Thanks to his actions, Junior earned a little feminine warmth. Lana healed his injuries, and together they headed into the battle against the dragon. Right now, this monster is being attacked from different sides. The team came together and united. Everyone is trying to use their strengths. If they do not rush and act wisely, victory will appear on the horizon. The Dream Team has never looked this focused before. They acted as a single whole. After the distraction, all that remained was for Daniel to deliver the final blow. Daniel came here together with his friends. Soon they saw him with the entire team. Daniel handled the leadership role perfectly. During Michael's absence, he was the one managing the main processes. We should also mention Junior, who turned out to be useful. Now they can calmly head to the shelter. At the shelter, the Dream Team may face new problems. After all, the Skynet Corporation still exists. They lost several warriors, but they are still strong. Let us return to our main hero. The God of War is in a tropical forest with Jingle. The danger level here is pretty high. The heroes were convinced of that just a few minutes later. If not for Michael's reaction speed, they would have turned into stakes. Another character appeared near them. This is our old acquaintance Daniel, but here he looks a little different. He is ready to take all the work on himself and destroy the anteater alone. Michael is not used to sharing the dirty work with his friends. This guy is a true egoist, so he killed the monster himself. It turned out that Daniel had already heard about this guy. The news about the Hell Dragon's death had spread all over the world. Daniel invited him to come to his house and talk for a while. He was happy to meet the hero of humanity. Then it turned out that all of Daniel's comrades were already dead. We remember very well that in the other reality, his friends play an important role in his life. His friends sacrificed themselves to save him. Daniel immediately guessed why Michael had come here. He is interested in the abyssal cobra, but it may turn out to be only a legend. Daniel had searched for it for a long time, but never found it. That is exactly why both of them need a guide. Let us return to the Dream Team for a while. Lana suggested spending the night with Junior, but he did not appreciate it. Soon after arriving, they learned all the latest news. It turned out that General Larak wanted to see Michael. Of course, he meant a completely different god of war. They had to explain to him that some changes had happened. The general told them about the meeting with Skynet. The shelter may have problems, so Michael's protection is needed. The conversation lasted for the next 10 minutes. During that time, the general announced an important mission. Junior and his friends must leave, while the shelter deals with Skynet. It turned out that clan representatives had already infiltrated the shelter. Barbara wanted to fight and refused to retreat. The general ordered her to listen to him. Soon, all the team members were gathered in one place. They decided to leave immediately. The entire team must listen to Daniel. Only Barbara will stay here, and that is her decision. She cannot leave the shelter at such a critical moment. Daniel said he would not abandon his friend. He will leave his close friends behind so they can protect her. Skynet is the main obstacle on the path to victory. The team must carry out Michael's plan, and to do that, they will have to fight. Kira will also stay to meet Skynet's fighters. Meanwhile, the clan warriors had already met with the leadership. They are sure the Dream Team is somewhere nearby. They are looking for Linda and Daniel, but the general will not reveal their location. The situation started heating up quickly, and conflict is not far away. The warriors prepared for a fierce battle. They survived the catastrophe, so now they fear nothing. You need to understand that Skynet warriors can be worse than zombies. At that moment, part of the Dream Team appeared in the hall. They came to help and defeat Skull and Snowflake. At that moment, a loud explosion happened. Several more people broke into the room. Linda appeared here too, and she also wants to take part in the battle. Apparently, this is her personal challenge to Snowflake. As a result, it turned out to be only a diversion. Linda quickly turned around and flew away on Goldie. She and her friends only wanted to annoy their opponents a little. Skynet's warriors immediately started chasing the target. Apparently, all of this was planned only to keep the shelter out of trouble. First, they need to lure them away from the city, and then destroy them. The people in the shelter had already figured out what happened. Meanwhile, things were also fun in the parallel reality. Michael tried to find out why Daniel was looking for the abyssal cobra. It turned out that he is an ordinary treasure hunter. Soon Jingle found their desired target. She confidently said that the cobra was beneath them. Daniel had been here many times, but he had never seen anything. Thanks to his skills, Michael found something. To open the mechanism, they need to find 4 items. Daniel decided to split up. Even though Michael was against it, this guy only listens to himself. Either way, this man is worthy of trust. Just a few minutes later, the travelers met a poisonous lizard. For Michael, this should not become a big problem. He destroys monsters like this with one swing of his hand. A few hours later, they met up with Daniel. Each of them had completed their part of the mission. Now it is time to connect the 4 items. This will help open the path to the abyssal cobra. Soon the teleportation gate opened. The cobra will use all the warrior's emotions as a source of energy. Michael wanted to go alone, but Daniel does not listen to anyone. A shadow clone will protect Jingle. Meanwhile, Michael will go search for the cobra. Daniel had been waiting a long time for this meeting. Finally, he saw the abyssal cobra with his own eyes. This monster has the abyss eyes skill. Also, you must never forget about its poison. If you do not dodge in time, you can be melted alive. Michael immediately took the situation into his own hands. He tried to absorb its energy. Daniel stopped him at the last moment. He believes the cobra should not die yet. At that moment, the monster activated Abyss Eyes. Daniel immediately began saving his new comrade. He took all of this dangerous damage onto himself. Now he will finally be able to personally meet his friends. When he opened his eyes, he saw his friends. All of them were preparing food. Apparently, a celebration is planned here in honor of the world returning to its original state. At that moment, Daniel thought his friends had not died. Apparently, he had sunk deep into his fantasies. Now the cobra began attacking the second opponent. The monster grew after absorbing Daniel's energy. Michael is in for a rough time because the abyss eyes are working against him, and now he has also fallen into its illusion. But he will not be shown a pleasant dream. The cobra uses emotions as a source of energy. That is exactly what happened to everyone who came to kill it. But Michael is a completely different kind of beast. None of these skills worked on him, because he was ready for everything. The cobra could not understand why its abyss eyes were not working. The monster also could not land a precise hit at all. Daniel was still trapped in illusions. He was standing beside his friends and trying to understand what was happening. His abilities would not activate at all. His friends tried to take him with them to a peaceful world. Each of them talked about their plans for the future. Now they are ordinary people who have returned to a calm life. He was having a wonderful time with his family. At the same time, Daniel did not even suspect that he was inside an illusion. At that moment, things were not easy for Michael at all. Thanks to the illusions, the cobra feeds on energy. The cobra is taking Daniel's emotions and becoming stronger. Daniel does not suspect anything at all because he feels like he is in heaven. His friends are now always nearby and ready to support him at any moment. The warrior admits that they died because of him. He came here searching for the abyssal cobra only for this moment. His friends did everything they could to make him stay with them. Of course, they are not really his friends, but only the monster's illusions. Daniel cannot stay with them because Michael needs him. As soon as he made that decision, the illusion immediately began to break. Before disappearing, Kira asked him to quit smoking and shave his beard. He has to let go of his past and start living the right way. All this time, Michael was only dodging the monster's attacks. After a while, the cobra's energy weakened. It turned out that Daniel was no longer inside the beautiful illusions. He used Michael to see his friends again. Before we see the ending of this story, we need to return to the other reality again. Skynet's warriors continue searching for their targets. It feels like they have walked into a trap. Monsters attacked from every side, but that did not become a problem. To defeat them, much greater strength is needed. The Dream Team is holding back their opponents with the help of zombies. We definitely have not seen a strategy like this before. To succeed, they had to split into two groups. Skull has already realized that the zombies obey the Dream Team. Among them is the Black Queen, who conquers monsters with her mind. Snowflake sensed danger and started shooting in every direction. Apparently, her instincts were telling her that the enemies were somewhere nearby. She was only partly right, but those were still just suspicions. Some members of the Dream Team really were very close. They were hiding in the underground catacombs. At the same time, Jingle was talking to Michael's clone. She decided to apologize for her past behavior. At that moment, a portal opened right in front of her. It was unclear what was happening, and the entire sky turned purple. Just a few seconds later, a huge cobra crawled out of the portal. If not for Michael's clone, everything would have ended badly. Michael and Daniel soon joined Jingle as well. It turned out that Michael had heard all of her apologies, even through the clone's mind. An apology is wonderful, but right now, they need to focus on the monster. If they do not destroy the snake immediately, it will only become stronger. At that very moment, the cobra began absorbing monsters. All of this is needed to fill itself with energy. Thanks to tricks like this, the cobra changes its form. Now energy seems to be overflowing inside its body. Michael asked Daniel not to risk his life. He can handle a monster like this on his own. Apparently, after defeating the Hell Dragon, the god of war became too confident. Sometimes overconfidence leads to big problems. Daniel understands that he has to get involved. Without his help, Michael will not be able to defeat an opponent like this. Only teamwork can help in this difficult matter. Daniel managed to distract the monster and create an opportunity for his partner. At that moment, Michael immediately appeared on the cobra's back. He cut through its back and delivered a crushing blow. That is how the abyssal cobra was destroyed. They obtained the abyss eyes and many artifacts. Daniel immediately refused the reward. He advised Michael to go to a blacksmith and forge a weapon from the artifacts. This blacksmith is located in Sky City, a place Michael had heard about in his previous life. This city has the highest level of security. The city's mayor is the leader of the Golden Guild, Star Ember. A trip to Sky City may also be part of the plan. Michael offered Daniel to come with him, but he refused. They parted on friendly terms and thanked each other for the help. Now Michael can calmly head to Sky City. At the same time, Kim was inside his tent. He had been warned that he must not use his abilities anymore, or he could end up in danger. Nevertheless, Kim decided to check how Michael was doing. As always, things are pretty simple for the god of war. He once again destroyed a huge monster, and has now arrived in Sky City. There are many people around waiting for the offering ceremony. These people gather gold from all over the world and offer it here. Whoever offers more than 1 ton of gold receives the right to live in this city. This place has the best security, so there is no need to fear zombies. For ordinary people, getting here is a dream. The elite live here, the best of the best. Michael is not here to offer gold. They brought goods in order to make a deal. All he had to do was show the artifacts to the guard. After that, the city gates opened immediately. That is how Jingle and Michael ended up in Sky City. It is immediately obvious that the infrastructure here is incredibly advanced. Michael will even have his own guide, May. Gold is the most important part of the city. This is where the main forge is located, where any weapon can be made. Until Michael receives his weapon, he can freely live in Sky City. Here it is easy to forget that you are still living through an apocalypse. After stepping inside, Michael and Jingle were very surprised. There were a huge number of different artifacts all around. Soon they were greeted by the master, the owner of the forge. He turned out to be a little shorter than the average man. Michael showed the artifacts and then explained what he needed. The god of war wants a short sword or daggers for both hands. As Michael was about to leave, he heard a voice advising him to leave the city. The master promised to analyze the artifacts and then get to work. The mayor of the city is in the main office. He received a report on the condition and amount of gold. Every day, he listened to reports about people coming to Sky City. Ember is not very interested in all these numbers. Soon, he learned that the demonic dragon had been destroyed. It was killed by Michael, who is on the Black Queen's side. At that moment, the assistant saw information about a new resident. He was also informed that this guy's name is Michael, and that he came to the master blacksmith. The assistant ordered them to immediately detain Michael and bring him here. A few minutes later, the god of war met an unknown guy. He advised him not to resist and to come with him. At that same time, the master reported that work on the weapon had begun. Michael immediately sensed something unclean in his workshop. Apparently, this was connected to a guy named Dika. Michael felt the guards approaching them. Apparently, Daka was right, and he should have followed him immediately. The guards stepped inside and raised their weapons. Here they saw only the master. He told them that his visitors had disappeared somewhere. The search began, but Michael wants to avoid a direct conflict. Dika did not resist at all, as if he were interested. All that remains is to understand why he warned Michael about the danger. Daka said that information about Michael had already leaked into the city. He is part of the unclean, people with the lowest social status. He is ready to help Michael simply out of kindness. He would be happy to work with humanity's hero. Dika suggested going to another workshop, where the quality is better and the prices are lower. In this city, you have to follow the rules. Any careless movement does not go unnoticed. Soon, Michael saw the unclean with his own eyes. They brought enough gold, but that only gave them the right to enter. Now they have to work in order to start living like the elite. No matter how glorious a city is, there will always be a dump somewhere inside it. Either way, this place is safer than the normal world. Soon, the travelers entered the workshop. There, they met a huge man named Baku. He was unhappy that Daka had disappeared for the entire day. Baku only calmed down when he saw that Daka had brought new clients. Then they entered the master's main room. Michael showed Baku all of his materials. He needs a sword or 2 short daggers. It would be nice if Baku could make them in a short amount of time. It turned out that this guy is a true professional. He understands weapons and notices subtle details. The work will be completed in less than half a day. During that time, Jingle can buy some supplies. Michael will use this time to explore the city. Let us return to the parallel reality. Snowflake and Skull continue clearing the forest. They decided to retreat immediately because there are too many monsters. Now the members of the Dream Team can get outside. The Black Queen and Lana did a wonderful job. The second part of the team was meeting the Abyssal Cobra at the same time. Fighting this beast was not easy for them. Daniel once again took all the dirty work onto himself. He is not immortal, and without support he will not manage. Linda is no longer a small, defenseless girl. She has turned into a talented fighter against death itself. That way their chances of victory keep increasing. Michael was enjoying a walk through Sky City. Many people around had already heard the news about his victories. He was lost in thought and did not notice the mayor of the city at all. They did not react to each other, and it looked strange. This means Michael did not recognize Ember. At the same time, the mayor also did not recognize humanity's hero. They looked at each other in surprise, but then got distracted. Some strange conversation was happening near them, and apparently someone was being actively searched for. Ember apologized for his carelessness and said he was not a bad guy. Michael is sure the guards were looking for him, but he also gets the feeling that Ember is a criminal too. The city mayor offered to treat his new friend to some delicious cake. They quickly found common ground, even though Michael is not a fan of making friends. Soon they entered a cafe that was closing. Alexa was very surprised to see visitors. She was unhappy that Ember had run away again. Apparently he could not handle the boredom and dry information about gold. He met a guy who does not care about his identity, and that is a great chance to make a friend. It feels like they have met before. Ember told him everything he knew about the city. Michael called himself a merchant and said he would soon leave Sky City. At that very moment, the assistant Lazarus entered a dark room. He immediately began his report about everything that had happened in the city, especially about Michael. He also informed the person in the bed about Ember's absence. The conversation turned to Olivia, and they decided to kill her immediately. At the same time, Michael and Ember finished their cake. The mayor learned that his new ally chooses freedom over safety. That is strange to hear in the safest city in the world. Either way, freedom and safety can coexist. Soon Alexa approached them because she wanted to talk to Ember alone. For Michael, this is a good chance to go handle his own business. The friends said goodbye and wished each other luck. It turns out that Alexa's brother is Lazarus. He already knows that the mayor is here, along with the mayor's father, Mr. Simon. Ember became interested in Michael for a reason. He senses the same energy in him that Lewis had, and they even think the same way. Lewis has been an enemy of the people in Sky City for a long time. He disappeared recently, and they need to find out what that means. Before leaving, the mayor decided to kiss the blonde beauty. She pretended that she did not like it at all. Apparently, Alexa does not want intimacy before marriage. Michael was already outside among the ordinary people. People are searching for him everywhere, so he needs to be more careful. As soon as the weapon is created, he needs to leave the city immediately. Soon a gathering took place in the central square. Only now did Michael realize that Ember is the mayor of the city. The residents are happy to have a mayor like him, someone who cares about their safety. Now it is unclear why Ember tried to befriend Michael. It is better not to complicate the situation and leave the city quickly. Baku was finishing the work at that very moment. He only has a few final touches left. The city mayor went to meet his father. There, he saw not only Simon but also the assistant Lazarus. He told him about meeting a special guy. Simon did not like this information at all. Michael also learned that Lewis and the city mayor knew each other. They built Sky City together, but because of Lewis, the situation got worse and he disappeared. Back then, all responsibility passed to Ember, just like it has now. He received the task of killing Michael, and Kim saw all of this thanks to his book. To return Michael to his world, Kim and the Black Queen must be sacrificed. The situation is getting more confusing with every minute. We can definitely say that our heroes are in danger. Even in the parallel reality, there are serious problems. If not for Lana's skills, Daniel and Linda would have stayed in the hospital for a long time. Right now they are doing great, but for how long? It seems like Skynet is somewhere far away, but that is not true. These filthy rats are always closer than expected. Jasmine and Raoul are watching a massive zombie army. After the evolution tree is destroyed, the zombies will become stronger. They will create the strongest zombies and send them to destroy humans. That makes Skynet's real plans clear. They are only interested in destroying the world and taking power. Raoul will become both ruler and savior at the same time. The survivors will worship him, while Michael will become humanity's enemy. Even Jasmine is frightened by plans like that. Michael does not even suspect anything like this. He waited for the work to be finished and is ready to receive his new weapon. All that remains is to pour living energy into the cube. That way, Michael will receive excellent daggers. The weapon has become lighter, more flexible, and less bulky. Now he does not have to fear enemies at long range. The daggers can extend and reach anything. All that remains is to thank Baku for his excellent work. The conversation was interrupted when bad news arrived. Now all of Sky City is searching for Michael and his friends. They need to run to the garbage chute immediately. They should not worry about Deka, because he will always be fine. All that remains is to hope they manage to escape. Sky City is difficult to enter, but leaving it is much easier. If you turn into garbage, it should not be a problem. Deka promised to handle everything at the highest level. The guard was planning to carry out an inspection. That could have become a problem, but Deka found the right words. He distracted the guard and forced him to run back into the city. That is how his friends became free. All that remains is to leave the city and shake off the pursuit. Deka could have claimed the reward for Michael's head, but he did not. Friendship with humanity's hero is worth much more. Soon, the police came to Baku's workshop. They burst inside and started searching the place. The mayor of Sky City personally watched all of this. He did not even know such a miserable place existed in his city. The police discovered that work had been done here. Dika stood up for his master and said he had nothing to do with it. Apparently, he does not understand what the consequences could be. Either way, this guy is very brave and selfless. The mayor looked at his documents and analyzed the information. Deka could no longer hold himself back, and he said everything that had built up inside him. This guy voiced every possible complaint he had against the mayor. Dika is also sure that Michael knows Lewis and trusts him. This information immediately interested Ember. At that moment, the mayor was told that Michael had been found. All this time, he had been hiding at the very top of Sky City. It is immediately clear that Ember's attitude toward Michael has changed. Just a few hours ago, they were friends, and now they have become enemies. After a brief moment of eye contact, Michael flew away. He is not planning to play games with these guys. The mayor decided to leave the house and go outside, because the hunt had begun. At the same time, in the parallel reality, the situation was even worse. Powerful monsters appeared and destroyed the entire city. Constant clashes are happening all across the country. Michael and Jingle set out on a long journey. Their destination is located at the North Pole. It is abnormally cold there, and surviving without warm clothes is impossible. Their destination is on top of a mountain. It can only be climbed on foot. Unexpected attacks have already become something ordinary. It is strange to see that Michael did not predict something like this. A little more and he would have turned into fish food. As soon as Michael relaxed, a new monster appeared from the water. He had to quickly save the little worm named Jingle. If not for Michael, nothing would have been left of her. Only his timely reaction saved the girl's life. It was also a perfect way to test his new weapon. It turned out that the daggers are incredibly good in battles against monsters. Long distance was no obstacle for the new weapon. The huge monster turned into seafood soup. That is how the poisonous mist squid was destroyed. Michael easily earned more than 6,000 evolution points. Now they are finally on solid ground. The mutated monsters here are stronger than usual, and they need to get used to that. In the other time space, the same problems continue. Unknown monsters keep attacking. They have become bigger and stronger, and they still know no mercy. A few more seconds, and the squad of soldiers would have been destroyed. Only at the last moment did an unknown savior appear. That savior turned out to be the warrior Raoul. He came to save the soldiers and pull them out of the darkness. All the zombies standing before them were quickly destroyed. Michael and Jingle continued their path up the mountain. It is incredibly cold here, so they have to keep moving to avoid freezing. Apparently, they will not have any problems with that. From the moment they reach the mountain, something has constantly been trying to kill them. Zombie penguins are something new. Michael has never dealt with creatures like this before. He took this attack as an opportunity. Now he can easily warm up and melt the ice around him. Instead of using classic weapons, Michael fought with a penguin. Even Shaolin masters would envy this new technique. Because of that confidence, even more penguins appeared. They constantly attack using ice daggers. If Michael wants to survive, he needs to end this battle quickly. He has the physical advantage and knows how to use it. As soon as the penguins ran into trouble, they immediately showed something interesting. Thanks to their mutation, they created a terrifying creature. Now this huge penguin boss is hungry for revenge. This situation calls for the stone fists of the god of war. Now this giant penguin will feel the power of humanity's hero. Michael decided to turn this mountain into a warm resort. His fire is enough to melt any glacier. Our old acquaintance Snowflake was watching this battle. She saw the fall of the huge penguin with her own eyes. Just a few seconds later, Michael was beside her. He felt that someone was behind the attack and immediately found the enemy. Now he needs to defeat an S-level warrior. We all understand that this cannot be easy or simple. The most interesting part of this situation is not even the battle. At the moment, Snowflake has not yet become a member of the Skynet clan. In fact, it is the exact opposite, because she thinks Skynet is trying to kill her. Apparently in this timeline, Snowflake is not an enemy at all. As soon as this became clear, Michael stopped the fight. He asked her to tell him more about Skynet. Snowflake does not want to play games, and if he came to kill her, then he should just do it. Apparently, she does not understand that Michael is not part of Skynet. He had to free her to earn her trust. Michael immediately said that he came to kill Raoul. That was enough to clear away all doubts. He said Raoul is not in this world right now, so there is no need to hide. Raoul is recruiting high-rank warriors, and that is why he wants to recruit Snowflake. Michael also said that he is heading to the top of the mountain. There is a huge mutant there that needs to be destroyed. If he wants to learn anything from Snowflake, he needs to take her with him. In that case, Michael loses absolutely nothing. He quickly agreed and called Jingle. Information about Skynet will be useful, so cooperation with Snowflake is necessary. Unfortunately, the Dream Team did not have that information. They are preparing to head to the North Pole. Soon, strange sounds came from the bushes. The source of the sounds turned out to be Kim. They had not seen each other in a long time, and now it was time for a serious talk. The situation has changed, and new details have appeared in the Dead Sea Scroll. Kim quickly told them the most important things. Judging by Daniel's reaction, the situation is critical. Olivia will become the sacrifice, that is what the book says. Daniel is the team leader, and he has to protect her. When he returned to the group members, he looked gloomy. It was clear that he had just learned something terrifying. Now it is difficult for him to look at the Black Queen, especially when remembering her child form. Her fate is incredibly tragic, but why? Daniel said that nothing bad had happened. Tomorrow they will gather for the journey and head to the North Pole. At night, Daniel woke up and woke Linda. He asked her to wake Junior and Lana. They need to talk about something important without Olivia being involved. The team did not even suspect that the Black Queen could hear everything. He shared all the information he had learned from Kim. If they do not continue the journey, they will have to face Skynet. The situation is clearly not simple, and the decision needs to be made together. Daniel wonders what Michael would do. Michael had completely different worries right now. He killed a huge leopard seal. Snowflake did not even enter the fight. Michael understands that he has to progress. Only someone who has fought Raoul understands how dangerous he is. Soon an ice monster appeared near them. This is a perfect opportunity to gather evolution points. The rise to the highest level is already close. All that remains is to prove himself and become stronger. Soon the job was done, and the area was cleared. Everything happened so quickly that it was hard to believe your own eyes. The Dream Team was also fighting monsters. They had not reached the North Pole yet, but they had already run into problems. Fighting zombies has become harder now because their strength has increased. An incredibly powerful energy is coming from them. Olivia decided to handle the cleanup personally. They tried to stop her, but she did not listen to anyone. The summoned zombies will help her with this task. These guys have gone through professional training. Now they fight almost as well as Daniel. But even that does not mean they will easily defeat the leader. Apparently this zombie is clearly higher level. He used the Plague Blood skill. In that case, his entire body becomes poisonous. This situation cannot be handled without Olivia's help. With one move, she immediately made the zombie leader suffer. It is always satisfying to watch total destruction. The Black Queen is getting stronger with every minute. Now she is happily ready to head to the North Pole. To do that, they need to prepare more supplies and a detailed plan. They decided to split up to buy provisions. Half an hour later, the group gathered, but not everyone was there. Olivia got on Goldie and flew off in an unknown direction. Only now did they begin to realize that Olivia knows everything. All the supplies they had gathered remained in Olivia's dimension. Yesterday, she overheard the conversation and understood that the team would not sacrifice her. Because of that, she decided to go to the North Pole on her own. This is far too dangerous, so they need to catch up to her. Olivia did not leave completely alone. She took her tamed zombies with her. After yesterday's conversation, she understood everything. If they do not act, the entire plan to save the world will fail. Olivia had to be sacrificed, but her friends would never agree to that. She has to take her fate into her own hands. All of this is being done to save the world and for Michael's sake. In another dimension, the Black Queen had visitors. She was surprised to see the mayor of Sky City in front of her. This guy rarely leaves his utopia, but for what reason? He came to learn Olivia's motives. He knows that she released Michael to kill zombies. Olivia said she only wanted to have fun, but that was a lie. Ember ordered the guards to retreat immediately. He wants to stay alone to show his confidence. It seems his father gave him an important mission. He wants to stop the zombie uprising and become a national hero. Michael is still continuing his climb up the mountain. It is time to rest a little after the long journey. Snowflake helped build a shelter. Her abilities turned out to be very convenient. Michael said that he did not let her come with him for no reason. Snowflake reminds him of his sister, and that is why he made this decision. Linda died when the apocalypse began, and he could not protect her. At that moment, Snowflake began telling him everything about Skynet. Raoul personally killed all members of the clan. He forced them to level up quickly, and then they all turned into energy for him. All of them are only pieces on a chessboard. He also came up with a way to destroy humanity's hope, which is why Lewis became an enemy of the human race. This information made the god of war incredibly angry. He did not even suspect what was happening somewhere else. Too many threads of fate are waiting for us in the future. Kim met with the Black Queen's messenger. He received a letter and learned that Ember had reacted quickly. Now he needs to meet Michael immediately. At that same time, the god of war approached the mountain peak. He asked them to wait for him here, because he can handle it alone. An ice throne can be seen at the top of the mountain. The king has been waiting for his guest for a long time. It has been a long time since anyone came here. The Flaming Eagle will become a new trial for Michael, the Lord of the Frozen Land, also known as the Fire Elemental. Strangely enough, it is insanely hot at the top of the mountain. There is no time left for preparation. Michael had to become as strong as possible before this meeting. After all, monsters like the Flaming Eagle do not give second chances. From the very first seconds, a brutal fight began. Michael once again left his clone with the girls. In the other timeline, events took a bad turn. General Lorik saw Raoul's message. This warrior is ready to protect humanity, but that is not all. To eradicate the zombie problem, they need to kill the person who organized everything. Raoul said that Michael is humanity's main problem. We know perfectly well that this is not true. Now everything depends not only on Michael but also on the people fighting on the front line. The world can only rely on their support. Without their involvement, Raoul will take over everything and become the king of the planet. Right now, Michael continues fighting the Flaming Eagle. Jingle truly believes in his victory, and her faith is unshakable. No one except this guy can stop the catastrophe. First, he will have to destroy the king of the mountain. The Flaming Eagle has not entered battle in a long time. Strangely enough, it has not lost its skills. The combination of ice and fire has always been its best weapon. Michael is one of the strongest humans it has ever met. Nevertheless, right now, the eagle is close to claiming another victim. It practically tore apart the legendary god of war. Michael is bleeding out, but this is not the end. The real Michael had been hiding his presence the entire time. A clone was fighting in his place, and the eagle fell into the abyss of illusions. This is what happens to guys who are too overconfident. Sooner or later they meet a real threat. And in moments like that, things end badly for them. Even after the huge explosion, nothing was over. An unknown creature appeared nearby. It was Kim, riding a monster from the Black Queen. Only Michael's clone is here, while the original is still at the top of the mountain. An avalanche has just come down, and all roads to the peak are blocked. A little later, it turned out that the flaming eagle was still alive. It wants to make Michael suffer and turn his life into hell on earth. At that moment, Michael received a notification from the evolution tree. He saw that something terrible had happened to the Black Queen. Apparently, this is somehow connected to Star Ember. Olivia must be alive, because the beast is still under her control. That means she needs immediate help. Michael was still standing still, trying to process everything that had happened. Apparently the Black Queen decided to sacrifice herself. Michael tried to help her until the very end, but apparently it was pointless. Right now, she is in prison, being tortured. Ember does not want to kill her, he only wants to gain control over the zombies. Apparently, the mayor of Sky City is carrying out his father's will. At the same time, he does not want to kill anyone, not even the god of war. Olivia needs to think carefully, because it is not too late to cooperate with Ember. Apparently the mayor does not understand that humans will not be able to live together with zombies. All that remains is to hope the world returns to normal soon. To do that, Michael has to become stronger and defeat all his enemies. The flaming eagle had never felt such an overwhelming aura before. It was so frightened that it decided to retreat. The god of war has no choice left except to open hunting season. Eagles are known predators, but today the world has been turned upside down. Soon the flaming eagle fell from a great height. It was not easy, but the monster was finally destroyed. It fought until the very last minute, until it betrayed its own instincts. Now Michael has to understand why Ember attacked the queen. Apparently Ember learned that the Empress sent Michael to kill zombies. At that moment, the god of war understood a lot. All of his actions had been planned by Olivia. After that, she spread rumors, and this confirms that she is acting according to the plan. Either way, now the Black Queen needs to be saved. If she dies, all the plans will be ruined. Michael decided to save Olivia on his own. They must split up and meet again after the queen is rescued. Right now, absolutely everything depends on Michael's actions. He has accumulated a massive number of evolution points. These points are enough to reach S level. The evolution will be difficult to withstand, but he has no choice. The charge was truly overwhelming. The final trial to reach S level began. Everything is completely different from previous times. His body and power are being devoured, and hellish pain burns inside him. To receive the promotion, the evolution tree has to leave his body. The power of devouring is also leaving the skill book. Michael worked incredibly hard to reach his goals. All of his past memories flashed before his eyes. He cannot allow himself to stop after coming this far. This man is not going to hand his power over to anyone. He is ready to stop being human if that is what it takes to defeat Raoul. The deity will give him that chance, but the price will be very high. It is as if Michael is selling his soul in exchange for power. He obtained the Devouring Eyes skill. Now he only needs to look at an opponent to devour them. Michael received new skills and turned into a hunter. If Michael had failed the test, he would have turned back into an ordinary human. The goddess of evolution would have returned to sleep and waited for the next candidate. Now he is no longer human, but something greater. He has become the guardian of this world in order to maintain balance. Michael can even see Elena's thoughts. That is how strong he has become. Now it is time to go to the Black Queen. If the prophecy is true, she plays a key role in this story. Olivia's room opened, and a girl walked inside. We already know who Alexa is, the future wife of Ember. She came here secretly because she does not consider Olivia a demon. Alexa did not come empty-handed, because she brought her signature cake. Apparently, this is what the birth of female friendship looks like. Alexa came here to talk about Ember. Before the apocalypse began, he was an ordinary child who grew up without a mother. He was lonely until he met the most important friend of his life, Lewis. Soon his father forced him to build Sky City to earn a mountain of gold from it. Ember always listened to his father, but now things are a little different. Everything he does is aimed at helping Michael. He was ordered to kill this guy, but he refuses to do it. Ember plans to clear Michael's name, and for that he needs Olivia's help. The Black Queen asked for a glass of water. Alexa happily agreed to help. At that moment, Bix appeared in the room. He waited until Alexa returned to the room. Olivia did not want to do this, but too much depends on her fate. Soon Simon and Lazarus entered the prison. His son does not know how to talk, so Simon came personally. Now the whole world knows that she is trying to destroy the strongest mutant monsters. Apparently the job is done, and now Olivia will control the whole world using the monster's treasures. The human race must not allow that to happen. If Simon obtains all the monster treasures, he will secure her safety. He will rule the world, and that is his goal. Apparently the father is sure he can control his son, even though his son is stronger than him. Olivia must force the zombies to attack humans so Ember will begin to act. In that case, Simon will be able to seize control of the world. This disgusting pig is ready to use even his own son for his goal. He dreamed of becoming king, but his plans are not destined to come true. Alexa overheard the conversation and learned about Simon's plans. At the same time, in another space, Olivia was fighting monsters. She arrived at the North Pole and started destroying penguins. The zombies were under her control and served as excellent helpers. Soon they were attacked by a huge King Kong. This monster easily knocked out the zombies. The entire team ended up in mortal danger. Bugu the owl managed to save the Black Queen. As a result, King Kong became even angrier. In a situation like this, only an incredibly powerful beast can help. Goldie must prove himself under these terrible conditions. A battle of giants on an unbelievable scale began. Goldie had never looked this powerful and dangerous before. He attacked King Kong from every side. Together with the zombies, they managed to defeat the northern monster. Now it has come under the Black Queen's control. They cannot make any more mistakes and they must do everything to bring Michael home. At the same time, a small commotion broke out in Sky City. Ember was frantically searching for Alexa, afraid that something had happened to her. His father said that Olivia had managed to hurt Alexa. The girl came to treat the demon to cake, but she almost died. Simon is sure Olivia can no longer be left alive. Ember was very upset because now the wedding will have to be postponed. Soon Lazarus and Simon left the room. There was no longer any doubt that they were the ones who attacked Alexa. Soon Ember personally arrived at the prison where the Black Queen was being held. He tried to understand why she had done that to his girlfriend. Olivia answered that she had nothing to explain because Lazarus was the one to blame. He pretended not to understand what she meant and ordered her to move forward. He also asked Ember not to listen to this cursed woman. Her time to die has come, according to the official order from the authorities. The Black Queen was lifted onto the monument and chained up. Ember decided to personally take part in the execution. He drew his sword and prepared to cut off the girl's head. He delivered a powerful strike at her body, but the blow was stopped. Only at the last moment did Juan appear, someone we have not heard from in a long time. Boar and Skinny Dog were standing beside him. They were waiting for the right moment to attack, but they could not stay unnoticed. Ember does not want to kill people, but now he is facing a difficult choice. Juan does not want to talk in front of so many people. He decided to move them into another space. Ember turned out to be extremely powerful. He easily escaped from that space and returned to the real world. Apparently, they cannot avoid a brutal battle here. All this time, we have been underestimating the mayor of Sky City. Very little was known about his talents, but he is seriously powerful. Juan ordered his helpers to save Olivia immediately. The battle moved beyond the limits of the local space. The people around them ended up in mortal danger. Only at the last moment were they saved. No one understood what was happening until new participants appeared. Barbara came here, and she is not alone. This place is very dangerous, so they want to evacuate the population immediately. Simon ordered the situation to be handled immediately. His people must drive the strangers out of the city. The battle at the top of the monument continued. For now, Juan is having a hard time seizing the initiative. Things were also getting very heated below, and tensions kept rising. A guy named Daniel appeared here. We all know perfectly well how hot-blooded he is. Olivia also began taking part in the battle. She gave Juan some energy, and now he will become stronger. The battle with Star Ember will reach a new level. Simon does not even suspect that this is still not everything. The main danger is approaching Sky City right now. At the same time, in another time-space, things were rather cold. Olivia and her team came to meet the king. The Flaming Eagle had been waiting for guests for a long time. The battle began without any preliminary conversation. Things are pretty fun there, but not more than in Sky City. The crowd around the central square noticed an unidentified object. Some strange creature was flying through the air. Only sharp-eyed people could see that it was Michael. Formerly, he has already stopped being human, and now he is something more. Michael has turned into a hunter with incredible devouring skills. Ember does not know that yet, and he wants to personally test this guy's strength. He should have prepared better for this meeting. With a single move, Michael showed who was in charge here. Repeated attacks led to nothing. Everyone around could only silently watch this battle. There is no doubt left that Michael really can stop the catastrophe. His new form drives people insane with fear. An unbelievable battle is happening at the North Pole. It is very hard to choose where the larger scale battle is taking place. But wherever you look, the good side is winning. That is nice to see after the difficult periods of our story. But we also cannot forget that Michael's main battle is still ahead. Right now, he is only preparing for the future battle with Raoul. Simon is clearly unhappy with what is happening. He ordered gold to be brought to him immediately, as if he were planning to run away. The guards carrying the gold ran into a natural disaster. They could not understand what was happening because they had never seen magic before. Apparently, Michael was trying to absorb the power of the gold. The mayor of Sky City cannot allow him to do that. At that moment, he received an instant injection of motivation. Even Michael's friends started worrying about his health. A massive explosion happened at the city borders. It could be compared to something like an atomic bomb. When the fog cleared, it became clear that Michael was still alive and healthy. It is time to talk and calm down. Simon saw all of this and could not believe his own eyes. He said he planned to blame everything on his son and then become the new mayor. He ordered his assistant to hurry immediately because they had a lot of work to do. That was the last straw for Lazarus, and his patience finally snapped. He can no longer live inside this endless lie. Greed destroyed Simon, and Lazarus does not want to be part of it. After a short conversation, a calm silence followed. People saw a comet approaching them. That comet turned out to be Michael, who admitted his defeat. Ember landed and ordered everyone to return to their homes. It was hard to believe that this guy had actually defeated Michael. Barbara and the God of War's friends could not understand anything. Michael stood up and calmed his comrades down. He told them that he was a time traveler. He explained that he meant no harm and was actually trying to stop the catastrophe. To prove his words, Michael even brought Alexa back here. Now she is alive and healthy, and nothing threatens her. She told everyone what had really happened to her. Now Ember knows that his father is to blame for everything. Michael gathered all the artifacts Olivia had talked about. Now it is time to say goodbye and return to his true world. If he saves humanity from the catastrophe, it will affect every reality. Soon Lazarus learned that his sister was all right. He was happy because he had no idea Simon was that dangerous. Now there is no need to worry about that fat man, because he will no longer be a problem. When Ember learned that his father was dead, he immediately lost control. They had to explain what Simon had really been planning. After that, the mayor of Sky City immediately calmed down and accepted everything as it was. Finally, Michael has to talk to Ember. He is someone who can be trusted, so Michael asks him for help. Ember can influence this world, especially if he gains the team's support. Together they will stabilize the situation, and humanity will live better. Now it is time to say goodbye to his friends and go home. There is no doubt that they will be able to take care of themselves. A few hours later, the Dream Team arrived at the North Pole. They are here to save the Black Queen. When they approached the mountain, they saw a terrible sight. The Flaming Eagle had killed everyone around and was fighting Olivia. After a long battle, the Black Queen still managed to win. This battle took the last of her strength and energy. They cannot handle this without Lana's help. Olivia asked them to help her entire team first. She still has to die, because that is what the prophecy says. Only after that will Michael be able to stop the catastrophe. In the end, Olivia looked at each of her friends. She told them how much she loved them and how happy she was to share part of her life with them. In that touching moment, no one could hold back their tears. Junior received the final artifact in his hands. Now he is free too and can go home. After saying goodbye, Olivia began dissolving into the air. The Book of Prophecies never lies, even in cases like this. Michael also said goodbye to all his friends and prepared to enter the portal. Inside this portal, he met his younger version. Michael saved every participant from the events of the past. Now they have to walk different paths. We do not need to worry about the Black Queen because she did not fully die. Olivia returned to her original form once again. Now she will continue her life in a slightly different space. Only this way can everything possible be done to save the world. The catastrophe must be stopped, and for that, any sacrifices are necessary. Michael said goodbye to Olivia and went to his own world. The grand finale has arrived, and what we have waited for so long is about to begin. Linda finally waited long enough for her brother. His friends are ready to help, but that will not be necessary. He must challenge Raoul himself and fight him one-on-one. All the dirty work has been done, and only the final step remains. Lena finally met her hero, but now is not the time for romance. Apparently, it will be hard for her to leave him even for a minute. When Michael returns, they will definitely talk. Right now, they need to save humanity from destruction. We all know that people are fighting monsters all over the world. Raoul is trying to turn Michael into the enemy of the people. Various captains are ready to support Raoul. Only General Lorak defends his honor until the very end. But even his efforts are not enough to convince all the people. The shelter is now on the verge of destruction. If they do not agree to recognize Raoul as their savior, they will be destroyed. Because of that, they may have to sacrifice Michael, and that is a difficult choice. The general was pressured in every possible way. At the critical moment, he understood that he could no longer resist. If he does not accept Raoul's conditions, his people will soon die. At the last second, Lorak agreed. He did it not for himself, but for humanity. At that very moment, the God of War appeared. They had been waiting for him, and he came at the perfect moment. Michael is at the peak of evolution, and he has come to say his final word. With only one look, he can devour the power of monsters. Competing with a deity like this is practically impossible. No one could believe the God of War had evolved this much. Raoul watched everything that was happening. For him, the time for decisive action had come. He had spent a long time gathering a squad of the best warriors. Now all of them must serve as fuel for his next move. Only by absorbing their power can he compete with Michael. At that very moment, the god of war saved the shelter from destruction. Now no one needs to make a deal with Raoul. Raoul understands this perfectly, so he is heading here. The final battle we have waited so long for is about to begin. Michael immediately used his skills to protect his friends. He moved them far away from the place of impact. Everyone understands perfectly that the battle for humanity is about to begin. Two deities will show everything they are capable of. The battle began at maximum speed. From the very first seconds, Michael felt serious problems. He quickly returned to normal and started seizing the initiative. All these small local victories are only temporary. The opponents are so equal in strength that this battle will definitely drag on for a long time. Until now, Michael had been able to defeat his opponents thanks to different factors. Sometimes he was lucky, and in other situations, preparation became the deciding factor. The same thing had happened to Rod in his previous battles. Today will change everything, because this fight is special. All of their preparation, evolution, and skills will come to the front today. The smallest mistake will cost a life and lose the fight for humanity. The first few minutes were fairly even, but then everything changed. After gathering enough strength, Raoul evolved. Michael decided to do the same so he would not fall behind his opponent. We are not watching a battle between humans at all. These two deities are much stronger than any awakened warriors. All humans can do is hope for Michael's victory. If Raoul wins, he will take full control of the world. Zombies will become his servants, and humans will have to worship him. Michael cannot allow that, so he acts very aggressively. Because of that, Raoul summoned his black form. He is no longer going to play children's games. Now everything is real, and this is the highest level of martial arts. Michael resisted until the very end, but it was extremely difficult. To defeat darkness, the help of light is needed. In moments like this, it is important to use Daniel's fire technique. The general and all of humanity are very worried. They understand that absolutely everything depends on this battle. Michael is having an incredibly hard time, but he must not forget his goals. Behind his back are the people waiting for his help and support. If he cannot protect them, then they will be destroyed. Both warriors transformed into spiritual beings. Michael decided to take a risk and drag Raoul down with him. He moved him into another space, one with no exit. This was done to protect everyone around them. No matter what happens here, Raoul will no longer be able to affect humanity. Michael has already destroyed a massive zombie army, and now only the final step toward peace remains. It is not easy for him at all, but retreat is no longer possible. He has to pull himself together and go to extreme measures. The Black Queen sacrificed herself for humanity, but is Michael ready to make the same sacrifice? Right now he has no choice left, because only at the cost of his own life can he save the world. He activated an internal energy explosion. All he had to do was keep Raoul close to him. Now, in the literal sense, he will destroy his own inner core. There will be no place left here for darkness. Raoul tried to stop him, but it was too late. Michael destroyed his greatest enemy and gave humanity freedom. The hurt little child will no longer cause problems for humanity. A dark bird appeared in the sky, flying toward the shelter. In its beak was a note addressed to Barbara. People tried to understand what had happened, because the world seemed to have changed. The zombies disappeared somewhere, and it became clear that Michael had won, so the apocalypse was cancelled. 2 years have passed since that battle, and humanity has returned to a normal rhythm of life. It feels like all of this was just an ordinary earthquake. People were left without their skills, so Linda lost the ability to walk again. She often meets with her friends and spends a lot of time with them. The dream team always supports each other, even after the catastrophe has ended. There is no longer a place in this world for Olivia, Michael, or even Goldie. They are missed terribly, but they gave their lives to save everyone else. The timelines merged, and Linda still got her brother, only now he is younger than her. He gave her a special gift, because inside the box is an important photo for every member of the team. The story ended happily, and that is exactly what each of them deserved. If it is hard for you to accept Michael's death, do not rush to turn off the video. Somewhere in the south of the country, a young man entered a gym. This handsome guy was offered a discount card, and in response, he only smiled. The guy said the world had changed, and at that moment, the trainer recognized his face. I already said that Linda received a special photo, and that is true because one look at that photo is enough to make her feel happy.